morning, everybody. Council, please come to order. We are ready to wrap up with our public comment on agenda item C4. We have 5 people left to testify. First up is Heather Mann. Following this man is Hannah Heimbuck, and then Dave Fraser.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
And good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman, council members, my name is Heather Mann. I'm speaking on behalf of Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We deliver millions of pounds of fish across Alaskan docks each year, supporting those who live and work in these remote communities. MTC continues to support the recommendations in our written letter in a true testament to the importance of implementing the program and the willingness to think in a holistic and rational manner. Trawlers have made significant concessions to get here. The development of this program has been done through a highly transparent process with a high degree of public involvement. I cannot think of another LAP program that contains more considerations for non-direct participants than this one. I've uploaded a document that lists the many compromises the trawl fleet has made to get to this point. I also included the national standards. The June PPAs narrowed the focus of the analysis to understand the impacts of the program. That's the purpose of PPAs. MTC supports many of the Council's PPAs as final alternatives. We recommend some small changes to elements 2 and 8 and larger changes to PPAs on elements 3 and 14, all of which are in our letter and all of which are widely supported by the industry. We've reached a compromise position on issuing 22.5% of cooperative shares to processors, and that's a decision I feel really good about. Fisheries managers must design and implement programs that meet and balance all 10 standards. We do this here and now because the CV cod fishery is a federal fishery. The Magnuson Act requires that the standards are met, which means the Council must balance the standards, not weigh one more heavily over another. Just as managers must prevent overfishing, they also cannot discriminate against residents of different states or make allocations for economic gain only. The standards are elegant in a way, but balancing them can be frustrating and challenging at times. Overall, they give us a really good framework to design and operate management programs within. You have all the information you need to take final action today and be confident in your decisions. National Standard 2 requires the use of best available science and so dictates making decisions based on available information and what is contained in the analysis. The staff has done a good job describing the various elements, and conclusions can be drawn based on the best available information. Some of the information presented this week in public testimony is interesting, but if it hasn't been analyzed, it really should not be considered while making final decisions. Instead, understanding the projected impacts of decisions is what is required, versus hoping the impacts will be what you're aiming for, even under the best of intentions. For example, while there may be promising work ongoing related to the fixed gear fishery and bycatch of crab, the best available information tells us that gear conversion will increase crab bycatch. At the same time, trawl, cod, CVs have very little interaction with crab species. This is documented in the analysis. Other data clearly shows that the CV cod fleet has reduced their halibut interactions by over 67% in the last decade, leaving 5.7 million pounds of halibut in the water while cod fishing that could have been taken as incidental catch. This fact is documented and is the result of the many mitigation strategies that trawlers employ to avoid bycatch as best they can. The program being considered does meet National Standard 9 to reduce bycatch to the extent practicable. Catch share programs improve safety and decrease PSC interactions. This is documented. We have gone into this program knowing we would have reduced PSC limits, and in no way are trawlers trying to shirk that responsibility. But I'm deeply concerned about steep reductions, which will be unworkable. There is considerable value in an incentive-based approach to bycatch mitigation, which again has been documented through the significant PSC savings in other programs. Cooperative management provides flexibility while it requires and enforces accountability. All of these considerations balance the standards. National Standard 8 requires consideration of several factors to ensure the continued participation of communities. The elements we support are directly responsive to the standard. The long window period considers historic and recent participation from several states. There are strong sideboards to protect Gulf fisheries and the communities they support. Cooperative shares are being issued to processors located in Bering Sea cod-dependent communities. A 10% set-aside of A-season allocation will be made available to the AI when the plant is open. C-season is being left unallocated to support the non-trawl communities who receive rollovers. And ownership and use caps prevent excessive consolidation while still improving harvest efficiency. All of these things are directly responsive to the continuing participation of fishing communities. Finally, on a personal note, like many, I've spent hundreds of hours over several years working on this program. Throughout the last year, I've convinced my boat owners to make compromises to get to this point. Concessions that reduce their own allocations to recognize others in and outside of the program. They've stepped up to the plate to do just that, and in my opinion, it's extraordinary and should be recognized. Today's trawl cod CV boat owners and captains and crew are forward-thinking, technologically savvy. They care deeply for natural resources and minimizing bycatch. They've earned the right to a safer fishery, which functions properly, meets the national standards, and reduces bycatch. Frankly, they deserve to have the better value that comes with a rationalized fishery, which serves harvesters, processors, and communities. Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann. Are there questions? Ms. Baker.
In your written comment and your testimony, your letter is pretty clear that MTC supports smaller percent reductions in PSC limits for both halibut and crab than the PPA. Do you have a specific recommendation, or is your comment just smaller percent reduction than the PPA?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, thank you for the question. In the letter, as well as in the AP, I had recommended a 15% limit versus 25 or higher. At this point, I can describe, and I think you heard a lot yesterday about why a smaller number is still constraining, but provides the flexibility to work your cooperative fishing strategies to stay well under that number. And I think it's really important to point out that the number itself is not a target. It's a ceiling, but it's certainly not a target, and you can see that from our past performance. So 15% was the number that that MTC had recommended.
Thank you. That's helpful. And then one follow-up question also, in your letter, you had mentioned specifically, sorry, I'm finding it again. At the end of your comment letter for the element 3 portion, you talk about red king crab, PSC, and gear conversion, and your recommendation is if pot boats are allowed into the program, the crab PSC limit should be managed at the co-op level, and if element 14 is eliminated, then crab PSC limits can be managed at the sector level. Is that still your recommendation to the council?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, yes, we support eliminating element 14 altogether. And then I think we still have to figure out the best way to manage crab. If gear conversion is included and pot boats are part of the co-ops, we absolutely feel like that allocation of crab needs to be made to the co-ops so we can be in charge of our own destiny, so to speak. If pot boats are not allowed into the program at this time, we feel it may be easier to manage crab at the sector level. That also may meet some of the concerns that the crab industry has reported in terms of when Zone 1 is closed and folks need to move fishing. So, ideally, pot boats are not going to be included in the program from the start. And then it may be easier to manage crab at that sector level. If they are included, we feel like, we really need that crab meted out to the co-ops. And as you heard, both in public testimony as well as in the staff presentations, that will be very little crab to each co-op, but we really see no other way to make that work. It'll be a massive challenge regardless.
Thank you, Ms. Mann. I appreciate that. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions for Ms. Mann? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. Following up on Ms. Baker's line of questioning concerning management of PSC at the cooperative versus the sector level, is the concern from M2C just the complexity of the inter-cooperative agreements? Is that primarily why there's the support for allocation at the sector level versus the cooperative level?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, I'm fully confident in the cooperative and the intercooperative agreements to be able to be responsive, not just to PSC management, but other components like the Aleutian Islands. I think they've demonstrated their ability to do that. I think what I'm focused on is what makes the most sense. And I think we want to have conversations with the agency and really figure out how do we be responsible regarding our crab and halibut PSC, what makes the most sense, provide flexibility while still allowing the co-ops to work their, bycatch mitigation strategies. So no, I don't think it's because of the complexity. I'm fully confident in our co-op managers together with the agency's in-season management to stay within whatever numbers we have. I just feel that if we're managing at the co-op at the sector level and pot boats are in the fishery, we could end up negatively impacting both the individual co-ops and the whole trawl fleet as there's so much uncertainty around what that bycatch could be. So I guess at the end of the day, what I'm also saying is that we are open to whatever the agency and the council think will be most effective. Our preferences, there are no pot boats, period, at this time. But still would defer to you working with our co-op managers to figure out the most effective way to manage this in a responsible way. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Merrill.
It does. Thank you, Ms. Mann. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Any further questions for Ms. Mann? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Hannah Heinbuch.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, council members and chairman. My name is Hannah Heinbuch, and I'm testifying today on behalf of the under 60 cod harvesters. We represent vessels under 60 feet harvesting Pacific cod with pot here, and I just want to thank you for your patience and your consideration this week and your thoughtfulness. We're working through some challenging issues here and appreciate your ongoing service to the council. First, we support the option on the council's PPA that leaves sea season unrationalized. That option reflects the history of all fleets harvesting that cod, which includes but is not limited to the under 60 hook and line and pot fleet. Thank you very much for the meaningful work done in this action to account for all fleets who have historically harvested sea season cod. Additionally, we join others from both the trawl and fixed gear fleets in full support of gear flexibility, an option that, if used, offers harvest efficiencies and broad potential ecosystem benefits, particularly important considering the climate and stock shifts we are all grappling with. While this is just one small optional component of the program, I'm focusing the majority of my testimony on it because I genuinely think that this is precisely the type of adaptive strategy that it is forward-thinking and sensible to build into management right now. Existing rationalized fleets AB design has certainly shown successes in reducing PSC, but at times have also struggled to mitigate and balance an incidental catch between myriad critical species, particularly in a changing ecosystem. And I think this is just an incredible opportunity to incorporate one more optional harvest tool that provides that additional PSC and habitat savings, subject, of course, to 100% observer coverage and the guiding management of a cooperative program. This is not a challenge to the integrity or the stability of the trawl fleet. It is optional, incremental management innovation using a well-established gear type. I think it's a really good idea. But I'm also focused on gear flexibility because of our discussions around crab. We've heard concerns that despite the clear benefits of optional pot use, such as harvest efficiencies at times of low abundance, the substantial PSC savings in halibut and other species, the lower bycatch mortality rates in all species, the substantial reduction in habitat impacts, the improvements in product value, the conservation of cod spawning habitat. Despite those benefits, it has been proposed that red king crab interception could possibly increase the use of pots, making this tool non-viable. This is a really worthy discussion, but I think the unmitigated impact on red king crab is an assumption and an inaccurate one. Inaccurate due to partial coverage data and anomalous events that result in an artificial inflation of pot intercept numbers in multiple years, and inaccurate due to an incongruous comparison between existing effort and assumed fishing effort in a cooperative program under an optional tool. So here is what we know about the function and benefit of gear flexibility as applied to crab. We know we are talking about gear flexibility in the A and B trawl seasons, times of the year we know that crab interception in pots is very low, often zero, as we've heard. We know we are talking about optional use of pots in a rationalized co-op, giving ultimate flexibility in deciding time and area as a means to reduce all PSC interactions, including crab. Trawl participants have championed this management structure as a means for PSC reduction based on behavior changes. If that assumed change of behavior is one of the leading merits of such programs and their positive impact on PSC, why wouldn't we assume the same behavior change of participants using pot gear, since we know that crab interception in pots is extremely dependent on time and area and thus avoidable, particularly given such flexibility and incentive to choose time and area. Co-ops have the ability to set clear guidelines that ensure such ideal harvest strategies, and they will. We also know that any pot vessels used will benefit from 100% observer coverage, which allows NPFMC, the Council, and cooperatives ongoing review of the use and impact of this option. And finally, we know that the Council will assess and consider any needed changes during its programmatic review. This is the means by which the Council is assessing many outstanding questions about how exactly the program will function and impact Alaska's communities and coastal economies. Gear flexibility fits here too. This is why we hear crab fishermen, halibut, cod fishermen, conservation organizations, and a variety of others supporting gear flexibility, because when looking holistically at what we know about when and where crab are intercepted by pots, at the progress being made in gear modification and other voluntary measures, at the broad habitat savings that could be achieved, and at the need for integrating adaptive management options into our programs, and at the broad improvements we all assume will happen in a cooperative structure, I believe we can assess and support this. As you've heard, pot sectors are proactively working with the crab fishery on tools to reduce actual impact on crab and improve accuracy of impact reporting in all pot fisheries. We are hopeful that the trawl sector will work to address its unobserved crab mortality too, as the crab fleets have requested. So for the reasons I described above, the fact that our work is ongoing does not diminish our confidence that gear flexibility is a safe and effective tool to implement within the co-op now. We work proactively on these issues because we want to be part of innovating our fisheries in a way that addresses broad ecosystem concerns and improves responsiveness. Gear flexibility is another limited but responsive tool that can be part of that incremental work in improving our management systems. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, or good morning now.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbach. Are there any questions? Okay, I don't see any questions.
Mr. Chair, I had a question, but
Oh, Ms. Kimball.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get my hand up. Mr. Chair, Ms. Heimbach, I just wondered if you could provide some testimony to the Council on the importance of the sea season or the ability to roll over unused sea season to your members. I appreciate you provided support for that on the record, but then moved on. And I guess I want to hear a little bit more about the level of importance of that quota?
Absolutely. And through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thanks for that question. Yeah, we've talked about this quite a bit, but I realized I was skipped pretty quickly over it. That one is really important to our fleet in particular because we don't have an established bee season. There is no fall season for the under 60 hook and line and pot sector for cod. And so that sector has relied entirely on rollovers from other fleets for its fall opportunity and has consistently received those. It's been something that managers have been able to use to not strand cod and to provide opportunity to a fleet that is based in communities from the Aleutians to Southeast Alaska. So that's been a really important opportunity for a number of vessels in my fleet. And as I said, there is no other fall fishing opportunity for that sector in the cod fishery. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. And thanks for jumping into the question in spite of the technology. Other council members, please do the same if you're having trouble getting your hand raised. Okay, if there's no additional questions, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Heimbuck.
Thank you.
That will bring us to Dave Fraser. Following Mr. Fraser will be Rebecca Skinner, and then last up would be Chris Cooper.
Sound check, Mr. Chairman.
Loud and clear. Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dave Fraser, retired co-op manager. Up to now, we've been focused on the structural problems of 6.1 and haven't advocated for a specific percentage of the quota. The PPA of 10% of the directed A-season apportionment equates to about 3,100 tons on long-term average, but would have been less than 1,900 tons in 2020. The amount of the PPA is inadequate, we believe, and we request that if the council ultimately does choose 6.1, that the council choose the midpoint of the range, which is 17.5%, which equates to the 5,000 tons on average over the long term. If the council does select 6.2, as we've requested, we ask that the council select the midpoint of the range there, which would be 7.75% of the A and B season sector allocation, which would equate to about 2,500 tons on average over the long term. As I said, I'm a retired co-op manager. I've managed the whiting co-ops on the West Coast and the first AFA CV co-op in the Bering Sea. I'm a fan of co-ops. I think they're great for collectively managing risks and allocating individual accountability. They can also work for allocating harvest privileges. What none of the co-ops I'm aware of have done is to allocate customers or suppliers. In fact, they proactively avoid doing so. 6.1 puts ADAC in the position of being the customer of suppliers who are also our competitors. The burden that 6.1 puts on the inter-co-op is a different kettle of fish from the role that co-ops have filled up until now. I've provided 2 letters on the potential antitrust implications of 6.1. One of the letters that you received in testimony says that 6.1 assures the AI shore plants of a seat at the table for any entity electing to operate in the AI. 6.1 may offer a seat at the table, but it's a sidewalk table in November where everyone else is seated inside at a banquet table. 6.1 lacks a pro rata set-aside of the PSC, which is a concern because our fishery in the Aleutians peaks a month later than the Bering Sea. And so the lack of a halibut set-aside under 6.1 puts us at risk from a premature closure of losing access to a larger portion of the quota than Bering Sea participants would. We think it's important that the DFA be partitioned into restricted and unrestricted components. Mr. Chairman, we haven't really heard any compelling testimony that differentiates the structure of the alternative option from the amount of cod that explains why one would think that 6.1 is better than 6.2. while MTC and UCB have endorsed 6.1, there's nothing in any of the comment letters that explains why.
Mr. Fraser, your
yeah.
time is up. Can you provide a summary?
Mr. Chairman, I just refer you to our letter of comment for tweaks that need to be addressed to both of the alternatives. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fraser, for your testimony. Going back to your recommendations for allocations under either option 6.1 or 6.2, just to make sure I understand the basis for those, you provided sort of equivalent long-term metric tonnage amounts for those allocations that you're recommending. And so I assume then you're recommending that that's what the council should be basing its allocation on, is the long-term specified tonnage that would be allocated under this program.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I don't advocate for a fixed tonnage. I advocate for a percentage that would fluctuate with the tax, if that's what you're asking.
Thank you. Follow-up, Mr. Chair? And thank you, Mr. Fraser. So you also testified that I believe option 6.1 lacks a pro rata allocation of PSE, and so I know you're very critical of using the intercooperative and cooperative structure to manage the harvest and delivery of the set-aside, but if it was the intercooperative agreement members' responsibility to ensure that that set-aside was harvested and delivered, if there's an operating plant and the cooperative is allocated a pro rata is apportioned a pro rata share of PSC, then wouldn't that already be taken care of? Why would the council need to specify a pro rata allocation of PSC for the AI set-aside fishery?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I think there's a concern that if the PSC reductions are at a large, the 30% level, say, that they become constraining, and that because our fishery happens, say a month later than the Bering Sea fishery, that if the Bering Sea fleet uses up the PSC, that it's going to be the last boats fishing, which are in the Aleutians, that are going to bear the brunt of that closure and have to forego their directed harvest unless there's a specific set-aside. I'm not sure whether that gets to your question or not.
Ms. Baker? Okay, if that answered your question, then we can move to...
I'm sorry, I must have been on mute. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball?
Mr. Chair, I listened closely. That was too close to my question, so I will pass.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Vanderhoven?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Fraser. I understand your concerns about 6.1, and So if I look at 6.2 through the lens of a catcher vessel, to me, it looks like that would basically create a monopoly and put all of the leverage in the processor's pocket. Can you help me understand why you think that would not be the case?
I mean, 6.2 integrates with the overall program. It has the same kind of currency. It provides a incentive to deliver, but every excuse me. I think that I'm sorry, I'm in a freeze here.
And you can feel free to pass on the question, Mr. Fraser, if that's what you'd like to do.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could write you an answer, but I can't get going here.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Fraser. Thank you, Mr. King.
Ms. Vanderhoven. Any further questions for Mr. Fraser? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Rebecca Skinner.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, this is Rebecca Skinner testifying on behalf of Alaska Whitefish Trawlers Association. AWTA is a Kodiak-based trade association made up of groundfish trawl catcher vessels. We have some AFA exempt, most non-AFA, and a couple of members that will qualify for this program. And all of our members are Gulf of Alaska dependent. I did submit written comments on this agenda item, but today I'm just going to focus on element 4 and element 11. Element 4 is Gulf of Alaska sideboards. So for element 4.1, we are asking for lower halibut PSC sideboards for the AFA non-exempt. The current PPA has sideboard limits for the target groundfish that are based on historical catch during the qualifying years. And what we're asking for is to make the halibut PSC match those lower target groundfish levels for the sideboards. In June, the council heard testimony from myself and AWTA members supporting this request. And in order to make the halibut PSC sideboards workable, we're asking that it be applied at on an annual basis. So it'd be an annual limit as reflected in table -2128 on page 231. For element 11, monitoring, we are asking that the at-sea transmission requirement not be imposed for non-AFA boats. Not all non-AFA boats have at-sea transmission capability. These systems can be very expensive, and you're generally talking about smaller vessels. What I've heard from participants or fishermen is that even ones that do have these systems, they're very slow. They have limited bandwidth, and generally on the vessel, they're used for what I would call safety kinds of things like checking the weather or transmitting photos of repairs or parts that are going to be needed so that a part can be waiting when they get back to shore. There's also the issue of safety as far as having people up in the wheelhouse during operation. My understanding is that's where the transmission capability works best in a steel boat, is up in the wheelhouse. The gains to the observer program, I think, are fairly small. At the most, you're gaining a few days in getting the data to the program sooner. I don't think that outweighs the very high cost to these smaller vessels. Keeping in mind that cod trips, you're talking about being at sea for a few days, not a matter of weeks, and it's reasonable to wait, an extra day or two until you're back on shore to transmit the data. Finally, I do want to thank the analysts for all of their work on the analysis, and particularly for the work that they did between the June meeting or the June paper and then the October iteration, and also for being very available and very responsive to the myriad of questions that I had for them. So a big thank you to the analysts, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Are there any questions? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Skinner. Appreciate the testimony on the at-sea data transmission issue. We haven't heard a lot of that, just a bit. And I'm wondering if you can, you talked a lot about the cost for potentially a short time period in this fishery for those non-AFA CVs. Can you tell me what kind of, in your opinion, what kind of lag or maybe data, what are we trading off in terms of data timing in your experience in the fishery?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I am probably not the best person to answer this. I don't have a lot of experience on the grounds or with the observer program, but I will take a shot. So as far as the trade-off, again, what you're really gaining is getting the data transmitted a couple of days, 1 or 2 days sooner than if you had to wait for being on shore for transmission. The kind of data that you're going to be able to transmit at sea is, my understanding, is basically information that's just for the PSC counts or observations, however that works. You're not going to have the target numbers. So you're not going to have access to PSC rates. You're just going to have access to numbers of PSC. The other issue that I guess I want to bring up, it does concern me a little that there's a focus on getting this data transmitted to the observer program. So from the observer to the observer program, when in my role, I do hear a lot of concern from fishermen about how challenging it is to communicate or exchange information with observers on the boats. So from my and I understand this is not how the program works. I guess my suggestion is this is how it should work. Data or information should be exchanged while the boat is at sea. If the observer has information, or if the crew has information, there should be a lot of information easily exchanging in the moment, because that's when you have a chance to do something, and that's when the information can be best used. And that's not what happens. There's a definite barrier. I think there's fear of talking to the observer, of you might get reported. And so when I hear things like we should be asking these smaller vessels to take on these very expensive data transmission systems so that the observer can get that data to the program sooner, but that data from the program isn't available to the boats there's quite a lag time. And so the focus is on getting it into the system, but the system's not delivering that information back to the people on the ground in what I would think a very useful manner. So hopefully I've somehow addressed your question. And again, I do think I was probably not the best person to give the details on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Skinner? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Last up is Chris Cooper. Mr. Cooper.
How about now?
You are. Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. Mr. Chair, members of the council, my name is Chris Cooper, and I'm here to represent my family's 2 cod-exempt trawl vessels. For the last 20 years, I've operated and managed these vessels and participated in the cod fishery in the Bering Sea. First off, I'd like to say that I support the 22.5% to processor shares. This was collectively made by the industry. This is a little higher than I'd like to see as a catcher vessel, but I believe it's a good compromise and will offer security for the processing sector. I support a 15% reduction in PSC limits for halibut and crab. I believe this could be constraining, but I would also suggest that there should be a 3-year phase-in period that would give me a chance to get this new fishery figured out and provide some stability for those first few years. I would suggest raising the harvest cap to 5% for catcher vessels. Given the reduced TAC and overall condition of this fishery, I believe that this may become a specialized fishery with the PSC reductions that fewer boats will be able to execute. I do not offer any support of any kind for gear conversion in this package. I don't believe it's necessary, and I believe the extra gear on the grounds could be constraining on my ability to reduce our PSCs as a trawl vessel. I'm going to be in this fishery for a long time. I'm a younger participant, and I want to keep fishing cod. I've personally made several concessions and compromises to get to this point, as many trawlers have, and I think that that should be considered when taking final action. Thanks for making this fishery safer, and please create a program that is workable and meets the purpose and needs for this action. Lastly, I'd like to point out the fact that representatives of fixed gear fleets have been testifying yesterday that they are looking to use this action of gear conversion to expand their fishing opportunities in the trawl sector. This is one more reason not to have gear switching in this package. This does not help, support, or create stability for a traditional cod-dependent trawl vessels. This concludes my testimony, and I'd like to thank everyone who has contributed in this process. I believe this is a good package to move into implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Cooper. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cooper, for your testimony. I'd like to ask you to expand on your comment that the PSC limit reductions the council chooses for this program could result in a more specialized fishery that a fewer number of vessels can participate in. I just hadn't heard the impacts described quite that way. So can you give me more insight into your thinking there, please?
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Baker, it's a good question. I can kind of refer to Ms. Bonnie's statement yesterday of certain fishermen can just operate and do other things other fishermen aren't willing to do or aren't capable of doing. But as a captain that typically fishes every day of a cod season, I just feel like we're probably more specialized in the fishery compared to a vessel that in the history has only participated 20% of the season. So, as of right now, I would say my ability and the levels that I've taken my trawl gear to fish cleaner and the improvements we've made in the past that we've showed that we can do. I just feel that certain people are probably starting off on a better foot with the adjustments they already have made. And also, there's going to be probably a large investment going forward in technology. For example, maybe live feed cameras in the net to help reduce bycatch, and that's a large investment, and maybe someone just doesn't see that that's worth that investment to catch a few hundred tons of cod, where, you know, a larger player that has more cod can justify making that investment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Cooper. That was really helpful. No more questions.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair and Mr. Cooper. You really, in your answer to Ms. Baker, I think you opened up a very interesting area, and this concept that harvesters who really specialize to some extent are probably more capable of harvesting both more cleanly in terms of bycatch, but probably also more efficiently in terms of the cost of putting cod on shore too. And I'm wondering if you could just reflect briefly on the benefits of doing that versus the risks of becoming more specialized in a world that's growing more uncertain at the same time, and where specialization may not be the best strategy. And I'm wondering how you view that from your own perspective of your own business.
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you maybe explain what you're asking a little bit better, please?
Well, when you specialize, you become more dependent on cod, on just a single species, and that species may or may not do well as the Bering Sea continues to shift environmentally in ways that we don't fully understand. And that's a risk, isn't it?
Okay, well, yes, that's a risk, but I guess I have to adapt. I mean, that's my choice, so I have to make an investment to move forward. I can't just fall behind the times, or you know, my business would fail. So I guess I don't have a choice not to adapt. If that gets the answer you're looking for, I'm not sure.
All right. I was looking for the answer you provided. Thank you.
Further questions for Mr. Cooper? Thank you for your testimony this morning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Council, that concludes public comment. I believe we got everybody on the list. So we have gone through everything. So at this point, I'd like to offer council members a chance to ask questions of staff if they have any. It'd be my intent to take a break after we go through questions before coming back to see what action the council would like to take. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize, this may not be super organized, but I will give it a shot. Starting with element 5.2 in the motion. I have to, I'm not sure which staff member, so I'll just ask the question. I had an exchange, I believe, with Mr. Brannon during the staff presentation about an impacts assessment for the CPs acting as motherships under 5.2 and the sideboard limit that the council is contemplating. And we also heard testimony that I think sort of referenced that impacts assessment from staff. And I just, I'm struggling to understand kind of the impact of what the analysis found in terms of the impacts on the CPs acting as motherships with reference to stability. Because that is obviously one of the goals of this program. It's embedded in the council's purpose and needs statement. And I was struggling to understand. I thought I was hearing that simply the movement from the current limited access fishery to a rationalization program would somehow create instability for these CPs acting as motherships. And that, I guess I wasn't thinking of it that way. And quite frankly, even after having the exchange with Mr. Brannon and the testimony yesterday, I just wondered if it would be possible to ask Mr. Brannon again, if we can just kind of go through the analytical determinations about that. He probably knows what slide I'm talking about. I didn't write it down. To just walk through that again, just because I want to be really clear on that. I think that's an important point.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, this is John McCracken. I want to take a first stab at that, since this came out of that statement at the very end when we were reading on how the package addresses the purpose and need statement. And so I think in retrospect, given some time and listening to the public testimony and chatting with Daryl about it, I think that we've described the team as, described the offshore sideboards as slightly unstabilizing was probably an inaccurate characterization of those sideboard limits. I think that recognizing the intent of the sideboard, the offshore sideboards, to provide stabilization for the communities, I think the sideboards, and a better description would likely be slightly more disruptive to the operations, creating a slightly more uncertainty for the businesses themselves. I think that's a better characterization than using the stronger terminology of unstabilization. And so I think before we get into expanding what you requested from Mr. Brannon, I thought I would just go ahead and put that on the table as a beginning of this discussion.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Did Mr. Brannon have more to add, or sorry, I'm a little confused.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, I think John covered it pretty well. I think when I answered your question when we had this discussion earlier in the meeting, I said I didn't think the action was going to result in either of the offshore companies being affected to the level where it's going to cause their business to become unstable, destabilize their entire operation. I think the effect of the limit, as John has described it, better reflects the language that we probably should have included in that discussion as being somewhat disruptive to the firms in the industry, as opposed to creating destabilizing the firms totally. And so I think language is important, and I think perhaps our choice of words was perhaps not a good choice in that description.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon. And again, just to make sure I'm totally clear, and so the disruptive portion of that comment, or as John said, creating slightly more uncertainty, that is the status quo with no limit on the amount of processing that can be done by those CPs acting as motherships, versus going into this rationalization program where if the council chooses a sideboard limit, there would be a limit on the amount of processing those companies could do. That's the change that we're talking about here. That's the impact.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker, that's my understanding. The way you described it is correct, that we're talking about moving from a structure where they have no limitation on the amount of cod they're allowed to process in the offshore sector to placing a limit on it, and how that limit interacts with the amount of COD they're allocated or the amount of quota they're able to attract based on whatever quota they control, and how that will impact their overall operation. I think it just changes perhaps how they would have operated relative to not having any limit in place.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. I appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I do have one other question for staff, unless Mr. Merrill has a question on that same issue. It's a different element.
Mr. Merrill,
Mr. Chairman, my question was on that same topic. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Brannon, I guess one of the things that I'm trying to get a better understanding of in the operation of both 5.1 and 5.2 are, what are the implications of these alternatives relative to the amount of catch that is eligible to be delivered offshore under the preferred alternative? Can you walk me through how much of the harvester quota share would be eligible to be delivered to the offshore sector under our preliminary preferred alternative? And then could you describe for me what that amount is relative to the amount of CP processing history for all of the CPs, including CPs that are now no longer eligible for the program? In other words, I'm trying to get a better understanding as to whether or not these alternatives are constraining the amount of catch that can be delivered offshore relative to what is eligible to receive quota share to be delivered offshore, if that makes sense.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Merrill, I'll give it a shot. And I feel like I've been doing this dance for a few years now after working on Amendment 120 and this amendment with the confidentiality requirements that we operate under. I would like to begin by saying that when the council developed the preliminary preferred alternative in June, they didn't specify a percentage or pick an option under this element. And so I think what I will try to do is talk about element 5.2 and some of the information that we have in the document that we can report on. As the council will recall, element 5.2 is based on the processing history of the vessels that qualified under Amendment 120. And so because there's only two vessels, I can't provide percentages of what the processing limit would be under 5.2. I did provide information in the analysis, and I believe it was table 2-139 that shows what the processing history was during the qualifying period of all CPs that were active during that period. And that includes CPs that are no longer eligible to participate in this fishery. And that percentage was 15.5%. My understanding of the way element 5.2.1 would work is that if the firms were allowed to select either 125% of their processing history, based on their LLP license holdings being greater than that, or being limited to their processing history, would not exceed that percentage of the total, the 15.5% that I referenced earlier. I can't tell you exactly what the difference is. And under 5.3, which we can report on because it's based on the license history of the LLPs that qualify, that are either 75% or owned by the CP firms, that percentage, if you included both 5.3.1 and 5.3.2, resulted in 16.4% being delivered offshore. And so I think that's about as much information as I can provide, given the confidentiality restraints we operate under. And if you have any other specific questions, I'll try and address those.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. And so I guess to distill that down, I just want to clarify that regardless of the alternative that we pick, whether it's 5.2 or 5.1 or 5.2.1, we end up in a situation where the amount that could be processed offshore ends up being less than the amount of catch that was delivered offshore during the qualifying period. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, if you select any of the options under 5.2 compared to what occurred during the qualifying period when all CPs were operating, that is correct. If you select 5.3, which is the LP-based option, then it could be slightly above that amount.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. That helps.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Ms. Baker, or Ms. Kimball, did you have a question on that point as well?
I do. I can wait for Ms. Baker if she's waiting. Mine is on this point.
On this point? Okay, Ms. Kimball.
Yeah. I just wondered if I understand Mr. Brandon trying to walk us through where some amalgamations are confidential. So please let me know if this is out of line. But in response to Mr. Merrill, is there anything you can say about where the AP motion falls in your assessment compared to the total amount that had been delivered offshore during the qualified period, including ineligible CPs? Or is that not something that can be provided?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, if you would, I don't have the AP motion right in front of me at this time. Could you tell me what that was? I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me pull it up. The AP motion was option 5.2.1, but in the first criteria, allowing basically either CP to process up to 125% of their processing history under the same eligibility years.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Ms. Kimball, and I will get the AP motion in front of me for further questions. The answer is still the same as the one I gave to Mr. Merrill. If you selected that option, it would still be less than the 15.5% for all CPs that's listed in Table 2-139. And again, because of the confidential nature of the information, I can't tell you how much below that 15.5% it would be.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. Just as a side comment, I still think the question is really, who are we providing stability for? And I think the objectives that you spoke about or John spoke about in his response to Ms. Baker have to take into account stability for the shoreside sector and the communities dependent on those processing activities. I find it really hard, even if you set that aside, to understand that there's more instability under a catch share program, even with a side board that is at least equal to someone's processing activity, even though those CPs are also receiving an allocation under the PPA, apparently. So I'm still finding a hard sell on the argument, but I appreciate you providing as much information as you can in a situation where we have very little data. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Back to you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is on element 6 and specifically related to, both 6.1, option 6.1 and 6.2. Under option 6.1, in June, the council added a provision essentially for that under 60-foot transferable AI endorsements on LLP licenses provision as set aside within the set aside in option 6.1 and to mirror the sub-option 6.2.3 that was already in the analysis. And I didn't ask questions during the staff presentation, but I know you went over this. I think it was Mr. Brannon. I just wondered, in terms of the council's ability to understand the impacts of that under 60 set-aside provision in option 6.1, I didn't see as quite a specific analysis of the allocations to the under 60-foot LLP licenses for 6.1, like I did for 6.2, for example, in, I think it's table 2-150. And so my question is, 2-150, the estimated less than 60-foot LOA trawl CB initial allocations compared to the set-aside delivery amount. But I think this table really relates to option 6.2, which is the quota allocation, the annual quota allocation to the shore plant. And so can you help me sort of do a crosswalk? I didn't find a comparable table, first of all, for option 6.1. And so is there a crosswalk that I can do sort of between this table, which is very helpful, by the way, to determine, what the under 60-foot initial quota share allocations would be, the range that we have there, versus what the amount would be of the set aside under the different options that we've established. Can you give me similar ranges or how I can think about this table in relation to option 6.1 set aside for those same vessels? Is that possible?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Baker. And I think there's a couple different ways to do it. And if I don't have the PowerPoint in front of me, but as you recall, when we walked through our presentation of element 6 in the council's PowerPoint, I provided two tables, one for element 6.1 and one for element 6.2 that provided information on what the AI shore plant set aside would be under element 6.1 and what their allocation would be under element 6.2, based on a retrospective look at the years 2003 through 2020. If you looked at that table and what the apportionment was to the AI shore plant under 6.1 and looked at the the range that the council was considering for the allocation, which is presented in the column in that table, and then look at the range that you're considering for that must be harvested by the AI or the catcher vessels that are less than 60 foot. It would be 10 to 50% of that column of information. And so that would be the comparison and how much would be available to the catcher vessels less than 60 feet that have an AI transferable endorsement attached to their license. When we walked through the presentation, Mr. McCracken said that there were 7 of those LLP licenses that had some amount of quota. He indicated that all of them would be under the 200 metric ton annual harvest limitations and have the ability to lease their quota. And so based on that information, we know that they would have received a relatively small amount of quota. So under element 6.1, and we can circle back and get that slide up at some point and provide you the exact numbers if that's okay. But it's pretty straightforward math to calculate what the amount of the set aside that the cooperatives would have to ensure that these smaller catcher vessels would be allowed to harvest and deliver to the AI shore plant based on the column in that table and multiplying it by 10 to 50% of the AI shore plant allocation. and I can circle back and get that PowerPoint up and look at those numbers and provide the exact numbers for you if you'd like.
Thank you, Mr. Brannon, and I will defer to other council members if that would be helpful, but your description allows me to go to the PowerPoint. I think you're actually talking about slide 32, which I have in front of me right now, which is, as you said, the AI processor set aside PPA updated table. So I don't need you to display that because I found it and I can follow the instructions that you've provided, unless it would be helpful to other council members.
Anybody seeking to request it, so I think we are good with that explanation. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Do you have additional questions?
Nope, Mr. Chair, I will put my hand down. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Baker. Any other questions from council members? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is a fair question for the agency, but we heard a lot in public comment about the estimates of red king crab bycatch in the pot cod fishery, and particularly this year. And I don't know if the agency has anything that they could provide us that would help us put that data in context that we heard a lot about in public comment.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had an opportunity to reach out to some of the folks in FMA as well on this issue. And based on my understanding of this, you know, there were observations that were made on a number of trips by vessels that were participating in the pot cod fishery. On some of those trips, there were high crab bycatch that were noted. As we have with any of our year or strata in which we do not have full coverage, obviously there's a protocol that we have in place to determine how that bycatch estimate will be applied to unobserved vessels. And we follow that procedure, and there's a series of precedents that we apply that are undertaken depending upon the gear type and area and fishery and all the rest of it. My understanding is that protocol has been followed. My understanding is that I think that we're still waiting for final observer debriefing on this particular issue, but based on what I understand at this time, there's nothing that I'm aware of that would indicate these data or estimates are particularly inconsistent or problematic relative to the procedures or policies that we normally follow. Now, obviously, there is potential for there to be some revisions to observer data, as there are with any of our programs during the debriefing process, but that's my understanding of sort of where we are right now and the nature of those estimates.
Thank you for that, Mr. Merrill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell and Mr. Merrill. Any additional questions? Okay. There are no additional questions. Let's go ahead and take a break before see what action the council wants to take. Let's come back at 9:50 Alaska time and take action. Council, please come to order. Okay, we have concluded with public comment, heard the staff presentation. Council, what action would you like to take? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion that's been sent to staff.
Okay, we can wait for that to be projected. And once it is, begin whenever you're ready.
I'll wait since it's rather lengthy, Mr. Chair. I'm not seeing it yet, but let me know if it's just me.
Okay, I see it on my end.
Oh.
I believe a link to the motion will be put in the chat box as well as posted to our e-agenda as well.
I see it posted on the agenda now, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Witherell. So, Ms. Baker, I believe it's posted. If perhaps it's just an issue on your end. If you've got you would just like to work from your copy, I think we're ready to go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll have to do that. Adobe is not working for me right now, so I think I'm just on the phone. So the motion is that this motion includes staff recommended changes in section 8.6 of the analysis to improve consistency to the language included in the council's purpose and needs statement, elements and options as adopted by the council at its June 2021 meeting. This revised language is intended to improve consistency in terminology and language that would be used for implementing the council's recommendation and is not intended to substantively modify the elements or options. Additions are shown in underline and deletions are shown in strike through. The council's preferred alternative is shown in bold. Purpose and need. Over the last several years, total allowable catch for Pacific cod in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands has steadily decreased. The pace of the fishery has contributed to an increasingly compressed season, resulting in decreased ability to maximize the value of the fishery and negatively impacting all fishery participants, catcher vessels, motherships, shoreside processors, and communities. This race for fish also discourages fishing practices that can minimize bycatch and threatens the sustained viability of the fishery. The council is considering the development of a cooperative-based program to improve the prosecution of the fishery with the intent of promoting safety and stability in the harvesting and processing sectors, increasing the value of the fishery, minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, providing for the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities, and ensuring the sustainability and viability of the resource. Element 1, cooperative style system, voluntary harvest cooperatives. Holders of qualified trawl catcher vessel, CV LLP, license limitation program, LLP licenses under Element 2 must join a cooperative annually in association with an eligible licensed processor, federal fisheries permit or a federal processing permit to harvest their trawl CV Pacific cod cooperative quota, CQ. Harvesters may change cooperatives and cooperative associations may change annually without penalty. No limitation on the number of LLP license holders or qualifying catch history, legal landings needed to form a cooperative. No limitation on the number of cooperatives that may form. Intercooperative formation is allowed. Option, a minimum of 3 LLP licenses are needed to form a cooperative. Element 2, initial allocation to LLP licenses, catch history to determine initial quota share QS allocations under this management action will not be considered beyond December 31st, 2019. 2.1, eligibility. Any license assigned to a vessel that made qualifying catch history, legal landings of targeted trawl, CV, BSAI, Pacific Cod during the qualifying years, or an LLP license as of December 31st, 2019, assigned to an American Fisheries Act trawl CV that has BSAI Pacific Cod catch in 1997, and any transferable Aleutian Islands endorsement is eligible to receive quota share. 2.2, harvester allocations. Eligible LLP licenses must be assigned to a cooperative for the cooperative to receive annual Pacific Cod CQ. The initial allocation of quota share will be made to eligible LLP licenses or transferable AI endorsements, with each LLP licenses or transferable AI endorsements QS based on the Pacific Cod qualifying catch history, legal landings of targeted BSAI Pacific Cod authorized by that LLP license or a transferable AI endorsement during the following qualifying years. Option 2.2.2, 2009 through 2019. Suboption 2.2.1, drop 1 year. 2.3, for the initial allocation of quota share, qualifying catch history is attached to the LLP license at the time of harvest. If multiple LLP licenses authorize catch by a vessel, in the absence of an agreement provided by the LLP license holder at the time of application, qualifying catch history will be option 2.3.2, assigned to an LLP license by the owner of the vessel that made the catch. 2.4, annual CQ will be issued to each cooperative by NIMS based on the aggregate QS attached to the LLP licenses that are assigned to the cooperative. NIMS will issue CQ by season and rely on the cooperatives to ensure the seasonal limits are not exceeded. Unused A season CQ may be rolled over to the B season. QS will not be designated for harvest in a management area, i.e. BS or AI, but may be harvested from either area. 2.5, option to allocate A and B season BSAI trawl CV Pacific Cod only. A and B season trawl CV Pacific Cod sector allocations, after deduction of the ICAs, will be allocated to cooperatives as CQ. Annual CQ attributable to each LLP license will be that LLP license's proportional share of the total QS. The C season trawl CV Pacific Cod allocation will remain 15% and remain a limited access trawl CV fishery and will be available to any trawl CV with an eligible groundfish LLP license with an applicable area endorsement. The C season limited access fishery will be managed as currently by NIMS, including management of incidental catches of Pacific Cod and other directed fisheries. B season trawl CV sector apportionments, including A and B season ICAs and CQ remaining after June 10th, that NIMS projects to go unused, are subject to reallocation to other sectors under current reallocation rules. 2.6, all groundfish species not allocated to cooperatives will be managed by maximum retainable amounts, MRAs, as under current management. 2.7, the BSAI Pacific Cod sideboard limit for AFA trawl CVs at the 50 CFR reference is removed for the A and B season upon implementation of this program. The BSAI Pacific Cod sideboard limit for AFA trawl CVs at the 50 CFR reference is maintained for the C season upon implementation of this program. The BSAI halibut PSC sideboard limit for AFA trawl CVs at the 50 CFR reference and Table 40 is removed upon implementation of this program. The BSAI crab PSC sideboard limit for AFA trawl CVs at the 50 CFR reference and Table 41 is maintained upon implementation of this program. Element 3, prohibited species catch limits. The annual crab and halibut PSC limits available to the BSAI Trawl CV Pacific Cod sector will be established through the annual specifications process as follows. Option 3.2, establish separate PSC limits for the BSAI Trawl CV Pacific Cod sector. Halibut PSC limit will be apportioned based on historical use using qualifying years selected under Element 2 between the Trawl CV sector and the AFA Catcher Processor CP sector. Crab limits will be apportioned based on the proportion of BSAI Pacific Cod allocated to the Trawl CV sector and the AFA CP sector. Option 3.3, reduce PSC limit to the BSAI Trawl CV Pacific Cod sector. Suboption 3.3.1, reduce halibut PSC limit by 25%. Suboption 3.3.2, reduce crab PSC limits by 35%. So for red king crab zone 1, that's an 80% reduction from the 2019 limit. The Apelio bycatch limitation zone, 69% reduction from the 2019 limit. The Verdi zone 1 and zone 2, 48% reduction from the 2019 limit. Suboption 3.3.3, phase in the halibut PSC limit reduction over 2 years. 1/2 of the total halibut PSC limit reduction is implemented each year. Option 3.4, if element 2.5 is selected, establish separate sea season halibut and crab PSC apportionments, 5%, before applying PSC limit reductions for the PCTC program. Each cooperative will receive annual CQ of Pacific cod and apportionments of PSC limits based on members' qualifying catch histories and processing histories, if applicable, to be harvested in accordance with the Harvest Cooperative Agreement. The sector's PSC limits will be apportioned to cooperatives in proportion to its initial Pacific cod CQ apportionment and will be monitored at the cooperative level, resulting in a prohibition on directed fishing for Pacific cod, halibut PSC limits, or a prohibition on directed fishing for Pacific cod in a specified area, crab PSC limits, by that cooperative if the cooperative PSC limit apportionment is reached. PSC limits are transferable between cooperatives based on the same rules established for Pacific cod CQ. Element 4, Gulf of Alaska GOA sideboards. Option 4.1, all GOA non-exempt AFA CVs and AFA LLP licenses will be sideboarded in aggregate for all GOA groundfish fishing activity and for halibut PSC on the annual amount of the total trawl halibut PSC limit, except for vessels when participating in the Central Gulf of Alaska Rockfish Program based on their GOA catch history during the BSAI Pacific cod qualifying period. Prohibit directed fishing and regulations for the GOA non-exempt AFA CVs and LLPs for Southeast outside pollock, Western shallow water flatfish, and both Central and Eastern deep water flatfish and Eastern Pacific Ocean perch. Option 4.2, AFA GOA exempt and non-AFA CVs assigned to LLP licenses and CVs assigned to under 60-foot LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements that receive annual BSAI Pacific cod CQ will not be permitted to lease their BSAI Pacific cod CQ as a condition of benefiting from a GOA sideboard exemption. If the vessel assigned to the qualified GOA exempt LLP license does not fish in the GOA during the calendar year, except for the Central GOA Rockfish Program, the BSAI Pacific cod CQ generated by the LLP license can be leased in that calendar year. Cooperatives will be required to monitor GOA AFA exempt and non-AFA vessels and vessels assigned to under 60 feet LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements to ensure they do not lease their BSAI Pacific cod CQ and implement a penalty structure for violation. Cooperatives will be required to report leasing activities and penalties issued in the BSAI Pacific cod Cooperative Annual Report. Suboption 4.2.1, AFA GOA exempt, non-AFA CVs, and CVs assigned to under 60 feet LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements, with LLP licenses of less than 200 metric tons of average annual qualifying BSAI Pacific Cod history may lease their BSAI Pacific Cod CQ and benefit from the sideboard exemption. Element 5, processor and community provisions. 5.1, no closed class of processors. All processors with an eligible FPP or FSP are eligible to process BSAI Pacific Cod CQ under this program, subject to eligibility requirements under BSAI FMP Amendment 120 to limit CPs acting as motherships. 5.2, limit sideboard on directed BSAI Pacific Cod CQ that can be delivered by trawl CVs to eligible CPs acting as motherships. The sideboard will be assigned to the LLP license authorizing the CP to act as a mothership in the BSAI Pacific Cod fishery. Option 5.2.1, each eligible CP acting as a mothership may process up to the hire of 125% of the eligible CP's processing history, percentage based on qualifying years selected in element 2, no drop year, or 2, the history, percentage based on qualifying years selected under element 2 from LLP licenses that are owned in excess of 75% directly or indirectly by the owner of a CP LLP eligible for the offshore sector of the target non-CDQ BSAI Pacific Cod trawl CV fishery as of December 31st, 2019, not to exceed 125% of the eligible CP's processing history, percentage based on qualifying years selected in element 2.2, no drop year. 5.4, allocation of quota share to processors. This option is only applicable to Bering Sea processors and eligible CPs if AI provisions are selected under element 6. Onshore and offshore processors with an eligible FSP or FPP subject to eligibility requirements under BSAI FMP Amendment 120 to limit CPs acting as motherships that have a history of processing in the federal BSAI Pacific Cod trawl CV fishery will be eligible to receive a percentage of total QS based on each onshore processor's and offshore processor's processing history. To be used, the processor CQ would be transferred to the CV cooperative. If a processor holding QS does not associate with a cooperative, that processor's CQ will be divided among cooperatives in the same proportion as the processor CQ assigned to individual cooperatives by the associated processor that year relative to total processor-derived CQ that was issued that year. If a processor associated with more than one cooperative during the year, the CQ derived from their processor permit would be divided between the cooperatives in the same proportion as the CQ derived from LLP licenses. Option: a cooperative cannot assign a greater proportion of the CQ resulting from processor-held QS to an LLP license owned by that processor for harvest by a vessel owned by that processor than the LLP license would have brought into the cooperative, absent any processor-held QS. The cooperative will monitor this provision and include reporting on harvest to CQ resulting from processor-held QS in the BSAI Pacific Cod Cooperative Annual Report. Percent of QS to be allocated to eligible processors. Option 5.4.5, 22.5%. Processing history years, including any drop year options selected in element 2.2, to receive QS are the same as harvester years in element 2. Processors that are no longer active, no longer hold an FPP would not be issued QS. The processing history associated with those processors would be deducted from the total amount of eligible processing history during the qualifying years when calculating the distribution of QS to processors. Element 6, Aleutian Islands processor provisions. Option 6.1 and 6.2 are mutually exclusive. Under this element, An AI shore plant is defined consistent with vacated Amendment 113 regulations. An AI shore plant operating under the provisions of this element is exempt from the processing use cap in Element 8.4. All cooperatives will be required to establish an intercooperative agreement that describes how either the set-aside provision in Option 6.1 or the annual AI Community Shore Plant QS and Option 2 will be administered by the cooperatives to ensure that harvests in the Bering Sea do not exceed the minimum set-aside or shore plant allocation amounts. This intercooperative agreement must establish how the cooperatives intend to harvest the set-aside or shore plant QS in years when it applies. This intercooperative agreement must be provided as part of the annual cooperative allocation and is required before NIMS can issue CQ. A cooperative intending to harvest any amount of the set-aside must provide the cooperative's plan for coordinating harvest and delivery of the set-aside with an AI shore plant in the cooperative application. Option 6.1. In any year when the community of ADAC and or ATCA files a notice of intent to process, require the cooperative to reserve a set-aside for delivery to an AI shore plant. The amount of the set-aside, AI CQ reserve, will be 10% of the BSAI CV trawl directed A season CQ and is in effect during the A and B season. Any remaining portion of the AI CQ reserve will be allocated to cooperatives in the same proportion as the initial CQ if ADAC and or ATCA withdraws its intent to operate notice during the A or B season. The intercooperative agreement must establish how cooperatives would ensure that CVs less than 60 feet LOA assigned to an LLP license with a transferable AI trawl endorsement have the opportunity to harvest a percentage of the AI CQ reserve for delivery to an AI shore plant. 10% of the AI CQ reserve. NIMS will establish a separate AI incidental catch allowance and an AI directed fishing allowance.
Mr. Chair, can we have the motion continue to scroll? This is Bill Twite, and maybe it's frozen on my screen. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
NIMS will establish a separate AI incidental catch allowance, ICA, and AI directed fishing allowance, DFA, to support the AI CQ reserve. When the AI CQ reserve is set equal to the AI DFA, directed fishing for Pacific cod in the AI may only be conducted by PCPC program vessels that deliver their catch of AI Pacific cod to AI shore plants for processing. When the AI DFA is greater than the AI CQ reserve amount, the difference between the AI DFA and the AI CQ reserve will be available for directed fishing by all non-CDQ fishery sectors with sufficient A season allocations and may be processed by any eligible processor. Element 7, transferability. 7.1, initially issued QS are attached to trawl CB LLP licenses and are non-severable from the LLP licenses. Transfer of an LLP license eligible for this program results in the transfer of any program eligibility and QS associated with the LLP license. Suboption 7.1.1. For the LLP licenses associated with the non-exempt ASA vessels within 90 days of initial issuance of QS, the owners of the LLP licenses that are associated with ASA non-exempt CVs that had engaged in fish transfer agreements during the qualifying period, Bantu's QS allocation at initial issuance does not exceed the ownership cap in Element 8.1, may transfer the QS between other LLP licenses associated with ASA non-exempt vessels subject to the ownership cap in Element 8.1. After these transfers are approved by NIMS, the BSAI Pacific cod quota QS will no longer be severable from the LLP license to which it was reassigned. 7.2, QS based on processing history are issued as separate permits, and the permit is only transferable to another processor. Permits issued to shoreside processors can only be transferred to other shoreside processors that hold an FPP. The QS is non-severable from the permit, except in the case that transfer of the permit to another eligible processor would result in exceeding the use cap under option 8.3. In that case, the portion of the QS over the cap is allowed to be severed from the permit and transferred to another eligible processor, permit, or shoreside processor that holds an FPP. 7.3, annual Pacific Cod CQ and PSC limits, whether derived from harvesting or processing histories, are transferable between cooperatives. 7.4, post-delivery transfers of CQ are permitted, but must be completed by August 1st. Element 8, ownership and use caps. 8.1, harvester issued QS. Processor issued QS does not count towards this use cap. No person may hold or use more than 5% of the Pacific Cod QS issued, option 8.1.1, using the individual and collective rule. Suboption 8.1, persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. 8.2, no vessel may harvest more than 5% of the annual Pacific Cod CQ issued in the fishery. Option 8.2.1, vessels over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. The grandfather provision is applied to the vessel designated on an LLP license that yields more than 5% of the annual Pacific Cod CQ at the time of initial allocation. This grandfather provision is not transferable if the LLP license is transferred to a new owner. 8.3, processor issued QS, no person may hold or use more than 20% of the Pacific Cod QS. Option 8.3.1, using the individual and collective rule. Suboption 8.3, persons over the cap at the time of QS issuance are grandfathered. 8.4, no company may process more than 20% of the Pacific Cod CQ, option 8.4.1, using the individual and collective rule. Option 8.4.2, company over the cap at the time of quota share issuance are grandfathered. Element 9, cooperative provisions. Annual cooperative applications must be filed on or before November 1st of the preceding year. Cooperatives shall be formed by holders of qualified LLP licenses with Charles CV Pacific Cod QS. Each LLP license may be assigned to one cooperative. A list of CVs, both trawl and pot gear vessels, if element 14 is selected, eligible to harvest a portion of that cooperative CQ must be identified in the annual cooperative application. Cooperatives are intended only to conduct and coordinate harvest activities with members and are not Fishermen's Collective Marketing Act cooperatives. Membership agreements will specify that processor-affiliated members cannot participate in any price-setting negotiations except as permitted by antitrust laws. Element 10, share duration. All QS and allowances under this program are revocable privileges that 1, may be revoked, limited, or modified at any time. 2, shall not confer any right of compensation to the holder if they are revoked, limited, or modified. And 3, shall not create or be construed to create any right, title, or interest in or to any fish before the fish is harvested by the holder. The duration of all QS and associated PSC apportionments is 10 years. These permits will be renewed before their expiration unless revoked, limited, or modified. Element 11, monitoring. All vessels harvesting CQ will be in 100% observer coverage category. This element is not intended to modify the observer coverage exception provided for CVs delivering unsorted cod ends to a mothership or the current at-sea observer data transmission requirements for non-AFA trawl CVs. Monitoring and enforcement provisions will be implemented to track quota, harvest, PSC, and use caps. Shoreside processors will be required to operate under a NPFMC-approved catch monitoring and control plan. The Council authorizes NPFMC to report a weekly vessel-level PSC information as authorized under Magnuson-Stevens Act Section 402(b)(2)(a). Element 12, reporting and program review. Each cooperative shall annually produce a report for the Council describing its membership, cooperative management, and performance in the preceding year, including use of CQ derived from processor-issued QS and harvest and delivery of the AI CQ reserve, if applicable. Per the MSA, a formal detailed review of the program shall be undertaken 5 years after implementation, with additional reviews at a minimum each 7 years thereafter. Element 13, cost recovery. A fee not to exceed 3% of the ex-vessel value will be charged on all program landings to cover the actual costs directly related to the management, data collection, and enforcement of the program. That's my motion, Mr. Chair, and with a second, I'll speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Is there a second?
Second, Bill Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I felt it was important to start off reading the purpose and need statement for this action into the record, even though I'm not suggesting any changes. It's important to walk through why the Council is undertaking this program and the objectives that we're trying to accomplish under this program. And as put forward in my motion, the PCTC program, in my opinion, meets the stated purpose and need statement to improve prosecution of the fisheries by slowing the pace of the fishery, increasing the season length. Harvesters will no longer be competing for a share of the fishery, and processors will not need to add capacity to keep up with the frenzied pace of deliveries. The current pace of the derby fishery puts economic pressures to fish in weather conditions that could be unsafe and can be avoided in a rationalized fishery. Safety in the fishery is also improved by reducing overcrowding on the fishing grounds, which reduces the potential for gear interactions. Stability. Catch share programs in Alaska have resulted in stable harvesting and processing sectors, especially as these programs have matured. And although this program is different than those others, we anticipate somewhat similar results could occur under the PCTC program, which is intended to meet the goal of providing stability to sector participants. Several components of this program are designed to promote stability, including allocations to harvesters and processors, to balance market power, cooperative style management, which allows transfers between cooperatives so full harvest of Pacific Cod CQ can occur to the extent it can, and ownership and use caps that limit consolidation and prevent acquisition of excessive shares. Some components of the program result in trade-offs between the goals and objectives and the purpose and need. For example, reducing PSC limits could result in greater instability for the sectors in terms of difficulty achieving their Pacific Cod CQ, but those reduced PSC limits may better achieve the objective of minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable. Limitations on the CP sector action. The CPs that may act as motherships may create some uncertainty for that sector, and the CVs that have traditionally delivered offshore in order to provide for the sustained participation of fishery-dependent communities onshore. Again, it's a balancing process that we've talked about here. Those are some of the trade-offs that I just wanted to highlight in terms of my proposed motion. Minimizing bycatch. The objective to minimize bycatch, consistent with the purpose and need and National Standard 9, is met by individual and cooperative accountability of PSC usage, which will increase incentives to avoid PSC to the extent practicable and allow the fleet to use the tools that is already identified to minimize PSC and to develop new tools to further reduce PSC to the extent practicable. PSC apportionments within cooperatives and across cooperatives will have a high value, as the limited availability of those species in some years may constrain the value derived from the Pacific cod fishery. Reduction in PSC limits available to the sector cooperatives will help ensure that harvesters utilize fishing practices that minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. Increased value. The objective to increase the value of the fishery is expected to be met by slowing the pace of the fishery and allowing harvesters to deliver high-quality Pacific cod to processors. And processors also have the ability under the PCTC program to slow throughput at plants and produce higher quality fillets or other value-added products that are not possible under the current Derby fishery. Sustained participation. Providing for the sustained participation of fishing communities objective is met in multiple ways in this program. The GOA sideboards are intended to protect Gulf community fleets and Gulf-dependent boats from increased competition resulting from rationalization of the BSAI trawl CV fishery. However, as we heard in testimony earlier today, some Gulf-dependent boats do participate in the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery, and so again, there's balancing that needs to go on there in terms of Gulf of Alaska sideboards, but this is an important component of the program. Limits on catcher processors acting as motherships on processing could serve to stabilize landings in the communities that have historically depended on BSAI Pacific cod processing and the shore plants that are located in those communities, and also to prevent what we saw before BSAI Amendment 120 and took steps to take care of in Amendment 120 of increased offshore processing of Pacific cod, eroding the traditional shoreside fishery and negatively impacting shore plants and those communities. Additionally, the AI processor provisions under Element 6 could have beneficial impacts to communities in the Western AI region. And finally, the inability to sever catch histories from LLP licenses and establishing ownership and use caps helps limit consolidation of harvesting and processing activity between communities, ideally allows for some efficiency in terms of operations of the fishery without reaching consolidation concerns. Sustainability and viability of the resource. NMFS and the Council will continue to utilize the best science available to establish harvest levels in the BSAI Pacific cod fishery. Individuals and cooperatives will need to ensure they do not exceed their available quota or risk being subject to fines by the cooperatives or NOAA OLE enforcement actions. Together, these measures help ensure that the trawl CV sector apportionment is not exceeded on an annual basis. And Mr. Chair, I'm going to pause just for a moment. I haven't been able to connect online. Are you all back on camera, or are we still on the motion?
Yeah, Ms. Baker, we are all on camera.
Okay, I'll try again.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. I just keep getting a white screen. Okay, I'll just continue then.
Okay.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Yep, okay.
Under Element 1 of my motion, I maintained the PPA that the Council selected in June, which is a voluntary harvester cooperative with a minimum of 3 LLP licenses required to form a cooperative. The analysis indicates that no minimum number of LLP licenses to form a cooperative could result in just one LLP license holder with one license in association with a processor. And while this may be unlikely in practice, I think the Council's experience with cooperative management programs indicates that multiple parties need to be in a cooperative to achieve the benefits of cooperative fishing. And therefore, I believe a minimum number of 3 LLP licenses for a cooperative is appropriate. It balances the Council's objective to achieve the benefits from cooperative fishing with providing for a relatively low cooperative formation threshold, which increases the opportunity for trawl CV LLP license holders to join a cooperative and benefit from the program. And I'll just note that the analysis tells us that even with the 3 LLP license minimum threshold, it's likely there will be fewer cooperatives than the maximum number possible, given the potential ease of intra-cooperative transfers among the members of the cooperative. Element 1 in my motion also provides flexibility for the cooperatives to form and operate through an inter-cooperative agreement. Experience with the Bering Sea pollock fishery under the AFA and other similar programs indicates that this structure is efficient and effective by placing a portion of administrative and monitoring obligations on the cooperatives with agency oversight. And I think our findings thus far is that it generally provides a good balance to minimize management costs by the agency while maintaining appropriate monitoring and enforcement for the program. And I would just say that this council has experience with cooperative management, and these programs have demonstrated success with respect to improved management of the fishery, increased efficiency and value, reduced bycatch, and more timely fine-scale monitoring and oversight than the council and the National Marine Fisheries Service can provide. Element 2, I am maintaining the council's PPA to establish eligibility for the program using LOP licenses that were assigned to a vessel or a transferable AI endorsement that made legal landings of targeted trawl catcher vessel BSAX to the cod during the qualifying years, selected in element 2.2. In element 2.2, I'm maintaining the council's PPA of option 2.2.2, 2009 through 2019, as the preferred alternative for the qualifying years to establish catch history for purposes of initially allocating harvest quota share or QS to eligible LOP licenses or transferable endorsements. The eligible LOP licenses will have to be assigned to a cooperative to receive annual Pacific cod quota or CQ, and the harvest shares will be allocated to eligible LOP licenses or transferable AI endorsements, again based on legal landings of BSAX Pacific cod from 2009 through 2019. I believe these qualifying years represent the appropriate balance for considering current and historical participation for purposes of a rationalization program, and is consistent with the council's approach to awarding catch history and other rationalization programs. Option 2.2.1 would consider the most recent 5 years of history in the fishery, but not longer-term participation, which I feel is an important consideration for this program. I do not believe option 2.2.3 is the appropriate range of years to use because it goes back to 2004, which was several years before implementation of Amendment 85 and the current sector allocations, as well as the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands tax split that, along with the decline of BSAI Pacific cod stock in recent years, has substantially changed fishery management and operations since 2004. Consistent with the council's PPA and my previous comments on this issue, I'm not recommending option 2.2.4 because I do not support that policy choice. Option 2.2.4 would award catch history in the PCTC program to LOP licenses assigned to vessels that did not make legal landings of Pacific cod during the qualifying years. And I think it's important for the council to maintain its longstanding policy that sideboards are not allocations. I understand that we received testimony in support of this option, and I understand that this will impact some operations that have sideboard history in this fishery, but I am making the recommendation that we, again, maintain the council's past practice of awarding catch history to LLP licenses based on legal landings that were reported by the vessel assigned to that LLP license. I'm recommending a change from the PPA to include sub-option 2.2.1, drop 1 year in the council's preferred alternative. The council received written comment and testimony at this meeting in favor of this sub-option. The comments in support noted that the catch history eligibility period is 11 years, and unforeseen events have occurred for many trawl TV Pacific cod fishery participants over that time. It would reduce the amount of catch history awarded to their LLP license. Including a 1 year drop provision would allow all participants to benefit from removing an unrepresentative participation year from the catch history used to issue their QS. I think this is a reasonable approach, and it's consistent with council practice in previous rationalization programs because it's recognized because it recognizes contingencies in fishing behavior over the qualifying years. In element 2.3, I'm maintaining the PPA, recommending that if LLP licenses were owned by different entities, but stacked on a vessel to make targeted Pacific cod harvest during the qualifying years, that if there is a disagreement between the LLP license holders about how the history is allocated, the owner of the vessel that made the catch will determine where the history is assigned. I believe this is consistent with the approach we've taken on all previous North Pacific rationalization programs, and I think it's appropriate for that reason. In element 2.4, I am recommending a slight change to the PPA to incorporate NMFS's recommendation to issue CQ by season. I'm recommending that as the preferred alternative as described in the analysis and discussed during the staff presentation and testimony. Under this approach, NMFS will issue CQ by season as a tool to monitor compliance with the seasonal limits that are in place to provide protections to stellar sea lions, as thoroughly described in the analysis. I'll note that while there originally was some industry concern about this approach, as noted in some of the comment letters, I believe the concerns have been addressed by NMFS, and my recommended preferred alternative for 2.4 is consistent with the AP motion. My motion also specifies that unused A season CQ may be rolled over to the B season, which is consistent with current management practices as described in the analysis. In element 2.5, I'm maintaining the council's PPA to allocate A and B season BSAI Trawl CV Pacific cod only as the preferred alternative. The C season would remain a limited access fishery and be managed as it currently is by NMFS. I recognize that participants in the trawl CV fishery supported full rationalization for all seasons, but I believe it is important to recognize that the trawl CV sector has harvested only a limited amount of the C season allocation over the time period we're looking at, and that not rationalizing the C season mitigates the impacts of potential expansion of the trawl CV fishery temporally and negatively impacting other sectors by reducing potential rollovers. This council has considerable experience with the ability of rationalized fishery participants to leverage the advantages of increased efficiencies from cooperative management. While rationalizing the C season very clearly would provide additional benefits to the trawl CV fishery participants, the analysis is clear that harvesting a larger proportion of the trawl CV allocation relative to recent years would negatively impact other sectors that have received rollovers from the unharvested trawl CV allocation. I think that leaving the C season unrationalized in this program and maintaining the current management and rollover structure provides an appropriate balance for providing benefits to the trawl CV fleet within the temporal footprint of the current fishery and minimizing negative impacts to other sectors. No change to the PPA for 2.6. All groundfish species not allocated to cooperatives will be managed by maximum retainable amounts as currently. Under 2.7, I'm recommending some clarifications based on staff recommendations. My recommendations in element 2.7 would add council intent relative to sideboard regulations, and the changes I'm proposing to make are outlined in table 2-2 of the analysis. My motion would clarify that if the council adopts element 2.5 and only the A and B seasons are rationalized in this program, the BSAI Pacific cod sideboard limit for AFA trawl CVs is no longer necessary during the A and B season, but should be maintained for the unrationalized C season. In addition, my motion would clarify council intent for removing the AFA halibut PSC sideboard limit and maintaining the AFA crab PSC sideboard limit in regulations consistent with staff recommendations described in the analysis. Element 3, my motion maintains the preferred alternative, the council's PPA for option 3.2 to establish an apportionment of halibut and crab PSC limits between the trawl CV sector and the AFA-CP sector. The provision subdivides the trawl limited access sector PSC limits and establishes separate PSC limits for the BSAI trawl CV sector for halibut and crab PSC. The added language, the first sentence of element 3, helps clarify that the apportionment will not be fixed in regulation, but rather fixes the reduction specified by the council for the trawl CV sector to the PSC limit that occurs once the halibut and crab PSC is apportioned to the trawl CV sector. The analysis describes the potential impacts of leaving PSC limit apportionments at the TLAS fishery level, primarily that annual negotiations would need to take place regarding apportionment of PSC. This could serve to reduce benefits from cooperative fishing and potentially bring other Pacific cod fishery sectors into the process. And based on this potential, I believe it is appropriate to establish separate PSC limit apportionments for the trawl CV and AFA-CP sectors. The analysis describes that under the PCTC program, halibut and crab PSC limits would continue to be managed at the TLAS level in regulations and at the fishery level during the harvest specifications process. Following the apportionment of halibut and crab PSC at the fishery level via harvest specifications, the PSC apportioned to the Pacific cod fishery would then be apportioned to the trawl CV and AFA-CP sector based on option 3.2. This approach maintains the council's ability to adjust halibut and crab PSC limits for the Pacific cod fishery relative to other fisheries to accommodate changes from year to year, be they in changes in individual fisheries or ecosystem changes, or all of the things that the council takes into consideration during the harvest specifications process. Option 3.3 addresses PSC limit reductions for the trawl CV sector under the PCTC program. Our experience with rationalization program shows that as you end the race for fish, fleets can make operational choices that promote PSC savings. This is an important benefit of the program for the state of Alaska, and we've received a substantial amount of testimony highlighting the importance of minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable in this program, consistent with the purpose and need statement and National Standard 9. My motion maintains the PPA of a 25% reduction in halibut PSC limits as the preferred alternative in suboption 3.3.1. I reviewed the analysis to provide a recommendation for the halibut PSC limit reduction, as well as information we received in testimony, and would note that under the recommended qualifying years of 2009 through 2019, a 25% reduction would have resulted in a PSC limited apportionment of 272 metric tons using the 2021 apportionment to fishery categories. And this is compared to 382 metric tons for the trawl CV Pacific cod fishery under the status quo, which is a savings of 91 metric tons after apportioning 19 metric tons of halibut PSC for the unrationalized sea season. I think it's important to note the savings of 91 metric tons of halibut PSC will stay in the water and will not be reallocated for use in other fisheries. The analysis indicates that this reduced PSC limit would have been constraining in 5 years within the 2009 through 2019 time period. And I do recognize there is some uncertainty regarding the fleet's ability to reduce halibut PSC under the rationalization program. But I don't think the council should limit its consideration only to historical levels of PSC by the trawl CV sector to determine what level of reduction is practicable. Under a cooperative fishing program, the fleet has more flexibility to avoid periods of high PSC rates and can implement additional measures to minimize halibut bycatch, such as changes to gear configuration, as well as eliminating the need for night fishing when halibut PSC rates are higher, as a couple of examples. The majority of the CV trawl fleet in the Pacific cod fishery has significant experience with rationalization programs and have demonstrated that when the race for fish is eliminated, bycatch avoidance measures are successful. Table 2-104 and Figure 2-6 in the analysis show that under the Derby fishery, some of the lowest PSC rates occurred in recent years, 2017, 2018, and 2020. Once rationalized, the fleet must maintain average halibut PSC rates that are similar or lower than these recent years in order to not be constrained by the halibut PSC limit I'm recommending in my motion. I believe this is achievable with the tools provided in this program. If Pacific cod tax increase to pre-2018 levels, the proposed PSC limit provides the flexibility to accommodate fluctuations in Pacific cod and halibut abundance. I don't believe that the maximum potential reduction of 35% provides this needed flexibility or headroom as we've heard it referred to. And I want to avoid creating a race for bycatch among the cooperatives, which could undermine the key goals of this program. Overall, with the information we have, I believe that a 25% reduction in the halibut PSC limit provides the appropriate balance of minimizing bycatch to the extent practicable, while recognizing that bycatch encounters are variable from year to year, and some buffer between the PSC limit and expected PSC use in most years is appropriate to accommodate these conditions. I'm recommending a 35% reduction for all crab PSC limits in suboption 3.3.2. As we saw in the addendum provided by staff, the changes in the stock status of crab, largely and most notably red king crab, results in lower PSC limits for all sectors that have crab PSC limits starting in 2022. And for this particular trawl TV Pacific cod fishery, when compared, for example, to the 2019 PSC limits, the 35% reduction for the PCTC program represents a 48% reduction in the Opelio limit, a 69% reduction in the Tanner crab limit, and an 80% reduction in the red king crab PSC limit. And as we also saw in the addendum and talked through extensively with staff, these new PSC limits would result in 545 red king crab being apportioned to the PCTC program in Zone 1 using the most recent apportionment method. So just reiterating that although that's just an example of what the PSC limit would be, that's not going to be fixed in regulation. I think that is the type of reduction that we're looking at in this program. I think it's important to note that these PSC limit reductions for the PCTC program would occur after 5% is taken off the top for the sea season. These sea season apportionments are expected to be sufficient based on information in the analysis, specifically Table 2-121 that shows the average PSC use during the trawl Pacific cod sea season and ensures that the sea season is not preempted if a PSC limit is reached under any PCTC program. The smallest percentage is also appropriate given that any unused PSC in the PCTC program can roll into the sea season. I have added suboption 3.3.3 as part of the preferred alternative to phase in any PSC reductions and amended this to apply to the halibut PSC limit only and phase in the reduction over 2 years instead of 3. Phase-in provisions were included for halibut in the Amendment 80 program and in the GOA halibut PSC reductions under Amendment 95, and I believe providing some flexibility is warranted as the fleets gain experience under the new program. And overall, Mr. Chair, I believe that Element 3 includes a balance of considerations with respect to ensuring that we establish a rationalization program that provides the fleet with tools to minimize the bycatch to the extent practicable, if we minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. Moving on to Element 4, which is GOA sideboards. I have suggested changes here from the PPA really reflecting the advisory panel motion, and I'll just walk through those. The very first changes are just for some consistency in terms for GOA non-exempt AFUC CVs to make sure we're talking about the same vessels and LLP licenses. The first substantive change is to specify that all AFA non-GOA exempt CVs and AFA LLP licenses will have revised sideboards for all GOA groundfish fishing activity and halibut PSC, except when fishing in the Central GOA Rockfish Program. Table 2-126 shows that the revised sideboard limits by species for the non-GOA exempt AFA fleet. Several of these revised sideboard limits are too small to manage, so my motion continues to maintain the prohibition on directed fishing in regulations for specific fisheries listed under option 4.1. Table 2-128 shows that the aggregated sideboard limit for halibut PSC would be set at 123 metric tons. If the halibut PSC sideboards are split seasonally, they become unmanageably small, and so I'm recommending that they're managed as an annual limit. The revised halibut sideboard limit is a 44% reduction from the total current limit of 219 metric tons, but provides a similar amount of halibut at the beginning of the year, as shown on Table 2-127. 140 metric tons, for example, during the first season split 131 metric tons to shallow water flatfish and 9 metric tons to deep water flatfish. So revising both the groundfish and halibut PSC sideboards is more comprehensive and ensures that the CVs subject to the sideboards have an incentive to reduce halibut PSC, consistent with the objectives of this program. My motion also includes element 4.2 and suboption 4.2.1 as the recommended preferred alternative. I've included the under 60 feet LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements to both provisions so that all PCTC programs, all PCTC program participants that are Gulf exempt are managed consistently. In addition to the 7 transferable LLP licenses that would qualify for PCTC QS, Table 2-135 and 2-136 show that up to 8 AFA Gulf exempt CVs and 5 non-AFA CVs would qualify for the exemption at a 200 metric ton threshold and could lease their CQ and fish in the Gulf of Alaska, which is my preferred recommended metric ton threshold. Including the sub-option and providing an exemption at 200 metric tons, I feel is appropriate because these vessels are Gulf dependent and should continue to be allowed to focus on their GOA fishing activity while being able to derive some economic benefits from small amounts of PCTC program QS. The analysis tells us that using the 136 metric ton trip limit imposed on the GOA pollock fishery as a proxy for trip size, LLP licenses that qualify for the exemption will receive average QS history that equates to less than 1.5 fishing trips per cod in the Bering Sea. The language in option 4.2 makes it clear that cooperatives are responsible for monitoring this provision and implementing and enforcing a penalty structure for violations. This option prohibits PCTC cooperatives from leasing CQ generated by vessels that benefit from a GOA sideboard exemption. The cooperatives will be responsible for tracking the fishing effort of these vessels in a GOA if the co-op leases their CQ. NOAA OLE is not expected to enforce this provision, and therefore it will not be included in the regulations implementing this program. It is my intent with this motion that the Council will monitor this limitation through the annual cooperative reports to ensure it's being monitored and enforced at the cooperative level. Again, just to sum up on element 4, I think overall the sideboard revisions recommended in this motion and therefore the preferred alternative provide an adequate level of protection for Gulf community fleets from increased participation resulting from the PCTC program while taking into account participation in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Charles C.V. Pacific cod fishery by some of those same Gulf-dependent vessels. Element 5. Element 5.1 I'm maintaining the PPA, no closed class of processors. All processors with an eligible FPP or SFP are eligible to process BSAI Pacific Cod CQ under this program, and that is, of course, subject to the eligibility requirements under BSAI Amendment 120. 5.2, maintaining the PPA to limit the sideboard on directed BSAI Pacific Cod CQ that can be delivered by trawl CVs to eligible CPs acting as motherships. I've added a clarification in that paragraph that the sideboard will be assigned to the LLP license authorizing the CP to act as a mothership in the BSAI Pacific Cod fishery. This was an assumption that the staff noted in the analysis, and I'm just clarifying that to be clear. I've recommended option 5.2.1 as the preferred alternative. This motion is consistent with the advisory panel's motion. And this would establish a sideboard limit on the amount of cod, Pacific cod, that can be delivered to the two historical eligible CPs operating as motherships. This has been a challenging issue, I think, for the council to grapple with. We spent a fair bit of time talking about it, and this preferred alternative I'm putting forward would allow the two catcher processors acting as motherships to process the higher of their history, their processing history, or the history of the LLP licenses that they own. Unfortunately, the analysis cannot show deliveries or processing of these two CPs due to confidentiality, but it does show that this option results in the limit being above their processing history. We talked about that a little bit today with Mr. Brannon. And I would just note that this sideboard limit doesn't require this amount of Pacific cod to be delivered offshore, but provides an upper bound on how much could be delivered offshore. And this limit is consistent with the council's intent under BSAI Amendment 120, where we closed the loophole on unlimited mothershipping of Pacific cod by catcher processors that had excess processing capacity due to participation in other rationalization programs. This was in a fishery that had historically primarily been an inshore fishery and critically important to shoreside processors, historically dependent on cod and the communities that benefit them. There's really clear description and analysis in the analysis on community dependence on these shoreside processors and the fishery, particularly for Pacific cod, and the tax revenue that they receive are important for these communities and the shoreside processors. Ultimately, as we addressed in Amendment 120, the increase in this mothershipping activity, which started in 2016 and increased each year since, through to Amendment 120, was eroding shoreside cod landings, which have historically, again, like I said, comprised almost the entire fishery, and therefore provides the need, in my opinion, for a sideboard limit on the CPs that can act as a mothership in this fishery. The preferred alternative that I'm putting forward does authorize, under both options, whether the CP acting as a mothership selects its processing history or the history of its LLP licenses. Ultimately, their sideboard limit will not be able to exceed 125% of the eligible CP's processing history. Under 5.4, I have maintained the preliminary preferred alternative of an allocation of quota share to processors, and that both onshore and offshore processors with an eligible SSP or SPP, subject to eligibility requirements under BSAI Amendment 120, that have a history of processing in the federal BSAI Pacific cod trawl fishery will be eligible to receive a percentage of the total quota share based on that history. And just to be clear, to be used, the processor's CQ would be transferred to the CV cooperative. Mr. Chair, I've suggested some additions under element 5.4 to address staff, again, assumptions that I thought would be helpful to clarify. The first is if a processor holding quota share does not associate with a cooperative, that processor's CQ will be divided among cooperatives in the same proportion as the processor's CQ assigned to individual cooperatives by the associated processors that year, relative to the total amount of processor-derived CQ that was issued that year. And second, if a processor is associated with more than one cooperative during the year, the CQ derived from their processor permit would be divided between the cooperatives in the same proportion as the CQ derived from LLP licenses. I think it's important to note the provision that's maintained from the preliminary preferred alternative that a cooperative cannot assign a greater proportion of the CQ that results from processor-held quota share to an LLP license that is owned by that processor and for harvest by a vessel owned by that processor than the LLP license would have brought into the cooperative absent any processor-held QS. And that was an important provision, I think, to some of the harvesting sector participants. And it's included in the preferred alternative. And it's also important to note that that provision would be monitored by the cooperative. And the cooperative report would need to include reports on the harvested CQ resulting from processor-held QS in the BSAI. Processor-held QS would need to be provided in that report. The percent of QS to be allocated to eligible processors, I've added an option 5.4.5 of 22.5%. We received comment letters and testimony speaking to the negotiated preferred approach for this allocation of QS to processors. I think that was certainly within the range of what I was thinking was reasonable when we did not select a PPA in June. I think the analysis is quite clear that it's not possible to provide a point estimate of the optimal percentage of QS that should be allocated to processors. The analysis looked at the range of options that we're considering here, and essentially found that if processors are issued a 30% allocation and they compensate harvesters with the same amount of quota foregone to fund the processor allocation, a harvest vessel may need to forego all or some of that CQ to change cooperative. And so the takeaway was there was a fair amount of leverage for the processor in that case. However, on the other end, a 5% allocation to processors would provide the processors less market power to retain the independent vessels in their fleet. And it could potentially be possible for CV operators to find another processor that could offer enough CQ to make up that 5% difference. And that seems feasible. I think that the recommended option by both the harvesting and processing sectors of 22.5% strikes that balance in a way that I think is appropriate for this program. And I very much appreciated that those discussions took place. And I'm putting that forward in my motion as the appropriate percent of QS to be allocated to eligible processors. Another clarification right below that, processing history years, just specifying that includes any drop year option selected in element 2.2 to receive QS are the same as harvester years in element 2. And also maintaining the PPA that processors that are no longer active, that is no longer hold an FPP, would not be issued QS. The processing history associated with those processors would be deducted from the total amount of eligible processing history during the qualifying years when calculating the distribution of QS to processors. Element 6, maintaining the preliminary preferred alternative. Options 6.1 and 6.2 are mutually exclusive. And An AI shore plant is defined consistent with the vacated Amendment 113 regulations. And one small change, an AI shore plant operating under the provisions of this element is exempt from the processing use cap in element 8.4, and that's based on a proposed change I'm making to element 8.4. The next paragraph under element 6 is largely maintained. However, I've made a couple under to address public comment that we heard. And so again, just all under element 6, all cooperatives would be required to establish an intercooperative agreement. It describes how either the set-aside provision in option 6.1 or the AI community shore plan allocation in 6.2 would be administered. In the middle of the paragraph there, I have just provided more clear language that the intercooperative agreement must establish how the cooperatives intend to harvest the set-aside or shore plant QS in years when it applies, and maintains the requirement that the intercooperative agreement must be provided as part of the annual cooperative allocation and is required before NIMS can issue CQ. And again, in an effort to address concerns about the set-aside option, particularly under option 6.1, I've added an intent language that a cooperative intending to harvest any amount of the set-aside must provide the cooperative's plan for coordinating harvest and delivery of the set-aside with an AI shore plant in the cooperative application. Option 6.1 is largely the same at the beginning with some minor wording clarifications to just clarify that the set-aside for clarity for the agency is called the AI CQ reserve. I'm maintaining my recommendation for the set-aside to be 10% of the BSAI CV trawl directed A season CQ. However, I am changing the PPA to recommend that the set-aside is in effect during the A and B season. And that change is reflected later on in the paragraph, specifying what happens to any remaining portion of the AI CQ reserve. I wanted to address the allocation that I'm recommending. We've heard a lot of testimony about that, and this has been a really challenging issue, I think, for the council, as it always is. And we heard a very specific recommendation for an allocation today in public testimony, but prior to that, I had not received a specific recommendation. What I had received was a request to provide an allocation that maintains a specific long-term amount, a Pacific cod. And while I certainly recognize the importance of that request to the requester, I think we have to take into account the current status of Pacific cod stock and how that has reduced allocations of Pacific cod for all sectors. And I think keeping in mind that the Pacific cod stock has changed over time dramatically, I based this 10% on the history that has the Pacific cod landings to an AI shore plant when it was open during the time period that we're looking at, which is 2009 to 2019. I felt that was appropriate because all of the other participants in this fishery are essentially receiving credit for their history during that 2009 through 2019 period. I understand the challenges that we've heard about from the representatives of one potential AI shore plant about, to them, this relatively low amount. And again, I had to really balance the needs of AI shore plants potentially in the future with the needs of the current participants in this fishery. And balancing those needs, particularly at current low stock levels, is a very challenging exercise. Stakeholders bring the council their very best option under any program that is in front of us, and it's our job to balance all of those requests. And that's what I've tried to do here. I think the change in this paragraph extending the set-aside through the bee season addresses the good point brought up in public testimony and pointed out in the staff presentation that if the set-aside was only in place for the A season, there may be some incentive for harvesters to let that set-aside expire and fish that in the B season. So I've made that change in the motion here. I have also made, as part of the preferred alternative, the provision that establishes a 10% set-aside for the less than 60 feet LOA vessels assigned to LLP licenses with a transferable AI endorsement. We've consistently heard testimony from holders of those LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements, and that when an Aleutian Island shore plant is open, they would like to have the opportunity to deliver there, but they were concerned about their ability to be able to make landings there, given their relatively smaller volume and experience in the past. And so the analysis tells us that the option 3 that I've selected, the 10% of the AICQ reserve, is close to or a little bit more than the amount of quota share that the LLP licenses with transferable AI endorsements would receive under the main program. And so this seems, this 10% of the AICQ reserve seems well within their capacity to harvest should an AI shore plant be open. Other suggestions I'm adding for 6.1 to address public comment, just making clear that under this option, NMFS will establish a separate AI incidental catch allowance and a directed fishing allowance to support the CQ reserve. The next 2 paragraphs really establish the restricted, unrestricted fishery that we heard about in public testimony. And essentially this was, if council members remember back to Amendment 113, this was sort of the Amendment 113 fix that was in the process of being completed when the Amendment 113 regulations were vacated. It essentially says when the AI CQ reserve is equal to the AI directed fishing allowance, directed fishing for Pacific cod in the Aleutian Islands may only be conducted by PCTC program vessels that deliver their catch of Aleutian Islands Pacific cod to the AI shore plants for processing in order to allow priority for those vessels to ensure that the harvest set aside is harvested. And then when the AI DFA is greater than the AI CQ reserve amount, the difference between the AI directed fishing allowance and the AI CQ reserve will be available for directed fishing by all non-CDQ fishery sectors with sufficient A-season allocations and may be processed by an eligible processor. And in terms of this preferred alternative that I'm recommending for element 6.1, I think we've heard extensive public comment and staff presentations on the challenges of operating an Aleutian Islands shore plant. We've seen that occur in practice, unfortunately, over many years. Nevertheless, it is this council's obligation, I believe, under both National Standard 4 and National Standard 8, to think about equitable allocation of fishing privileges, and particularly for this element 6, to provide for sustained participation of fishing communities. I understand that perhaps the preferred alternative that I'm putting forth here is not the ideal mechanism for the representatives that we've heard from for Aleutian Island shore plants. But I guess it's just important to note, again, with the balancing that the council needs to do here, there currently is no Aleutian Island shore plant as the council takes final action for this program. And so I do think it is important, however, again, to sustain fishery-dependent communities, it's important that we establish an allocation, in this case, a set-aside, to reserve the opportunity for fishery-dependent communities in the Aleutian Islands to participate in the future, should a shore plant be open. And I really think that the set-aside approach that this council has spent a lot of time with under the unrationalized fishery is a good foundation to provide that opportunity should a shore plant be open. And so I understand that maybe it won't fit perfectly in some people's opinion in the context of a rationalized fishery. I understand that criticism that we received in testimony. However, I do think that the important part of it is the set-aside part of it for this fishery. And I do have some concerns about some of the mechanisms in option 6.2 in terms of trying to home in on the transferability provisions that would be slightly different for an AI shore plant or community under 6.2 than they would for the rest of the program. And also the Section 303A fishing community allocations that we talked about and the uncertain process for going about doing that. While I do definitely have those concerns about 6.2, I really just did want to reiterate that my recommendation for 6.1 really does lie in the belief that I think it is a system that can work within the rationalized fishery. And I just want to make it clear that by this action, the council and me as the state of Alaska representative continues to support efforts to promote economic development, and particularly a fisheries-based economy in Aleutian Islands communities. The state has supported the many council actions over the years to provide opportunities for participation by the community of ADAC in particular. And my motion continues these efforts to develop and support shoreside processing facilities, given the challenges associated with the operations that we've seen. And I would just point out, this program that I'm recommending has different layers of community protection provisions, if you will, and one of the largest, if not the largest, is the allocation of harvest shares to processors for currently operating processors in the main program. And as a reminder, if this motion passes, those currently operating processors will receive 22.5% of the total CQ for this program. And under my proposed preferred alternative, 6.1, the Aleutian Island Shore Plant Program would receive an allocation of 10% of the A-season Pacific Cod Trawl CBCQ. And so while we've heard a lot of testimony about the adequacy of that allocation, I think it's really important to put it in context for what we're looking at for the rest of this program. Okay, moving on. Sorry, Mr. Chair, there were a few things I wanted to cover there. Moving on to element 7, I have maintained the preliminary preferred alternative with one exception. I'm suggesting a staff recommended clarification in sub-option 7.1.1, just to clarify that the ownership caps in element 8.1 apply at initial quota share issuance, and that any transfers that would take place under the sub-option 7.1.1 are subject to that ownership cap in element 8.1. Maintained the PPA in element 7.2 and 7.3, which speaks to transferability. of permits in 7.2 and Pacific Cod CQ and PSC limits in 7.4. I am adopting the staff recommended change for the deadline for post-delivery transfers of CQ to August 1st, and that reflects my motion to recommend only rationalizing the A and B season in this program. In element 8, it's the ownership and use caps portion of our motion, and just to remind the council that maximum ownership and use caps are required elements of the LAP and are intended in part to prevent any person from acquiring an excessive share of the total limited access privileges in this program. My motion establishes maximum ownership caps for harvester and processor issued QS and use caps on the total amount of CQ a vessel or person can annually use. The proposed maximum ownership and use caps are set at levels below what the council considers an excessive share of the fishery. Under 8.1, using the individual and collective rule, no person may hold or use more than 5% of the harvester issued QS. And this cap level, table 2-155, shows that 40 LLP license holders would be subject to the 5% cap, and up to 6 LLP license holders would be grandfathered. At this initial allocation, under my recommended preferred alternative, selecting the lowest cap on the amount of consolidation among LLP license holders prevents excessive consolidation, in my view. However, including the grandfather provision ensures that LLP license holders who are above the 5% cap can continue to operate at their current average level, but will not result in a disruption to their business. And also they will not be able to increase their ownership of LLP licenses that have PCTC quota share. The maximum holding and use cap allowed under this program is the level at which an entity is grandfathered at their average historic use at the time of program implementation. And just to note that future holdings above this level, these levels that I'm proposing are considered excessive shares and will not be allowed. In element 8.2, based on public testimony in the AP motion, I'm proposing to increase the vessel use cap from 4% in the PPA to 5% in the preferred alternative. Increasing the vessel use cap may allow for more specialization for cod-dependent boats when TACs are low, and allows for more flexibility within the co-ops while still establishing a minimum number of 20 vessels. Figure 2-15 in the analysis shows that very few vessels have ever harvested more than 5% of the annual total Pacific cod target fishery for CDs. However, the number of vessels that harvested greater than 5% of the annual Pacific cod target catch ranged from 0 to 4 vessels. Recognizing the Pacific cod fishery has operated as a limited access fishery that's been a race for fish, and that cooperative management of the cod fishery would allow co-ops to optimize their vessels by shifting Pacific cod efforts to more efficient vessels. Seems there could be a potential for a 4% vessel use cap to be constraining. The analysis notes that applying the 4% limit without accounting for a grandfather provision would allow a vessel to make 4 or 5 trips per year before hitting the vessel cap. And this could limit the number of trips by vessels that want to focus more heavily on the Pacific cod fishery, while allowing other vessels to focus on pollock. And therefore, to me, it seems reasonable, as recommended by the AP, to provide additional flexibility by raising the vessel cap to 5%. And that was analyzed in alternative 2B as well. Section 2.8.2 of the analysis describes element 8.2 and that the council could apply the grandfather provision to the LLP license or the vessel assigned to that LLP license. I have added some clarifying language to specify that the element 8.2 grandfather provision is applied to the vessel designated on an LLP license that yields more than 5% of the annual Pacific cod CQ at the time of initial allocation. Consistent with other rationalization programs recommended by this council, The grandfather provision is not transferable if the LLP license is transferred to a new owner. Allowing a limited number of LLP licenses assigned to vessels that harvest more than the 5% limit ensures that current LLP license holders can continue to operate at their historical average level in the Pacific cod trawl CV fishery, while also preventing anyone from using an excessive share. Under element 8.3, I'm using the individual and collective rule. I'm recommending that no person may use or hold more than 20% of the processed or issued QS. I have increased this cap from the PPA amount of 15 based on public testimony, the AP motion and information in table 2-157. In the analysis that shows the average percentage of processing history of the top 4 processing firms is 18.7%. Setting the cap slightly higher than this average percentage minimizes the number of processors that may be above this cap and subject to the grandfather exception. While data confidentiality limits our ability to know exactly how many processors may be issued quota share above the 20% cap I'm proposing, it could be none or up to 2 based on the analysis. I'm recommending we include this provision so that persons above the limit can maintain investments at their historical average. Persons at the cap who receive their historic average cannot acquire more processor issued quota share and therefore could not own an excessive share of the processor issued QS. I'm suggesting a modification under element 8.4 to apply the processing cap at the company level rather than the facility level, as suggested in public comment and in the AP's motion. I'm also recommending that this cap is applied using the individual and collective rule, consistent with other options that apply to ownership caps under this program. Applying the processing caps at the company level, as we've heard, provides more flexibility and economic efficiency for companies that have operated more than one processing platform. The information in the analysis is already provided at the company level due to confidentiality constraints. So this change is consistent with what's been analyzed and what we've received support for in public testimony. In selecting a preferred alternative of 20%, I considered whether the minimum number of processing companies should be 4 or 5. Given that the current number of shore-based processors is 7 and there are 2 offshore platforms, I think limiting consolidation in the processing sector, even just by one company, makes sense as we implement this program. And so I was concerned about a company ownership cap of 30%. Pacific cod is an important species for all sectors. And a 20% use cap maintains the needed flexibility to accommodate historic participation in the fishery, provide stability for the future, and most importantly, the stability will promote investment in value-added products to increase the value of the fishery. Overall, the ownership and use caps in element 8, along with the grandfathering exceptions, are intended to largely maintain the status quo levels of participation and prevent disrupting fishery operations and therefore provide stability. These limits and exceptions prevent excessive consolidation because the fishery cannot compress below a minimum number of participating LLP license holders, vessels, or processors. And I think that these limits prevent the acquisition of excessive shares in the future and are therefore consistent with National Standard 4 and MSA Section 303A E5. Mr. Chair, and I am not recommending any changes in elements 9 and 10, and those are largely administrative, and so I'll certainly take any questions on those, but I'll, in the interest of time, move on to element 11. I'm not suggesting, I'm suggesting a few changes here, largely since we're at final action and just to provide clarification. First off, I have clarified that all vessels harvesting CQ will be in the 100% observer coverage category. As you already heard me read into the motion, I think we originally included in parentheses 100% observer coverage or electronic monitoring when the gear conversion option in element 14 was under consideration for reasons I'll discuss later. I'm not recommending we include element 14 in the preferred alternative, so I've modified element 11 to reflect that. Later on in that paragraph, I've added the word at sea to clarify that we want to have some improved cooperation from the vessel once they get to a plant or vessel to help facilitate transmission of the observer data. We had some discussion of this in public testimony. And the second addition clarifies that NIMS will implement any necessary monitoring and enforcement provisions, and that shoreside processors will be required to have a catch monitoring and control plan, CMCP, approved by NIMS to accept deliveries of PCTC CQ, and that is consistent with our other rationalization programs. Element 12, reporting and program review. I'm suggesting one change to reflect element 6. My recommended preferred alternative there, again, to address concerns about an AI shore plant having a disadvantage in terms of arranging deliveries of the set-aside and perhaps lacking some negotiation leverage. I have added to the required elements of an annual cooperative report that cooperatives must report on the harvest and delivery of the AICQ reserve, in addition to the other elements we included in our preliminary preferred alternative. Element 13 is cost recovery. I'm not recommending any changes to that. And then, Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, I am not including element 14 in my preferred alternative for this program. This was another very challenging decision. We've heard a lot of testimony on this. This is element 14 has been a pretty key focus of this program, and I want to say I completely support the concept of the gear conversion element we have, of the large amount of support we've heard for gear flexibility. And I completely agree that given the changes that we are seeing, both in the ecosystem and then that are flowing through to our fisheries, it is incredibly important for the council to build in flexibility instead of rigidity into its management programs. And I wholeheartedly support the intent of the gear conversion element. And as you recall, the council did include the gear conversion element in its preliminary preferred alternative in June. What changed for me basically was the information on the status of crab stocks, particularly red king crab, between the time the council selected its preliminary preferred alternative in June and now. And while I very much appreciated the testimony that we've received over the last couple of days about concerns related to the PSC information that we have in our analysis for pot cod vessels and what we might expect under the gear conversion element, I've had trouble sorting through some of the testimony and potential recommendations for ways we could mitigate concerns about crab PSC, which I think all were very valid. And my challenge was we don't have that information in front of us in the analysis. And the information that we do have in the analysis is historical information on crab PSC rates, halibut PSC rates, but most relevant to this discussion, crab, for the pot over 60 CV sector, the pot under 60 CV sector, and for the trawl sector. And I understand the discussions that have taken place about crab PSC numbers, I think, this year, and I look forward to learning more about the details of that. But again, I come back to it's imperative that this council uses the information in the analysis and in testimony and tries to find and balance the best alternatives. And the information in the analysis that I think, based on what we know, is the best information about the anticipated effects of gear conversion or gear flexibility is that even if a relatively small number of pot CV vessels uses the gear flexibility option as outlined, crab PSC would be higher than it would be without gear conversion. And I recognize the testimony that says that that's probably not the case, and there are ways that we could mitigate that, but I don't have concrete measures to show me that that conclusion in the analysis is not correct, and therefore it's very uncertain to me what the actual impacts on crab PSC at this point in time would be if we move forward with gear conversion. And as the representative for the state of Alaska, which co-manages the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab fisheries, I'm very concerned about that. And so I feel a little stuck because, again, I very much support the intent of gear conversion, gear flexibility. I would really love it if we had the information that we needed to make this a regulated program. But from what I see in the analysis, and I look forward to discussing this with other council members, I am uncertain what the impacts on crab PSC would be if we move forward with gear conversion based on the information we have and the testimony we received over the last couple of days indicating there's a fair amount of interest in gear flexibility. And so I can't reconcile those two things. My concern about crab PSC and my uncertainty about what the impacts would be of moving forward with this very valid concept. And so, Mr. Chair, it's very unfortunate to me, it's disappointing to me, but I'm not going to be able to include gear conversion in my motion. And Mr. Chair, I've got more remarks, but maybe they can wait. It would probably be better until we answer questions, and I could use a break.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Baker. I believe the council is well aware of our practice of not taking meaningful breaks during important motions such as this. I do understand that Ms. Bush has a fix to your computer connection, so let's take just a quick 2-minute stand down, and then we'll come back with questions on the motion, and look forward to having you back on the screen. So we'll come back in just 2 minutes. clearly it's been more than a couple minutes. We'll just continue to stand by while Ms. Baker's computer is getting reconnected here. It's important to have her connected to continue the deliberations, especially when we get into amendments and whatnot that will be displayed on the screen. So continue to stand by, please. Stay close.
Mr. Chairman, this is Rachel. I'm really sorry. I've tried 3 different computers, and we're just having a connection problem apparently here at the office. I am watching on YouTube, but unfortunately I don't have a way to get the camera on myself. I don't know how you'd like to proceed.
Well, Ms. Baker, I think if you're comfortable, if you've got the YouTube feed, you can at least see amendments if they're projected. So perhaps if you're comfortable, we can move forward with questions at this point and then potentially into amendment that you'd be able to see on the screen. I just won't be able to see your hand raised, so you could alert me when you would like to respond or be recognized, if that works for you.
Yes, that works, Mr. Chair. Again, my apologies.
Oh, I've had my share of technical issues this meeting, I understand. Okay, so with that, Council, please come back to order. And we will move into questions for Ms. Baker on her motion. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, thank you for the motion. I guess I'll start towards the end. My question is actually about the element 12, the reporting and program review. As you were walking through a couple of the elements that you said had been difficult for you, I found that I was agreeing that they were also extremely difficult for me as well, and hard choices. It occurred to me as I was listening to you describe the dynamics that it might be worthwhile to see if the 5-year review could shed any light for a future council on whether or not what we sort of assumed might happen, given our choices, actually did happen. And those are in deciding not to incorporate a specific gear conversion, and also in choosing a path for putting a limit on offshore processing were a couple of areas that I thought maybe some additional specificity in element 12 about the program review. And I'm wondering if you had thought about providing some additional specificity in your motion about how the program review should maybe address some of those elements, and whether you think that might be a useful idea to add some specificity on at least those two aspects of the program.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite, thank you for the question. I had someone talking to me. I heard the second aspect that you were asking about. What was the first?
So the two areas that I was thinking of, and there could be more, but the two I was thinking of were, one, you talked about your interest in having additional gear flexibility. And it seemed to me that a program review could summarize work done on gear flexibility over the 5 years of implementation. So that was the first. The second was whether or not offshore processing dynamics changed substantially, either in terms of level or in terms of vessels delivery.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Twig. Yes, I agree with your assessment. In hindsight, I think sometimes staff have struggled with finding topics of interest for the council review, maybe that are developed after the fact. Whereas you're absolutely right. When we're developing these rationalization programs, those do sound like, along with other key elements of this program, in my mind, PSC would be one of them. The use of the AICQ reserve, for example, should this motion pass. I think you bring up a very good point that I did not include in my motion. So that would be my response to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. Mine was on element 3, and I appreciate the very comprehensive rationale. I just want to make sure I understood under sub-option 3.3.2. The reductions you have under the crab PSC limit, I think, are important to have in your motion. I think it shows the council understands the combination of its action today, or potential action today, with our new status quo for crab stock status. And we weren't able to have that in the document due to the timing of the crab plan team meeting. So I think it's good that we have best available information. I think you're showing that here, that we understand that. I guess I just wanted to confirm that you listing those reductions from the 2019 limit still is consistent with the idea that red king crab, Apelia crab, barrett-eyed crab, those overall PSC limits will continue to fluctuate with abundance of crab. And then the reduction that you've chosen under sub-option 3.3.2 will be applied to whatever that level is as stock status changes. And I just wanted to make sure I heard that correctly.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Ms. Kimball. You did hear that correctly. And for the reasons, all the reasons that you mentioned, and the reasons that we walked through this issue a couple of times with staff during the presentation, that was my intention for providing those reductions relative to the 2019 PSC limits to demonstrate the crab PSC program we already have in place, where those PSC limits reduce or declined and increase depending on abundance.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Just to follow up on this same section then is, and again, I believe you spoke to it, but I want to be sure I understand the new language included in the paragraph under option 3.4 means there is an overall cap at the sector level PSC limit. My question is really around crab, because we heard that in some testimony, some concern about not having that. And your language here applies that in a way that we didn't have in the PPA. Did I get that right?
I would say it wasn't clear in the PPA, and my motion was intended to make it clear.
Thank you.
By describing how the PSC limit would be monitored.
Thank you. I'll wait on further questions in other sections. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball. Mr. Merrill. believe you're muted, Mr. Merrill. Might just be my system.
Is that better, Mr. Chairman?
Much better.
My apologies. Under that same section, under section 3.4, I guess I'm reading this section, and my understanding is that PSC, whether it's halibut or crab, would be assigned to each cooperative. And each cooperative would be responsible for managing within their PSC limit. That would not necessarily preclude the ability for there to be inter-cooperative arrangements, but the monitoring and the enforcement of PSC limits is at the cooperative level. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Merrill, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then one other question, also on element 3 overall. At the start, you've clarified that the amount that's available will be established through the annual specifications process. So as part of that process, there will be that opportunity for the council to weigh in on an annual basis, as they do now, for the amount of PSC that's assigned among the various categories within the TLAC sector. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Merrill, that's correct.
Sorry, just a couple quick questions here, if I may, Mr. Chairman. One more on section 8.4. The term that you've used here is no company may process more than X amount of the 20% of the Pacific cod cooperative quota. In other portions on the use caps, like 8.3 above, we talk about no person may hold or use more than that amount. Is there a distinction between a company and a person? In other words, does that mean something different than a person, or can we interpret that to be a person for purposes of our regulatory process moving forward?
Thank you for that question. I did not intend company to have any different meaning than the normal definition of person in the regulations, and I should have explained that. I just, for purposes of this motion, I just really wanted to make it clear that I'm recommending the revision that was provided in testimony and supported by the advisory panel. Just to pick that up and make it clear that that was the revision I was attempting to make. So thank you for that clarification, Mr. Merrill.
And Mr. Chairman, one last question, if I may. On option, same element 8, on option 8.2.1, the grandfathering provision for a vessel that's designated on an LLP that yields more than 5%. I'm assuming that would apply to a vessel that has multiple LLP licenses stacked on it, but that if those LLP licenses are subsequently transferred to another vessel, that grandfather would not travel with any of those stacked LLP licenses. Is that also your intent?
Mr. Merrill, yes, that would be my intent. I believe that's consistent with Council's previous restrictions of that type.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker. No further questions.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion and your rationale, which is all quite good. I have several questions, Mr. Chairman. So my first question is on element 6, and I'll I may have to stutter here for a second as I get my document to element 6. But my first question is under element 6. sorry, I had it up here, Mr. Chairman. I had to reopen the document for some reason, but where we've added, just trying to get to the right spot here, but where we've added your inclusion of the A and the B season, I just want to be sure I understand how this works under 6.1 and other areas where you've added the A and B season and underlined to your motion. So the 10% quota, the 10% amount, I should say, comes out of the A season only. But that, when it's applied as a CQ, it's in the A and the B season both. And so I'm just wondering if you considered the implications that will have to the availability of that quota and potentially rollover situations or use by other people in the sector, being that it's not normally what we've done with the ADAC or the Aleutian Island, the set-asides, as we've discussed those. We've always taken that out of A season. It would be used during the A season, but here they can take it, the full amount is being taken from the A season, I believe. The full amount is taken, and then it's allocated to the A and the B season. And it seems a bit problematic for availability of that cod late in the year if the plant, if the deliveries don't harvest that and deliver that to the plant. So that's my first question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. I believe that the impacts on other sectors were considered in the analysis. My understanding of how this would work in practice is that, at least so far, Aleutian Island's trawl CV quota, when there's been a shore plant, has always been taken in the A season, and it's just not available in the Aleutian Islands in an aggregated way during the B season. However, because we did receive very specific comments from stakeholders who were concerned that if the set-aside was in place only for the A season, that there would be some incentive for the harvesters and the cooperatives to let that A season set-aside expire and then be able to catch that quota, or the set-aside, elsewhere. And so I think it was important. I mean, the suggested fix in the testimony was to extend the set-aside for the A and B season to remove that potential incentive. I think in practice, if the set-aside is in place, it will be harvested in the A season. And I think the impacts of that are, obviously the impacts of extending the set-aside to the B season are not directly analyzed. But I think, again, in practice, I don't think there would be AI trawl CV harvest happening in the B season based on past experience.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for the answer to that question. I guess my concern was that we fixed one problem, which I was clear on what the public testimony on that was, and I appreciate you reminding us of that and the rationale for doing this. But I'm just wanting to ensure that we didn't fix one problem and create another, which is a rollover scenario, or the availability of that fish in the B season being that there's potential here. I think that something could happen during the A season. We've got the set aside stuck in the B season and no way to access that quota for people that would like to fish and deliver that quota to other shoreside plants or other fisheries. So I guess maybe I'd look to the staff or somebody just to clarify that that's not an issue and that we're okay there. So I'll move on to my next question, Mr. Chairman. My next question is that on element 3, and element 3, I under 3.3 in element 3, and this follows up on Ms. Nicole's questions. I'm a little curious as to I think we all know what the red king crab zone 1 reductions will be. I'm glad you included that here for our knowledge, and I'm just wondering of the utility of keeping that in. And you've already answered that question with Miss Kimball's question, so you don't have to re-answer that. My question is, in your rationale for the motion, I think you got this backwards when you read the rationale for the motion. I think you said that you have a 48% reduction for snow crab and a 69% for tanner, and I just wanted to give you a chance to clarify that what's written here is your intent and not what you mentioned in the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Down. If I did read comments into, as you suggested, that was an error. Yes, the information is that Theopilio bycatch limitation zone was a 69% reduction from the 2019 limit, and Verdi zone 1 and 2 was a 48% reduction from the 2019 limit. If my comments were incorrect, I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. And just, I understand historically that the red king crab, this is my next question, Mr. I'm still on the same element here. Under these reductions only applying to zone 1, and I understand that's what's currently the regulation has been for a long time, but I'm just curious if that's troubling to you, that there's, with everything that we've got and the comments you've made on your concerns on red king crab and your rationale not to go forward with element 14 because of those, if that's troubling to you that we have crab being caught outside that's not being accounted for. In other words, that there's unlimited with movement and everything. There's currently unlimited crab bycatch. As near as I can tell, there's unlimited crab bycatch available outside zone 1 under what we're doing here. And I just wondered if that was troubling to the state of Alaska or to you, if you had that consideration, or if that's something that would be considered under some future analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for the question. Yes, recalling back to the testimony that we heard both on the first day of the council meeting and for this agenda item, I think that I'm definitely working with our staff based on some of the testimony that we've heard, some of the comment letters that we received, and I anticipate that at this meeting we'll probably receive more comment to that effect in staff tasking. And so that would be the place I would envision that we would further have that conversation. As you mentioned, the current PSC regulations for groundfish are as they are, and I am recommending in my motion that we use those current PSC regulations. And then I can't really speak to what might happen in staff tasking, but that is my best understanding of where that issue would appropriately be addressed by this council.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may continue, I've got one or two more questions, if that's okay to continue.
Sure, if they're focused on the motion, Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you. On element option 3.4, that if element 2.5 is selected, of course you have selected element 2.5 here, and I'm just curious if the wording there is correct for the full motion. If we leave element 2.5, is this something that's going to need to be changed or modified when it comes to amendments? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Downey kind of faded out there at the end. The question was if the council selects option 2.5, but there are other amendments made to the motion. I'm sorry, can you I just couldn't hear the end of your question, so maybe I just missed it.
Yeah, I'll try to talk a little louder here so you can be sure to hear me. So under option point 3.4, it just says that if element 2.5 is selected, well, of course, in you're anticipating that element 2.5 has been selected. So I was just curious if we get to element 2.5 and there's no amendments to that, and element 2.5 becomes our preferred preliminary alternative, if this needs to change somehow. That was my question, and maybe I'm belaboring a small point here, but that was my question.
Mr. Downs, sorry about that. Yes, I was looking at 2.4, and so that is a very good point. Quite frankly, I noticed that when I was reading the motion into the record, that first part of option 3.4, if element 2.5 is selected, and wishing that I had removed that for clarity. That was just an oversight because, yes, my preferred alternative in this motion would select option 2.5. And so flowing along with that, my preferred alternative would be 3.4 to establish separate species in halibut and crab PSC apportionment of 5% before applying the PSC limit reductions for the PCTC program.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Ms. Baker, for those clarifications. That's all the questions I have for now. I may have more before we end, but I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Baker, I was moving on to element 5, and I heard your description of, or your rationale for why you would choose a sideboard under 5.2, but I might have missed your rationale for choosing the amended 521, which is consistent with the AP motion as opposed to the original 5.2.1. If you have anything additional there to help me understand that thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Kimball. I appreciate that question. The original option 5.2.1 essentially was developed, as I understand it, around the different business plans of the two catcher processors that are authorized to act as motherships. One of which does not own catcher vessels that deliver to that catcher processor, and the other that does. And so, in essence, my understanding was that for the company that owns Charles CDs that deliver to the CP, acting as a mothership, that their sideboard limit, their sideboard limit under the second part of option 5.2.1, their sideboard limit using their LOP Charles CD license history would be higher than their processing history. And so I think the council grappled with this in the past, the last meeting, and we were able to see some information that led us to believe that if that company was allowed essentially to have a sideboard limit that was based on the Charles CB LOP license history, that would be significantly higher than the amount the sideboard limit would be if it was based on that CP processing history. And so in recognition of that company's business model and investments in those CVs during the time period that we were looking at, I believe it was in June, the council again balanced those considerations with its intent to limit further increases in offshore processing of cod with the recognition of that one CP's business model, and added to the very end of option 5.2.1 that a company could choose its LOP Charles CV license history as its sideboard limit, but only up to 125% of its processing history, and which would limit that sideboard limit. And so going into this meeting, we had option 5.2.1 with those two options, either choosing processing history or choosing LLP license history. And we heard at this meeting testimony from the other catcher processor that's authorized to act as a mothership, that essentially that was inequitable. If we limited that company to just its processing history, and the other company was allowed to receive up to 125% of its processing history as a sideboard limit, that would not be appropriate, and the council should be concerned about that. We heard from Mr. Brannon this morning about essentially what he could tell us about the impacts of the AP's motion. And while I personally am concerned about the fact that these two particular CPs operating in the offshore sector with this option would be receiving more than their processing history through the time period that we're looking at, I think based on the limitations of the data that this council can see, the difficulties we have in figuring out the impacts for each particular company, and the information from Mr. Brannon this morning that providing a sideboard limit for both of these companies not to exceed 125% of their processing history still was the total potential for that sideboard limit to be processed offshore was less than the offshore processing history for the time period that we're looking at. And so I'm sure there was consideration of that at the advisory panel as well, since the testimony we heard was consistent with the advisory panel motion. I think, given concerns that I have heard about 5.2.2, for example, limiting the CPs acting as motherships just to their processing history, there may be some concerns about equitable treatment across the inshore and offshore sectors. I thought that option 5.2.1, with the addition of the AP suggestion under the first part of that, was appropriate given what the council is able to discern from the information in our analysis.
Thank you, Ms. Baker, for that explanation. And I guess just a follow-up on somewhat related to Mr. Twite's question, my understanding is the analysis is clear that if we establish processing limits either combined or separately for these two CPs based on catch history or some percentage above catch history or processing history, that means we cannot publish in regulations what that sideboard is. And I want to see if that's your understanding as well. It's related to Mr. Twite's questions, I think, in terms of trying to track in a report or as required under Madison later that there's no time at which we would get to see what that sideboard is. The agency would track it and ensure it wasn't exceeded, but we can't see whether people are processing up to the sideboard, at the sideboard, exceeded the sideboard, et cetera. Is that your understanding?
Ms. Kimball, yes, that's my understanding. I can't speak to exactly which sideboards it is. It's my understanding we do have other sideboard limits similar to that are confidential. And yes, it's my understanding this one would be as well.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I did not mean to say that was beyond the norm, just that it would be difficult to require in a report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Baker, for your motion. I just have a quick question on element 3. It's 3.3.1 on the halibut reduction. And I noticed the AP's preferred percentage was 35, and you have chosen 25 for your motion. And you probably gave your rationale when you were walking through the motion, but I was wondering if you could tell me again what your rationale is for that change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for that question. Sure. I did maintain the council's PPA for a 25% reduction in halibut PSC limit, and did consider the analysis and the AP's motion and testimony very carefully on this particular issue. And it really resonated with me when I heard some concern from Charles CV fishery participants and other council members that an overly restrictive PSC limit at this particular point in time, when we're at very low cod TAC levels, may not accommodate PSC needs when Pacific cod TACs increase and potentially halibut abundance as well. And so looking at the rates of halibut PSC provided in the analysis, and I think I cited Table 2-104 and Figure 2-6, show that at least in recent years, the fleet has to maintain average halibut PSC rates that are similar or lower to those in recent years, again, at cod TAC levels. And we talked about, or at least we heard in testimony, that overly restrictive PSC limits, when conditions change, end up causing a race for the bycatch. And so I was concerned that should cod TACs go up in the future, and we hope that they will, that a 35% PSC limit reduction at this time would not provide additional flexibility during time when cod TACs go up, and the fleet may need a little bit of headroom, like we heard about in testimony, in terms of each cooperative managing its own halibut PSC. And the expectation is that the cap is not actually the limit they're aiming for. If we take a more restrictive 35% PSC limit now, I believe, looking at the information in the analysis, that 25% reduction provides a more appropriate balance to minimize bycatch at different levels of the Pacific cod stock across time, since we're expecting this program to be in place in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My question is actually for the agency, not for the maker of the motion. Is this an appropriate time to do that, or should I wait?
Sure, Ms. Baker wouldn't mind the break. Go ahead, Mr. Twite.
Thanks. Mr. Merrill, I was sort of thinking along the same lines as Ms. Kimball was thinking in her last question, which is maybe there might not be a lot of value in asking for reporting on offshore processing because of confidentiality. But I started to wonder whether it'd be possible for the council to request that the agency track just changes in either level or pattern of, and then just simply report they either observed changes or they didn't. And whether that sort of information might actually be able to be provided. Then, of course, the council has to figure out what to do if you say, well, we saw changes, but we can't tell you what they were. But at least it's given that Ms. Baker had talked about essentially her interest in trying to preserve status quo. I thought maybe it'd be useful to be able to know if we're moving away from status quo. Thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I think, obviously we are always cautious about releasing any of our confidential data. We will do our best to try and provide what we can qualitatively to the council on a regular basis about these issues. How we do that or the nature of that, I think is something that we want to get back to you with after having had some discussions with our general counsel on that.
Right. Mr. Jensen, did you have another question? Okay. Any further questions for Ms. Baker? Okay. All right. With that, we can move into amendments. And I'd like to just step through this element by element. So starting with element 1, are there any amendments to offer? Element 2. Please jump in with me or jump in if I don't get to your hand in time. Element 3. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have a proposed amendment to sub-option 3.3.1. It's very simple. It just says reduce halibut PSC by 20%. And if I had a second, I'd speak to it.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Marks.
Thank you. So the proposal to reduce halibut by 20% strikes a balance between the Council's June 2021 preferred preliminary alternative at 25% and the 15% level proposed by fisheries participants in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island Pacific Cod Trawl Catcher Vessel Program. PSC management through the proposed cooperative structure will ensure PSC usage is consistent with National Standard 9 to reduce bycatch to the extent practicable by slowing the race for fish and allowing full utilization of available tools and methodologies to achieve this objective. A 20% reduction to the PSC limit of halibut bycatch will provide a reasonable yet small buffer that gives vessels latitude to continue innovation and respond to unforeseen circumstances. Trawl catcher vessels are anticipated to overperform and exceed this limit in most years with additional fish left in the water. A 5% PSC rate equates to approximately 18 metric tons. This is a relatively small amount when considering overall PSC use and total harvest halibut, but given low PSC rates, this has a disproportional effect on the sector's ability to harvest its allocated quota. In particular, a 25% reduction in years 2011 through 2016 would have potentially constrained the sector from harvesting its full quota. Additionally, high halibut numbers observed from 2004 to 2008, with rates 2 to 3 times higher than those proposed at 25%, demonstrate constraints on even moderate allocations of Pacific cod when halibut abundance is high. These time period examples also demonstrate that constraints outside of lightning strikes often occur over several years or sequences of years and are not standalone events. These are the cumulative effect of these can have obviously cumulative effects on participants and economic consequences. Halibut PSC as part of the PCTC program is not a conservation issue. The IHPC evaluates conservation needs for halibut and sets annual catch limits after conservation levels are determined. It is my understanding that the 20% administrative bycatch reduction will be reallocated to the directed fishery, and any savings under a new limit would remain in the water. So I think that's one of the big points, that in favor of higher limits from my standpoint is the reallocation, but to keep it within the constraints that allows fishermen to access quota. Setting reasonable PSC rates will aid in ensuring element 3 of this action minimizes adverse economic impact to communities consistent with National Standard 8 and National Standard 9 for the bycatch standard. I also suggest that future actions for this program and others should focus on options that allow utilization of discarded halibut. And just going back to National Standard 8, I mean, it's very clear that sustained participation of communities is a key element, and to minimize adverse economic activities on such communities would be the preferred option. So in my opinion, this is the preferred option. If we set the PSC level too high, we impacted that ability. It's much more difficult to reverse that than it is to prevent it. We can always increase incrementally the PSC reductions. It's much more difficult to go backward. And so I think we would have if it's overperformed, then we have an option at the 5-year period to come back to this and look at it. But right now, our hindsight is much better than our ability to forecast, and so I think based on the information we have in front of us, I think it confirms the rationale I've shared, and again, it does not prohibit us from taking further action to further restrict or reduce PSC halibut limits if it's warranted. Thank you. Be happy to take any questions.
Mark. Okay. Are there any questions on the amendment? Okay. How about any amendments to the amendment? Okay. Can go to comments on the amendment. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to stop short of thanking Mr. Marks for this motion, but because I just feel like it's, this is bordering on absurd to me that we'd have 25% has been our PPA. We've come down from what the AP recommended, which was a 35% reduction. We've given the fishery 2 years to implement this phased in. I think Ms. Baker's motion, her rationale stands for doing this at 25%. I think that given the 2 years that they have to implement this, and given the long history that we have with implementing these programs, that we can clearly see that halibut bycatch reductions can be achieved at these kind of levels when given the right tools. So that's the whole purpose of what we need, and it's mentioned in our purpose and need statement. There's a part of me that feels like we're using these words constraining or could constrain or would constrain, might continue to make it, we don't want to be constrained, as if that's somehow that's something that's outside the council's purview is to constrain a fishery. And I understand the actual meaning of constraint can sometimes mean overly burdensome, and so I understand why we use that word, but that's not what we're doing here. And in some respects, I think that with the climate change implications and other things that we're seeing, and potentially, we have no signs at all. We have no analysis at all that this halibut fishery is going anywhere but steep decline. And so to take an action in 25%, I think down to 20% and try to shave off another 5%, to me, I'll obviously be opposing this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Marks, for your motion and your comments. I definitely understand your concerns and appreciate you walking through your rationale for why you think my motion at 25% halibut PSC limit reduction would be constraining. I guess my response to that is that I think the experience that we have in the North Pacific with previous rationalization programs is that looking back afterward and bycatch reduction that the fleets were able to achieve, in all cases, if I'm not mistaken, far exceeded our expectations when we set a PSC limit based on looking at previous performance. And I tried to accommodate the impact of increasing Pacific cod tax, as I mentioned in my remarks. And so with my preferred alternative, which I continue to be comfortable with, I think that where I'd say I differ in your perspective is that I think I tried to consider our experience in past rationalization programs and be a little more precise in terms of the headroom or the buffer that was needed and what we thought might be achievable for this fleet, largely because, like I think I mentioned, the majority of this fleet has substantial experience in other rationalization programs. There are specific tools that even in a derby fishery, the fleet has identified it can use to minimize halibut bycatch, including no night fishing. I think there's some gear modifications, some stand down, some other things. And we also heard in testimony that there's potential for other longer term improvements. And so while I really do appreciate your motion and your comments in support of them, I'm comfortable with the information we have in front of us with my motion with the preferred alternative. So I can't support your motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I do appreciate Mr. Marks bringing this forward and speaking to it. I appreciate that he didn't bring forward 15% and put that on the table, but I won't be able to support the amendment largely for the reasons that Ms. Baker put on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any further comments? Okay. Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm an ambivalent yes on Mr. Marks' motion. I share many of the concerns that Ms. Baker elucidated. But I agree there's uncertainty about the right number in that zone. I think Ms. Kimball's marks are spot on. We kind of know where the zone is, and then we have our perspectives on which end of the zone we should be in. My sense is that my sense is that ultimately it's easier for the council, looking back at this, to say we set that target too low, we should have gone higher, and that we never go the other way. As a council, we never take bycatch caps and make them less restrictive. Our tendency is always to make bycatch caps more restrictive. And so I think from that perspective, Mr. Marks is offering us an opportunity to set the bycatch allowance at a level that we think is at the low end of the zone. And then if it determines that we should have set the cap more restrictively, we always have that opportunity. So I will support it, but as I say, somewhat ambivalently, because I think there's a lot of uncertainty in this area between 20 and 25.
Mr. Twite, any further comment? If not, Mr. Witherell.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
We can.
All right, calling the roll on the amendment to reduce the halibut PSC by 20%. Ms. Baker.
No.
Ms. Campbell. You can give me a hand sign up or down, thumbs up or thumbs down. I can
Sorry, I was double muted. No.
Mr. Down.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
No.
Ms. Kimball.
No.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
We didn't get that, Mr. Mesereau.
Mr. Mesereau, thumbs up, thumbs down? No? Okay. I can see you shaking your head. Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhooven?
Yes.
Mr. Merrill?
No.
Mr. Kineen?
No.
Motion fails 3-8.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Thanks, Mr. Marks. Okay, the failed amendment, go to any additional amendment to element 3. Okay. Element 4. Mr. Mesereau.
There we go.
Am
I back?
There you are.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm like triple muted here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Baker, for your motion. I would like to make an amendment to element 4, particularly under element 4, sub-option 4.2.1. And the amendment that I wish to make is just that I would like to replace 200 metric tons with 300 metric tons. So it would read AFA, GOA exempt, non-AFA CVs and CVs assigned under 60-foot LLP licenses with AI transferable endorsements with LLP licenses of less than 300 metric tons or of average annual qualifying BSAI Pacific Cod history may lease their BSAI Pacific Cod CQ and benefit from the GOA sideboard exemption. With a second, I can speak to that.
Second, Jensen.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's responsive to written and oral public testimony, and the change increases the sideboard exemption for Gulf-dependent LLPs who receive a relatively small amount of quota share. My request helps align the exemption threshold more closely with the actual amount of quota share that at least one participant would receive. This change helps mitigate the loss of any harvesting opportunity for smaller non-AFA participants that typically delivered to multiple processors over the qualifying years. I can take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for the motion. And in your comments supporting it, you mentioned the benefits to the affected participants, at least one. But we did receive testimony actually opposed to including this exemption at all in this program. And so I wondered, just because I don't have the analysis right in front of me with the information, do you know, or maybe this is more appropriate for staff, what the difference is between the number of LLP licenses that would receive this exemption at the 200 metric ton threshold versus your motion at the 300 metric ton threshold?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thank you for your question. I do. I believe that there is a table that explains that and shows that there would be 3 vessels from the Gulf that would qualify under this change. And I guess the reason that this made sense to me was that these smaller non-AFA participants that have delivered to multiple processors won't be able to see the benefit of the processor linkage that operators that have a long relationship with one processor might be able to get. So they'll essentially not be able to take advantage of the processor share of 22.5%, and the 300 metric tons just gets that number, a little closer to being in line with that advantage that the other participants would have. That was sort of my.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. No questions.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. There's Ms. Kimball.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was finding that table that Mr. Mesereau was mentioning. Mr. Mesereau, can you repeat the number of additional vessels that would qualify to basically lease quota? Was it 2?
I'm sorry, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball, can you repeat that?
I was asking if you had reviewed the number of additional vessels that would qualify under suboption 4.2.1 with your amendment. Is it 2 additional vessels that would be eligible to lease quota using the table? I was busy finding the table and I didn't listen to you. I apologize.
Thank you, Kimball. Yes, it's 5 total. 2 AFA exempt and 3 non-AFA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
I apologize. I lost audio for a minute there and had to reconnect, and I'm not sure where we are.
I believe we're right where we were before you lost audio.
Okay. Looking for additional questions on the amendment. If there are none. Oh, Ms. Baker. Nope.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I realized I only asked part of my question first. And so, Mr. Mesereau, thank you for the information in terms of additional LLP licenses that would qualify. Again, you noted the benefits to those LLP licenses of qualifying for this exemption. Can you explain why you think that the increase in number of LLP licenses won't have disproportionately negative effects on other Gulf participants, making your suggested threshold more appropriate than 200 metric tons?
Thank you, Ms. Baker. To the chairman, yeah, I think what this effectively would do is it could give those vessels the ability to participate in Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries and lease their cod quota, which would allow them there would be more vessels participating perhaps in Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries and not going to the Bering Sea. But I think that I'm not entirely sure that wouldn't happen anyway if the allocations weren't big enough to warrant traveling to the Bering Sea. So I think in a way it increases utilization by ensuring that those cod don't get left in the water in the Bering Sea. And the trade-off is that there could be more vessels participating in Gulf of Alaska trawl fisheries, as I understand this sideboard action.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau, for your motion. Under the analysis, we have assessments at 200, 400, and 600 metric tons. What is the magic, if you will, for 300 metric tons versus, say, 400 metric tons? What was your thinking about that fine scale difference?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, actually, I don't think if you look at those two charts, it really makes any difference. I think 400 or 300 would allow the same number of vessels to take advantage of this amendment, but 300's halfway between 200 and 400. I felt like it was a compromise in terms of the poundage. I don't think the net benefit would be any different. That may be not the case, but that's how I see it.
Mr. Chairman, not to belabor the point too much, but if there is a difference between 300 and 400, I think it might be helpful for us to understand that, and perhaps staff would be able to let us know whether or not there is a distinction between those two.
Mr. Chairman, this is John McCracken. I can. So we took a look at that real quickly, and there is no difference between 400 or 300. So those additional LLP licenses that would be able to lease their CQ under 400, all of them would also be able to lease their CQ at a 300 annual average qualifying landings threshold. So that means that in the grand scheme of things, they are at or near that 200 metric ton threshold. They're just slightly over it for the most part. And so those 5 additional LLP licenses would be included under the 300 metric ton threshold.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. McCracken. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. No further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Any further questions? Okay. Any amendments to the amendment? Mr. Merrill, I'll assume that the unintentional continued hand raise. Thank you. All right, if there are no comments on the amendment, okay. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just appreciate Mr. Mesereau bringing this amendment forward. I really, it seems small, but I really don't know yet how to go on this. We received testimony, and I'm sympathetic to that stakeholder that would like this threshold to be increased, and yet we also received testimony from Western Gulf stakeholders to remain at the lowest level for additional leasing in the program. So I'm not adding anything here except to say that I appreciate Mr. Mesereau thinking this through and providing this information, and I'm still very torn on how to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further comments? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. I'm going to support this motion. I think that adding flexibility into this program is important, and I think having more people with the ability to more LLP licenses that are endorsed under this program that receive these small allocations, more of these vessels that have the ability to lease that quota, I think is a good thing in the overall functioning of this program. So for that reason, I appreciate that, Mr. Mesereau, and I'll support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further comments? There's no further comments. Mr. Witherell.
Okay. Calling the roll on changing the threshold from 200 metric tons to 300 metric tons in sub-option 4.2.1. Ms. Campbell.
No.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
No.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
No.
I heard a no there, I believe.
No.
Mr. Kineen.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-3.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Further amendments to element 4. Element 5. Element 6. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose an amendment, and I don't have this typed out, but under option 6.1 in the second sentence, it would say the amount of the set aside will be 12% rather than Ms. Baker's original 10%.
Is there any second?
Second, Jensen.
Seconded by Mr. Jensen. Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard a lot of excellent testimony at this meeting from stakeholders, particularly those in the community of ADAC, about how reliant they are on the Pacific Cod resource. And this council, I'm sure, does not need to be reminded of the number of actions that we've taken over the years to try to ensure the sustainability of this coastal community and its sustained participation in the fisheries. A few years ago, the council had tried to do a different type of a set aside. At that time, we had set aside 5,000 metric tons to be processed at Aleutian Island shore plants. Obviously, a lot has changed with the health of our cod resource and how much is harvestable. And we cannot, in good conscience, do a fixed metric ton set aside with the rapid changes to the cod resource in the Bering Sea. But I want to put this forward as an attempt to provide as much as I think we responsibly can as a set aside for these Aleutian Island shore plants. With the idea that the roughly 370 extra metric tons might make that plant more viable. That's what it would have been in 2020, which is the last year that we have data for. That it might make that plant more economically viable, and that it might strike a better balance towards preserving the participation of this coastal community. So that was my thought behind bringing this forward, I think, in an attempt to be responsive to the testimony that we heard, particularly this morning about, the need for potentially a larger set aside if we were going to go down the road of 6.1. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Are there any questions on the amendment? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Campbell. I'm looking at the PowerPoint we were provided by staff. I guess my question is, I didn't hear anything really different from your rationale for this from Ms. Baker's rationale. It seems very consistent. The only thing I heard different is a little bit more cod would help make this plant more viable. And that is, did I get that correctly? That it's very much consistent with Ms. Baker's rationale for the whole Element 6 provision.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, thank you for that. Yes, I believe that when I heard Ms. Baker speak to her motion, she had some really excellent rationale for why she chose this option. And the whole rationale for 6.1, and this is really an attempt consistent with Ms. Baker's motion and just an attempt to provide a slightly larger set aside for the community in the hopes that it might encourage economic viability for a shore plant in the Aleutians.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any additional questions on the amendment or amendments to offer? Any comments on the amendment? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Campbell, for the motion. And as I mentioned earlier, this was a really difficult issue for me, and I did struggle with a lot of the really great testimony we heard, and there's a lot of factors to consider. And honestly, the testimony that we heard this morning was the first recommendation that at least I had received for a specific allocation under option 6.1 for the set aside. So in my efforts to try and revise option 6.1 to reflect all of the other technical problems with 6.1 that were pointed out, I
wasn't able to incorporate the sentiment of that testimony that we received this morning. I appreciated Ms. Kimball's question in the sense that the intent of option 6.1 is not to provide a specific metric tonnage, which I don't think we can do responsibly, as Ms. Campbell said. Looking at the information that the staff has provided us, that I believe Ms. Campbell referenced in terms of the relatively small additional allocation to the set aside, I appreciate the motion and I'll support it.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Campbell, for your amendment. I am not going to be supportive of the amendment. As we've already looked at with 6.1, the Aleutian Island Shore Plant is going to receive significantly more cod than I think the average Bering Sea processor is going to receive. And I understand and appreciate your concern in trying to help with this extra little bump. But I think there's also more room that plant could get more cod through state water fisheries. And so I'm not going to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Any additional comments? Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Campbell, for your motion. I won't support the motion. I'm very supportive of 6.1 and as proposed in the original motion, but I think we already talked in element 3 about the small increments and the importance, and this actually also results in 2% coming from the other fishermen, and so it just continues to limit their opportunity, and so I find that a challenge and inconsistent rationale. So I'm very supportive of the 10%, but the 12% is beyond my comfort level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Further comments? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might, I want to express appreciation for the point of view of my fellow council members on this. And just before we vote, I do want to point out a couple of things. One is that I think it's kind of apples and oranges to compare what a Bering Sea processor will receive in the form of a direct allocation of quota to this set aside, and their ability to use that to attract other quota. It's really kind of an apples and oranges comparison. And just also point out that Bering Sea processors also benefit from deliveries from state water fisheries. And so I also want to say that this 2% is not coming from other fishermen. This opportunity is available to harvesters who choose to deliver to an operating shore plant in the Aleutian Islands. So I feel like I wanted to get those points on the record before we come to a final vote on this, but do appreciate that there are differing points of view on what the right number is to set aside for shore plant in the community of ADAC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any further comments? Mr. Witherall.
Calling the roll to adjust the set aside from 10% to 12%. Mr. Down.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
No.
Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twite.
No.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
No.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Ms. Baker,
Yes.
Ms. Campbell,
Yes.
Mr. Caneen.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-4.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Ms. Campbell. Okay, further amendments to element 6. Element 7. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to offer to the sub-option 7.1.1 paragraph to incorporate additional language. And the additional language is displayed here in the last line, beginning with the word unless. Ooh, and it just got a whole lot smaller. It's adding the words unless modification is supported by an operation of law. It is the phrase that's shown in red on the screen. With a second, I can speak to it.
Second.
By Mr. Marks, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Marks. This program seeks to correct problems caused by the race of fish through development of a cooperative-based program with the intent of promoting safety and stability in the harvest and processing sectors. Since the success of co-ops depends on the ability of their members to cooperate, which is facilitated by positive relationships, the Council should be seeking measures to equitably address issues raised by historic cod fishery stakeholders that could negatively impact the prosecution of that fishery under this program. This includes giving participants the ability to unwind agreements, transferring steel-assigned cod sideboards under the AFA that may have history retention clauses. The intent of my amendment is to facilitate that unwinding equitably. If parties are confident that there can be no gaming or other untoward behavior in reallocating QS, then the program will have successfully incentivized amicable cooperation among stakeholders. This will have benefits in how these stakeholders work with one another in the new cod co-ops to maximize the value of the fishery, promote safety, and reduce bycatch. This provision is apparently not controversial among stakeholders, minimizes the agency role in implementation, and relies on language that is routinely used by the agency for similar situations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Are there any questions? Any amendments to the amendment? Any comments on the amendment? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Just very briefly, I appreciate the motion here. I believe this is trying to capture some concerns that we've heard in testimony and make that reflective of other ways that we've treated these types of issues in other catch-share programs that we've implemented. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Further comments? Any, so I think we can go into a vote. I do appreciate and support the amendment, Mr. Twite, for the reasons you and Mr. Merrill spoke to. With that, Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on additional language to section 7.1.1. Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau?
Yes.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Yes.
Mr. Merrill?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
Mr. Down?
Yes.
Mr. Caneen?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Mr. Witherell. Thank you, Mr. Twike. Further amendments to element 7. Element 8. Element 9. Element 10. Element 11. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe there's a motion that I've sent on to council staff. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, it should be reflected in red, perhaps. So at the end of the second section, it would read, monitoring and enforcement provision. This element is not intended to modify the observer coverage exception provided for CVs delivering unsorted COD ends to a mothership or the current ASCII observer data transmission requirements for non-AFA trawl CVs, new text, for the first 3 years after implementation. And if I get a second, I can speak to this.
Second, Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also refer the council members to the presentation that we received from Ms. John, where she walked us through the various provisions that we would like to implement as part of the catch share program. Quite typically, when it comes to the monitoring and enforcement of catch share programs, the council is relatively silent and provides the agency with some fairly broad discretion about how we want to best monitor and implement these programs. I think in this case, the council has expressed some concerns about the potential costs of the implementation of some ASCII data transmission elements that we are seeking under this program. We have provisions like this in many of our other catch share programs because we've identified some substantive benefits in our ability to be able to receive the data, have that data transmitted to us, have a dialogue with the observer, be able to understand whether or not there are additional points of guidance that we may need to be able to provide while sampling is occurring. I think as we've seen throughout this entire motion, there are some very small limits that we are establishing for many of these cooperatives that will require very close coordination and very timely data, both for the cooperative managers as well as for the agency, to understand where we are in terms of the fishery and our ability to monitor and enforce the various provisions that you are asking as part of this action. One of the things that we are seeking to do is to ensure that we can improve the quality of our data collection on those relatively small number of vessels that do not currently have that. I think you heard in public testimony that at least of the vessels that have been canvassed so far, there are about maybe 6 of the non-AFA vessels that are greater than 60 feet that do not currently have the technology available to be able to use this kind of ASCII transmission. I think that we are certainly conscious of the desire of not to implement new and significant costs on industry. However, we also need to balance that with the need to ensure that we're getting the kind of quality data that we need for management. I think there may be some differing opinions about the utility of AdSeed data transmission, but I will say that from our standpoint, from our many years of experience and based on experience with other cooperatives, we do find that to be a highly valuable form of data exchange and information exchange, both for our needs as well as for the cooperative managers. My motion tries to strike a balance. It's understanding that there are some significant costs that could be imposed on some of the participants, and so therefore we would implement this 3 years after implementation. I considered whether or not this is something we come back and look at once we do the program review, but I think we've identified that this is something that we really want to have in place. Ideally, this would be part of the program when it begins, but I do want to recognize some of the cost concerns that have been raised here. I'll also note that with some of the amendments that we've made here today to this motion, particularly Mr. Mesereau's amendment for 4.2.1, we are providing more flexibility for some of these smaller non-AFA participants potentially to be able to lease their quota, and that might mitigate or minimize the number of vessels that would have this expanded coverage applied to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Merrill. Are there any questions? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Merrill, for your motions and your comments. So what happens at the end of 3 years? Just because I haven't focused a lot on this particular item, and I did hear the staff presentation, and I'm sorry if I should know that, but can you please answer that question?
Yeah. Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Baker. My intent with this motion would be to implement the provisions that we described in the staff presentation. I believe there was a specific slide that described what we were seeking to apply to the various vessels in the various categories. And really where the change would occur would be for, I believe there's 13 vessels that are currently non-AFA vessels that don't have data transmission requirements, that they would, after the 3 years, be subject to that. I don't think we were anticipating making changes in the under 60-foot fleet. So the intent would be to reflect our staff recommendations as they were presented to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Nothing further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. My question was somewhat similar, that the added language specifically doesn't exempt less than 60-foot vessels, but I think you just spoke to your intent would be to do so. Could you clarify that for me?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Kimball, yes. I mean, my intent is to move forward with the recommendation that the agency presented after 3 years. I did not add the additional clarifying text for non-AFA trawl CVs that are greater than 60 feet for the first 3 years after implementation, just because I didn't think that additional clarity was needed. However, if you feel that that would be appropriate in the motion, that's certainly something that I think I would support as an amendment to my amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't personally think that's necessary, given we can review the proposed rule. But I also missed in your rationale the connection between your addition here and Mr. Mesereau's change in element 4. Can you make that link for me, please?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yes. My understanding of Mr. Mesereau's motion is that additional vessels that are non-AFA catcher vessels that could participate or would have to participate in the Bering Sea now would be able to lease their CQ and have that harvested in the Bering Sea without those vessels having to travel to the Bering Sea. That would mean that there would be fewer non-AFA CVs that would be participating in the peacock fishery in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. Therefore, that could mitigate the number of additional vessels that would need to pay the additional costs for this at-sea monitoring provision.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further questions on Mr. Merrill's amendment? Any amendments to offer? Or comments? Okay. We ready to vote? Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on adding the phrase for the first 3 years of implementation, after implementation under element 11. Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Mr. Mesereau?
Yes.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven?
Yes.
Mr. Merrill?
Yes.
Ms. Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
Mr. Down?
Yes.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
Mr. Canine?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Further amendments to element 11. Amendment or element 12. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to offer that provides additional language in the second paragraph regarding the 5-year review. My motion to amend is to add, in particular, the review should provide information on efforts to develop gear flexibility, changes in patterns or levels of offshore processing, use of AICQ reserve, and effectiveness of crab and halibut bycatch reduction measures. With a second, I can speak to my proposed amendment.
Second, Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Jensen. The genesis of this is a question that I asked Ms. Baker about her motion relative to this element and whether it might be useful for this council to flag for the council that will be reviewing this in 5 years, that we were particularly interested in seeing how these items might play out. That in each case, this council took its best shot at a good path forward for achieving certain objectives, but that these were ones that this council thought would be worth closer tracking after 5 years to see. And recall that there's been a lot of discussion about the advisability of gear flexibility at this point. Ms. Baker chose not to include specific direction that would create regulations around gear conversion at this point for reasons that I support, but indicated for reasons that I share her interest in ensuring that the industry continues to work towards finding ways of allowing further gear flexibility. I think in a changing environment, this kind of flexibility will be very useful, but we didn't feel that we were ready at this point as a council to provide specific regulations about how that should proceed. Hence, calling that out as an area that we are particularly interested in tracking industry's efforts to develop gear flexibility, keeping a spotlight on it over the next 5 years, and in a way signaling that we have expectations that this is an area that industry will work to develop further over these 5 years. Similarly, we have some expectations that I think, again, Ms. Baker captured when she spoke to her motion, that the amount and the pattern of offshore processing would not change dramatically from status quo. And we heard in public testimony, both at this meeting and at previous meetings, that neither of the companies that operate the offshore processing are interested in that they simply want this action to preserve their ability to operate as they are currently at current levels and with the current business patterns. So again, recognizing that because of confidentiality, we're not able to predict with much accuracy whether or not 125% limit on sideboard use will achieve that objective. This is a way of signaling both the industry that we're hopeful that the agency will keep an eye on it on our behalf under the confidentiality restrictions, and that we will get a signal after 5 years if there have been changes. We may not be able to understand what those changes are, but at least a signal that that things may not have been status quo, continued at status quo. Similarly, there's been a lot of discussion about how the AICQ reserve would work under 6.1. And this is another area where we're expecting industry to really step up and make this work. So this is a signal to them as well that it's another area that will be crucial to our evaluation of how well this works. And then finally, again, we've all had a lot of discussion about the kinds of tools that we hope industry will be able to bring to bear on bycatch reduction, further bycatch reductions, and what the appropriate target is for those. Just another point both to us and to a future council that this is an area that we'll be very interested in having information on how effective various tools have been, the relative effectiveness of the various tools. So I called these 4 out. Maybe there's others as well, but these were the 4 that were on top of my mind and that I heard come up, I think, repeatedly, both in public testimony as well as in council deliberations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Twight. Are there any questions on the amendment? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Twight, I'm curious about your choice to include efforts to develop gear flexibility as part of the 5-year review. And the reason I'm particularly interested in that is because I was hoping, I agree with Ms. Baker's original rationale that given the current situation with red king crab and some of the information that we don't have in front of us at this meeting, that it's not right for final action. But I was certainly of the mind that we might get to it before 5 years. And so I just want to see what your thinking is on this and whether it would preclude some further or sooner council action to encourage this type of flexibility, if that was your thinking in including it or not.
It was not my intent to in any way preclude further action on this or any of these, actually. But as a sort of a baseline minimum to both flag, to use this as one way of flagging our interest in further development of this, and again, just to ensure that at a minimum we would receive information, that there would be particular attention paid to that in the 5-year review, but not precluding this council or any future councils from action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your motion. Typically, when we undertake these reviews, part of that process will be to develop a work plan with council staff about the various things that we're particularly interested in looking at. And that's done several years after the program is in place and we've sort of seen how things operate. I guess I'm curious about why identifying these issues in particular now is critical versus thinking about revisiting sort of what we want to see in the review after we've got a few years of experience.
I think there's two reasons why it's useful. One is it's kind of a note from this council to the council that will actually develop the work plan 5 years from now. These were the things we thought might be important. Obviously, it's going to be the choice of a future council about what actually goes into the work plan, but just flagging this to that future council. And then secondly, as I said when I was talking about it, I think it's also flagging this for industry and for our stakeholders, that these are areas that we expect to be paying particular attention to. And so hopefully help our stakeholders think about what's important to this council in addition to the actual program that we'll be implementing through regulation here. What other elements of making this package work are of particular importance? And for me, at least, having flexibility around gears that we're going to be using to harvest cod is one of those elements. And I think this is a good way of making it clear that we have an interest in that.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite, for your amendment. I guess a little bit similar to Mr. Merrill and Ms. Campbell's question. I just fear by trying to develop a list, we by default elevate some items and miss others. And we could spend the time to create a laundry list of all the things we might think would be in an appropriate review. But I don't know that we want to spend that time, especially based on Mr. Merrill's comments about a work plan. I would look, when we do a 5-year review, we look at the objectives of the program, we look at requirements of 303A. We would certainly look at effectiveness of bycatch measures. That's in our purpose and needs statement, but we'd also have to look at all the other objectives in the purpose and needs statement and respond to those, whether we're meeting those objectives. So I guess, I don't have a question. Do you have kind of any fear that we're elevating certain things? Would you like us to go through the laundry list and add all the things from the purpose and need? That's one question. My second question is just, I guess, whose efforts in your first bullet? We should be providing information on anyone's efforts or trawl participants' efforts who don't have a regulated gear option. So those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Second question first. Yeah, it's a little bit of shorthand, but it goes. It's directed at the actual participants in the program, the LLPs, the industry associated with the LLPs that'll be regulated under this program. Obviously, if there are other efforts as well that are germane, the future council might want to pick that up. Relative to the first, I wrestled with that a little bit too. I didn't want to create a situation where everybody felt like every single element had to be added because of as we saw with the work plan that we approved for the catch share plan for halibut, the staff agency and council staff did a really thorough job of pulling together a draft work plan, and then we gave it a pretty thorough review. And so I'm not too worried that in highlighting a few things, we're creating a possibility that in the future other things might be missed. Again, I'm viewing this in part as just as useful information to a future council, that these were a handful of areas that this council was paid particular attention to, and but thought that additional information could and should be developed over the next 5 years that we sort of wish we'd had when we were designing this program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Twite. It does take some thought about what kind of information we would need in order to do a review in the future, and I have given at least a little thought to how we might approach that. I'll wait and see if there's any other questions, and then I may have an amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Don't see any questions, so we can go to amendments now. Ms. Kimball.
Mr. Chair, I would add a fifth bullet that says, sorry, I have not sent this in. It says effectiveness of Gulf sideboards. I would also add a sixth bullet, so if we want to make these the same amendment, I can.
Your choice.
The sixth bullet would say whether the program is meeting the objectives in the purpose and needs statement.
Sorry, whether the program is
meeting the objectives
okay.
in the purpose and needs statement. And with a second, I'll speak very briefly.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do feel for Mr. Twite and his attempt to add some things that we might look for in a 5-year review. I would still expect to get a full work plan provided to the public and the future council that would allow people to outline a timeline and specific metrics to evaluate whether the program is meeting its goals. I do recognize we sometimes, this council, previous councils have been criticized for not outlining what might be in a review. And so in an attempt to be cooperative with Mr. Twite's approach here, I added our general objectives that we should be evaluating in the purpose and needs statement, which is fundamental to every 5-year review. And then very specifically, the Gulf sideboards, which have been a specific issue for the state of Alaska in determining whether those are effective in protecting Gulf participants. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Are there any questions on the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole, for your amendment to the amendment. On the amendment to the amendment, perhaps I should have asked Mr. White a question here, but on this amendment, I guess my question is, going down this road further that was started by the amendment by Mr. Twite, going down this road further with an amendment to the amendment, I'm just thinking in fairness, if this is the direction we want to go, it seems much more apt that we should be having this discussion during the work plan analysis And I'm just wondering if you considered some of the other comments that we've heard. I know ADC processors testified, Stephanie Madsen did, that she had a list of issues that were important to them, she listed those out in her public comments, that they were important to find out what this program does to change the ability of their group to be able to continue to harvest the cod that they have without using all of the cod, as bycatch was one of the things that she had. In addition to that, the Freezer Longliners Coalition, Chad C. testified to the fact that, and I'll wrap this up. I know that this is a question. I'm just asking Mr. Chairman for some leeway here, just because I'm asking if she's considered these other things that we would need to add when she considered moving further down the road to the amendment. That Chad C. had also asked that they feel that there's going to be an impact that wasn't analyzed on years when there is no shore plant in the Aleutian Islands, for instance, and their motherships don't go to the Aleutian Islands like what happened this year, and it goes further down this road, and the Freezer Longline Coalition is left harvesting, needing to harvest far more than their history out in the Aleutian Islands. So I'm just wondering if you consider those other things that would equally need to be on this list if we go down this road. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your latitude on that. I know that was quite a bit, but thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Down. No, I did not consider on the fly all of the other things that we would consider in a normal 5-year review, like effects on other sectors or fisheries, either anticipated or unanticipated. I'm now kind of regretting trying to be cooperative on this amendment, because I think it's a never-ending list, and it's probably going to be not as great a list by trying to do it here today. So I did not think about adding all those other things in. I think we will get that in a work plan in the future, or a future council will get that.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Down. Further questions on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. We are out of amendments here, so any comments on the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Merrill. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I appreciate this discussion we've had. I see both sides of the discussion that we've had so far. I shared some of your initial concerns about the motion, but then when Mr. Down was pointing out some things that perhaps we should consider, there was a pretty clear distinction in my mind between the things Mr. Down was pointing out versus what Mr. Twite put on his list and the two things that you are proposing to add to the motion. I think I completely agree with you, because I've personally been involved in it in terms of trying to do program reviews. And when there's been sort of no indication up front what particular program provisions were key to a program or very important to a program, or perhaps a little bit uncertain or controversial. And I think this list was an attempt to identify those things and not be exhaustive and not preclude our ability to do a very thorough review with our work plan. But I'm going to support this motion, but that's because I don't know what will happen with the main motion. And I can see both sides of that, but I appreciate Ms. Kimball's addition of effectiveness of the Gulf of Alaska sideboard. I was going to make that motion myself. And I think the general addition of achieving objectives of this program is very important to get on that list if we're going to go forward with this. So thank you, Ms. Kimball. I'll support your motion.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any further comments on the amendment? To the amendment. Okay, Mr. Witherall.
Calling the roll on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Mesro. Yes. Mr. Twite.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Yes.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
No.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Kineen.
Yes.
Motion passes 10-1.
Thank you, Mr. Witherall. Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Further amendments to the amendment. Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would be to add a 7th bullet, and I'm sorry I didn't send this to staff. It would read, PSC allocation impacts to non-program participants. And with a second, I'll speak to it briefly.
Yes.
Second.
Second.
Mr. Marks, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Marks. I was hesitant about even offering this amendment because I'm still not convinced that putting together this list today is the right way to go about this. But if that's the road we're going to go down, I wanted to make sure that this was on the list also. And so I don't know. I'm just grasping a little bit, but I'll just leave it at that. This was, I guess, not if I'm going to keep talking. But as Mr. Down noted, this was brought up in public comment, and I think there's a lot of potential here for unintended consequences. We did this allocation based on historical usage, and we know that the CP sector has not always been able to do that directed fishery, which would artificially lower their average usage. So I think we could be looking at some real unintended consequences in the long run. And now I'll stop talking. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven. Questions on the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Twite.
Mr. Chair, this isn't a question to the offer of the amendment. With the concurrence of my second, I wish to withdraw my motion. I can see where this is going. I appreciate the discussion that we've had, but right now this is actually turning into a bit of a proxy fight over larger elements. And in the interest of time, if my second concurs, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. I might need to ask Mr. Hanson whether procedurally if Ms. Vanderhoven needs to withdraw first.
You should take up the second one first.
Okay. Ms. Vanderhoven and Mr. Marks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the concurrence of my second, I'll withdraw my amendment.
I concur.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Vanderhoven and Mr. Marks. Mr. Twite.
With the concurrence of my second, I will withdraw my amendment.
I think I was a second. I concur.
Thank you, Mr. Twite and Mr. Jensen. Okay. All right. Thank you. Council, any further amendments to offer for element 12? Element 13. Element 14. All right. Any other amendments to offer? Okay. Comments on the amended motion? Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be brief, but this is final action. And so now that we've been through the motion with amendments, I thought it would provide, or at least address, the national standards that we're required to comply with under this action. And so I will cover the ones that I believe are most relevant. I think the analysis provides quite a good summary of this action consistency with the national standards, particularly National Standard 1. The PCTC program will be implemented within the current management system that prevents overfishing. The program alternatives result in allocation to cooperatives, which we know from experience further helps prevent overfishing with a more orderly fisheries, since NIMP holds members of the cooperative responsible for staying within the cooperative allocation. Program also allows NIMP to reallocate, or continues to allow NIMP to reallocate unharvested BSAI specific cod allocations and remaining ICA to other sectors. And this could help achieve optimum yield from the fishery. Again, without, while preventing overfishing. National Standard 2, conservation and management measures shall be based on the best scientific information available. I believe that the analysis supplemented with the information provided at this meeting and the Council's final action represents the most current comprehensive set of information available, recognizing that some information, such as operational costs, is unavailable. Information previously developed on the BSAI trawl TV fisheries, as well as all affected sectors, has been incorporated into this analysis. National Standard 4, the allocation shall be fair and equitable to all such fishermen, reasonably calculated to promote conservation and carried out in such a manner that no particular individual, corporation, or other entity acquires an excessive share of privileges. I'll note that participants in the BSAI Pacific Cod Trawl CD fishery in the harvesting sector are primarily residents and entities associated with Alaska and Pacific Northwest states, and nothing in the PCTC program under the PPA is anticipated to change this pattern. The allocations that would occur under the program would occur within the already established overall BSAI Pacific Cod Trawl TV sector allocation. The initial allocations are being made in proportion to the level of engagement in the fishery during the 2009 through 2019 qualification period, which captures both historical and recent participants. As I mentioned earlier, additional opportunities for conservation will be accessible in this program through the use of tools available under a cooperative system that are not available to individual entities under the status quo. And finally, the ownership and use caps in this program have been designed to prevent individual corporations or other entities that the ability to acquire or control an excessive share of the fishery. National Standard 8, which relates to conservation and management measures that shall take into account the importance of fishery resources to fishing communities. including providing for the sustained participation of such communities and, to the extent practicable, minimizing adverse economic impacts on those communities. To provide for the sustained participation of fishing communities, which are those communities substantially engaged in and or dependent on the fishery. The PCTC program has a history-based approach for initial allocation of quota shares that would be made in proportion to historical qualifying period levels of participation in the fishery. After initial allocation decisions made by those receiving initial allocations have the potential to impact patterns of community engagement in or dependency on the fishery. However, several of the elements and option combinations currently in the program would function to minimize adverse impacts on fishing communities, including element 2, which has a non-severability provision that could serve to limit consolidation of local fleets, such that vessels would be less likely to tide up at the dock, if not actually harvesting PQ. Element 4, Gulf of Alaska sideboards, which are intended to protect Gulf of Alaska community fleets from increased competition resulting from rationalization of the BSAI Pacific Cod 12 CV fishery. Element 5, processor and community provisions, which will serve to stabilize landings in communities with shoreside processing plants in proportion to historical qualifying periods of BSAI Pacific Cod processing. Element 6, the Aleutian Islands processor provisions, which could have beneficial impacts to communities in the Western Aleutian Islands region, including ADAC, which have had an intermittent history in participating in the fishery. Element 7, which through the inability to sever catch histories from LLP licenses, with one minor exception, could serve to help limit consolidation of catch history associated with quota, help prevent movement, disruptive movement among communities. Element 8, ownership and use caps serve to potentially help limit future aggregation and harvesting and processing away from some communities and toward others. National Standard 9, minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. Ending the race for fish allows participants to harvest Pacific cod when catch rates are high and bycatch rates are low, which serves to minimize bycatch to the extent practicable. The PCTC program would reduce halibut and bycatch PSC limits for the trawl CV sector in the BSAI Pacific cod fishery, and we anticipate that cooperatives will be able to utilize the benefits of the program to slow the fishery down, to be able to change fishing behavior to achieve reduced PSC. Since the PCTC program would allocate targeted BSAI Pacific cod PQ to trawl CV cooperatives, groundfish bycatch in the Pacific cod fishery and Pacific cod and other groundfish fisheries will be managed by NIMS using the traditional bycatch management tools like ICAs and MRAs. And finally, Mr. Chair, National Standard 10, conservation and management measures shall promote the safety of human life at sea to the extent practicable, reducing the number of vessels on the fishing grounds at one time and changing the timing of when vessels choose to fish should result in improved fishery safety relative to the status quo. Under current conditions, economic incentives are created when competing under race for fish conditions to catch a share of the sector's apportionment that may entice a vessel operator to go to sea or continue fishing in weather conditions that may pose a higher operating risk than they would be willing to accept otherwise, and particularly relative to the conditions they're willing to accept if they're operating in a cooperative management system. And so, Mr. Chair, I would refer council members and the public to the analysis for further exploration of those national standards. I would offer that, and I also, just in closing, I really wanted to express my appreciation for the work of Council, National Marine Fisheries Service, and State of Alaska staff on this program and getting us to this point. I'd also like to thank the advisory panel and the SSC for their work on this program and their recommendations throughout the process. And last but certainly not least, the participants in this fishery and the stakeholders that have provided exceptional input along the way as we developed this program, and particularly here at Final Action. I would just again like to express my appreciation for all the input on that. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll close.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
You can.
Yes? Okay, great. Thanks. Yeah, I support the state's amended main motion and the rationale they provided. This action, like many before it, leaves stakeholders with some elements and options that they didn't pick as their first choice. Part of balancing the needs of different stakeholders. It's our job, and I think the motion did balance the needs of stakeholders and the national standards. It represents bold and sweeping bycatch reductions, which may become our new normal due to changes in the ecosystem that are negatively impacting a number of iconic Bering Sea species like crab and halibut and salmon. And I believe this action is responsive to public testimony. It'll result in a safer, more efficient fishery. It meets the national standards. It provides increased value to harvesters, processors, and rural communities. And it's a complex but fair action. And I just wanted to tip my hat to the staff, the public, and the council members who put an amazing amount of thought and effort into getting us where we are. And before I put my hand down, I just wanted to speak briefly to element 14 gear conversion. I think we heard a lot of promising information in public testimony. I previously supported this concept and listened closely to public testimony on this action, including new gear modifications that may significantly reduce crab bycatch in the pot sector. But at this time, considering the serious issues with crab abundance and the lack of final results from the crab bycatch reduction work that was reported in public comments, I couldn't support the option at this time. We also don't have anything analyzed that would put geographic restrictions on pot boats to avoid crab in regulation. Considering that this program we're voting on now is not likely to be implemented until 2024, if we receive a report that can confirm much lower bycatch than previously seen in pots with the utilization of sock tunnels or some other modification at a subsequent meeting, and there can be an improved crab avoidance plan as described in oral testimony by some stakeholders, I would be very interested in considering this option as a standalone amendment at a future meeting this year. I'm just one council member, but I feel like if we can figure out a way to provide an option to maximize harvest and reduce PSC, that it's incumbent upon us to consider that. I'll just leave that for now like it is, and hopefully we'll receive a report in the future that'll help give us the best available science that we can use to consider the possibility of gear conversion in the future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm supportive of the motion by Ms. Baker. I'm supportive of taking final action that's on this program that the council's been considering for over 2 years. I also appreciate the significant public testimony we received and very diverse opinions provided on a program designed for this fishery. It's clearly not anyone's perfect program, but I can't remember a scenario really where we had that case. I think the big picture opportunity presented here is to provide a cooperative program that significantly improves the safety and the stability in this fishery for vessels, for processors, for communities. And I think overall, Ms. Baker did a good job, a very thorough job, reiterating what we learned from the analysis on our ability to meet the objectives in the purpose and needs statement related to safety, stability, improving value, reducing bycatch. I think it's imperative that the motion included strong sideboard protections for Gulf participants and that the entire sector will be moving into 100% observer coverage through this action. I also agreed wholly with the PSC reductions that were provided in the motion. The Bristol Bay Red King Crab PSC limit being reduced by 80% as a result of the combination of our built-in reductions in regulations due to declines in stock status, plus the additional reduction in this motion, and the very clear understanding that any unused PSC stays in the water and cannot be transferred to any other sector. I think this action does create stability in the processing sector by providing a processing sector allocation to both shoreside and offshore historical processors. That 22.5%, it's divided by 10 eligible processors based on their processing history to be used in the cooperative. I think providing a separate amount of cod required to be delivered in the Aleutians when a plant is open is very important, and providing more access to cod by Aleutian Island shore plants than they would have gotten under Element 5.4 is really appropriate to provide an opportunity for a shore plant in that very remote community. And I think that was spoken to well by a couple council members. I also think I should probably speak to the choice in the motion under 5.2. The analysis by reference talks about Bering Sea Amendment Island Amendment 120 and the objectives and intent of that action. Ms. Baker recalled we were looking at a shift in that fishery from about 3% previously being delivered offshore to up to 30% in 2019. And that was really due to some significant excess processing capacity being used in that fishery. So the council determined in that amendment that a sideboard wasn't needed for the two CPs that remained eligible because primarily the race for fish really limited the ability of any platform to increase their activity beyond what they were doing. And so under a rationalization program, I think that will change. The fishery will slow down, certainly. It'll allow people to plan deliveries better, optimize their operations. That's all part of the intended benefit. But that does make me convinced that a sideboard is necessary under those conditions in order to maintain delivery patterns closer to status quo. I think CVs will still want to reduce costs by delivering unsorted cod ends to CPs on the fishing grounds. That's a time and fuel savings. That's important to people. Those advantages don't go away. And in addition, we've heard very clear testimony that those processing platforms either own their own vessels, so they'll be absolutely insured that those deliveries, or they have long-term relationships with their harvesting process partners. So I don't think there's any question they'll process up to the sideboard under a rationalized fishery. So I do appreciate the state's motion in that regard. Lastly, I realized from all the testimony that, at these lower TAC levels, it's very difficult for people dependent on cod in all sectors. It's regardless of the program structure in place, it's hard to maintain a viable business at these low levels. But changing to a management system where vessels can lower costs, improve quality, lower bycatch, and fish when it makes the most sense under a cooperative structure makes a lot of sense in these low TAC levels, especially, and in a changing environment. I also think, like every other program, we're going to see a lot of tweaks and changes based on the information we get. We will get annual reports through NIMS in their management reports. We'll get annual co-op reports. We'll obviously get public testimony. And there's no requirement for the council to wait until a 5-year review required by Magnuson to make changes to a program. I think we're going to get a lot of information on how this program's working well prior to that first review, and we can take additional action at any time. So long-winded way to say I support the state's motion and going through all the details, all the staff work throughout these iterations of the analysis. I know that was a huge lift, and it's gotten to us to a point where I really think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing in improving the management of this fishery. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Ms. Baker and to personally thank Ms. Baker for all of her hard work on this. I know it's never in isolation that this kind of work takes place, but thank you for your hard work and for all the people that worked on this. For the reasons that are stated, I'll be supporting this motion but primarily for me, the safety, the bycatch reductions, and the increased observer coverage are important issues. And for those reasons, I'm a supporter of rationalized fisheries, and I look forward to a day when we can move all of the cod fleets in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands into a rationalized program. I appreciate Mr. Mesereau's comments and sentiments on the element 14 that was not picked up as a PPA here. That was a disappointment to me. I'd probably go a little further, just pointing out that we had a lot of, this is a trawl program, and we had a lot of folks in non-trawl fixed gear fisheries supporting element 14. But we also included people like Unicy and TVSFA using their trawl quota, and Mr. Jim Stone, and perhaps others that are in the trawl fishery that would like to seek some flexibility. So I'm very supportive of the idea of getting down to some of the things that became very contentious here in this meeting. With I would like to see the results of the BREP work as soon as possible. As one council member, I think that might help. And the idea of a standalone amendment to follow this to take up fixed gear, to take up gear flexibility, I should say, in the future is very attractive to me. And as Ms. Baker pointed out in her rationale for this motion, that we want to have flexibility over rigidity, and was pointed out in public comment that perhaps the day is past when we have to put up these type of fences. So I think this is going to lead to some real great conversations by our group. I would note that I think there is some urgency that we will revisit the flexibility as soon as we have some assurance that this isn't going to lead to higher crab bycatch. I think that the sooner that we can get there, the better, because it's just pointing out that many of the people that testified to the desire for element 14, either in its PPA version or the AP motion, were people that were some of the same people that are suffering a loss in their Crystal Bay red king crab fishery, about 90% reduction in the snow crab fishery, and so we're doing something that's a very big program. I think it's a very big benefit to the trawl fishery for the reasons of safety and bycatch and some of those things that I mentioned, which I support. But we're doing that at the same time as we've got this other group that's really suffering that would have benefited from element 14, and so I think we have it. We have some ability, some responsibility to take this conversation back up, and when talking about constraining or can be constrained. I mean, when you look at what's happened in the crab fishery, that's there, many of those people may not be able to remain as going concerns. So thank you very much for that, and I'll be supporting the motion again. Thank you very much, Ms. Baker, and for all the people that participated in getting us to this point where we're going to be able to take our final vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Downs. Further comments on the motion? Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I recognize it's late, so I will be brief. I would like to extend my appreciation to all of the stakeholders who've been engaged throughout this process. A lot of compromises were made to get where we are today. I think this is a major accomplishment for the council. We haven't done a major catch-share program in quite some time, and I think that we've seen over time that they can be very successful management tools, so I appreciate everyone's effort to get there. I also really want to extend my appreciation to the state of Alaska and Ms. Baker in particular for helping shepherd this through. Not easy, and certainly appreciated. I did want to touch base briefly on just a couple of issues that have come up. One, just noting an issue on excessive shares. This has been an issue that's been raised at a national level, so I just wanted to highlight. Under this program, we are establishing numerous layers of restrictions, the sideboards on the ability of various participants to increase their allocation and are grandfathering certain of those allocations in. I just want to be clear that under all of the provisions that we have, including the grandfather provisions, none of the participants are approaching an excessive share. Under this program, we are certainly ensuring that there are multiple processes that are active, multiple cooperatives that are active, large numbers of vessels that will be active, and that all persons are restricted to a certain amount. That certainly falls very far shy of approaching an excessive share cap where there is a relatively limited, extremely limited number of participants. I also wanted to highlight one other issue that I think has come up in public testimony, which we haven't talked about extensively at the council, but just a brief review for everyone. There were concerns raised about antitrust issues that could be implied with some of the specific options that were before the council. I think it was element 6.1. To reiterate to the council, there are provisions within the Magnuson-Stevens Act that talk about the role and responsibility of the secretary in gathering information and sharing that information with the Department of Justice that has a specific role and responsibility on those issues. There's a specific provision within the Magnuson Act that provides for the revocation of limited access privilege programs held by any person found to have violated the antitrust laws of the United States. Certainly, as we go through the development of our program, that is something that we can review and consider, or perhaps reach out to the Department of Justice on those issues. But we are not the enforcement agents for those specific provisions, but there are provisions within the Magnuson-Stevens Act. We certainly take that very seriously. We understand that there are a number of different provisions that cooperatives have established to ensure compliance with various antitrust laws of the United States. And we anticipate that those will continue to be adhered to as part of this program as well. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I also really want to express a lot of appreciation to our staff, MIM staff, whether at the Science Center or in the Alaska region, who spent a considerable amount of time with council staff as well, helping out on this, and certainly their efforts should be commended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we were working through this issue at this meeting, I've been sort of thinking a little bit about the path to get to this point. And certainly this is something that's been in front of the council in various forms for a long time. I was remembering all the way back to when we used to hear fairly regularly from some of the independent cod harvesters, in particular the Three Amigos, about the need for something like this. It goes back quite a ways at this point. But so this is a path that we've been contemplating taking for a long time. And more recently, I think Mr. Payne in particular really, I think, highlighted the need for action on this. And I look forward to not seeing any of his presentations on this in the future. But not to make light of him, I think he did a very good job of pointing out that we were approaching a truly intolerable situation on the water and with the resource, and appropriately ringing the alarm bells. I really want to acknowledge the state's role in this. I think that started when the state did something I hope that the state will continue to do, which is set priorities for their participation in the council. And when they identified this as one of their top 3 priorities, I appreciated that, and I think that was a very meaningful step forward in that, and appreciate Ms. Baker's leadership on this all the way through. I also just want to acknowledge the role that our recently departed colleague, Mr. Cross, played in getting this going and handing it on to Ms. Baker. There's 2 staff folks who I think in particular deserve some commendation, Mr. McCracken and Mr. Brannon. Together they make an amazing team, and I've seen a lot of really quality work out of both of them. But for me, just in terms of both the quality and the magnitude of this effort, to me, they really rose to this challenge extremely well, and can kind of take their place in the Council Hall of Fame for achievements, and really thank them for that. Other council members have spoken really well to the actual elements of the program. I don't feel like I have much to add. I do, though, want to close in talking about one element that we're not including. as a couple of other council members have, and that's the gear conversion, gear flexibility. One of the few drawbacks that I see in these kinds of programs, and I see many, many benefits, but one drawback is that we tend to put things into fairly rigid boxes when we do this for very good reasons. And I think that becomes a little more problematic when the environment begins when the ecosystem is showing the kinds of shifts and variations that we're starting to really see and dramatically in the Bering Sea and in the Gulf. And so I think measures that purposely introduce flexibility, such as gear conversion, that allow adaptation to rapidly changing circumstances are extremely useful. It wasn't ready yet. Ms. Baker excluded it for all the right reasons. But I'd like to go on record as one council member to encourage the participants in this program to devote some attention and energy to investigating how gear flexibility could be incorporated in the near future into this in a way that allows the fleet to adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. This would be a proactive action, and I think this council and council family are known for being proactive, and this could be one as well. Thanks to everyone, and Ms. Baker, again, thank you so much for a really well-crafted motion.
Thank you, Mr. Dwight. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Baker. I really want to commend you on all the work. I know you put a lot of time and effort into this, and had to wrangle with a lot of different individuals to get it done. And along the same line, I want to recognize Heather Mann for her work putting together the AP motion. I think that was instrumental, and her effort in pulling together the processors and the fishermen. I think for me, that's one of the compelling reasons to put this forward is we have good agreement on a position and split between the processors and the catcher vessels, and I really want to recognize the processing groups that are looking to make catcher vessels whole and in their operations, and so I think that's an important element. Probably the one that stands ahead of the rest is the safety issue, and I guess two points. One, the fishermen said we need this, and the safety issue. I think it just for all other reasons, I'm just compelled to get this done because of the people we work with and we associate with that we want to assure their safety. I guess I haven't changed any of my position on my comments from the June meeting. I do believe this has a disproportionate impact on Oregon participants. I think we continue to treat the trawl sector very different than other sectors, particularly with regard to PFC and limitations. And that is a challenge. And, I think there's a lot of emotion around that issue. I hope we can pull that out of the process and stay objective and make sure folks are working off the same sheet of facts as we approach these things. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, some of it knowingly and some unknowingly, but I think we need to do a better job of making sure everyone understands the baseline that we're all working from and not just focusing on emotion. I guess probably the last thing I'll just hit on is element 14. I'm in general support of that concept. For me, the timing is not right. I think that creates a real inequity between vessels fishing pot gear under the PCTC program and those fishing in the open access fishery. I probably would not support moving this forward until pot lap is completed, and they refine their improvements on pot gear that minimize bycatch and subsequent harvest mortality, and develop limits on the numbers of individuals, time, and area to ensure those crab bycatch limits within the pot fishery are consistent with National Standard 9. The other thing I'll say is I do want to recognize the analysts in this. Tremendous amount of work, and their understanding of the analysis is impressive, and so that's all I have. I guess I'm in reluctant support of this, with just again referring back to my June comments, but I support it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Further comments? Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chair, I'm just checking to see if we need a deeming amendment.
We do, Ms. Campbell. Mr. Twite might be willing to offer that.
I just wanted to give Mr. Twite another chance to speak.
Mr. Twite. Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. I was just really looking forward to that. Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment to offer the deeming motion. I move that this language be included in the amended main motion. The council deems proposed regulations that clearly and directly flow from the provisions of this motion to be necessary and appropriate in accordance with Section 303C, and therefore the council authorizes the executive director and the chair to review the draft proposed regulations when provided by NIMS to ensure that the proposed regulations to me submitted to the secretary under Section 303C are consistent with these instructions. And with the second, I'd be happy to occupy the speaking pedestal further.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As council members know, when we take final action, one of our responsibilities at final action is to provide instructions to you and the executive director about how we expect the regulations that will be developed as a result of our final action to be reviewed. We have at least two alternatives. One is for the council to actually review the draft regulations ourselves as council. The other is to request that you and the executive director review them on our behalf, and if you find anything in there that you think might be either inconsistent or require further council attention, we request that you bring those to our attention, but otherwise you're delegated to review those on our behalf. In this case, I've chosen that second option because, again, as we've worked through the analysis, we've had a lot of discussions about the nature of the regulations that should flow from these, and I think council members are, at this point, fairly aware of what those regulations will likely look like, and so we're aware enough that we can ask you and the executive director to act on our behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Any questions on the amendment? Or amendments to the amendment? Or comments? I think on this one we can just see if there's any objection to the amendment. With none, the motion passes unanimously. The amendment passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Twite. Okay, any final comments on the amended main motion? All right. Mr. Witherell.
Calling the roll on the final amended main motion. Mr. Mesereau.
Yes.
Mr. Twight.
Yes.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Was that me? Sorry, your audio cut out. Yes, thank you.
Sorry. Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Ms. Baker.
Yes.
Ms. Campbell.
Yes.
Mr. Down.
Yes.
Mr. Jensen.
Yes.
Ms. Kimball.
Yes.
Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Mr. Canine.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Witherell. Further action on C4. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. I just felt like we needed to be a little bit responsive to the SSC's comments asking for us to consider what types of information would be necessary to evaluate this program in the future. And I did consider doing a motion to that effect and asking staff to help us figure that out. But I think I need to give that a little bit more thought based on our conversation and amendments around Mr. Twight's previous motion with the review. So I just want to put on the record that I think that it's important for the council to consider those comments from the SSC. We have some time to determine what kind of economic data or other elements might be needed in order to evaluate the program, and I intend to put some thought into that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kimball. I definitely appreciate those comments. You and I have talked about, Ms. Kimball, throughout this meeting about the SSC comments, and I have to admit, I actually meant to address that in my motion and just state my intent to think about how to address those SSC comments, but Ms. Kimball covered it for me, so thank you for that.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, if there's nothing else, right, Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be relatively short here. I just wanted to mention for the folks that are still listening and that are tuned in on this agenda item, I wanted to, and maybe I don't need to go into this again, but I just thought I would for their benefit, that I intend to circle back around at staff tasking and look at the suggesting that the council look at the BREP work that's going on in the crab fishery, and also looking at perhaps, we had so much confusion around the final crab bycatch numbers in the pot fishery, and whether that was a BREP effect of the vessel that was fishing was intentionally fishing in an area that had crab and these type of things. But maybe we'd look at those final crab numbers in better detail. Glenn Merrill, Mr. Merrill, I should say, gave a good description of that, but I'd like to circle back and have some of that discussion and perhaps give some forewarning in December that we'd like to see detailed analysis on, not detailed analysis, but the numbers for the crab fishery to get to the bottom of the different ways that was presented by the various people that testified. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Down. Anything further? Right. Well, great job, Council. So that concludes C4, I think we have time to do the SFC report after a half-hour break. So let's come back at 3:15 Alaska time, and we will pick up with the SFC report. please come back to order. Okay, we are now going to take up the balance of the SFC report. We've got Dr. Dressel here to give that to us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Council. As the Chair mentioned, my name is Sherry Dressel, co-chair of the SSC, and I'm here to present the balance of the SSC report. The SSC would like to congratulate Dr. Jim Balsinger and Dr. Jeff Knapp on their retirements and to acknowledge their many contributions to the advancement of sustainable fisheries in Alaska. The Gulf of Alaska Plan Team recommended that the SSC should provide clarity on how to incorporate socioeconomic information how it should be used to meet the objectives of the ESPs. And this came up in the GOA Plan Team minutes, specifically under GOA Pacific Cod ESP. The GOA Plan Team notes that if the SSC is interested is in incorporating community information within the ESPs in terms of local ecological knowledge, that will necessitate new data collection. The SSC also noted that there's been a pause in the development of community, not a community, social indicators for ESPs for some species. And this last bullet is actually a copy-paste error. So the SSC created, since we heard about ESPs and issues for ESPs under a number of species, we actually created a section at the front of the SSC report on recommendations for ecosystem and socioeconomic profiles. And so there was extensive discussion by members of the SSC regarding the most prudent pathway forward in the collection and use of socioeconomic data in ESPs and how that relates to those in the SAFE, the annual community engagement and participation overview, ecosystem status reports, risk tables, and the new products which you've heard about being developed under the Climate and Fisheries Initiative. So the discussion included how to address specific analytical needs and to address needs related to the National Standards 2 and 8, among others, and to look for ways to foster efficiency and reduce staff burden. So the SSC recognizes the outstanding work that's been done to date by NIMS staff and council bodies. The SSC suggests that there would be expanded consideration of how socioeconomic information fits into the management process, both to inform short-term tactical and longer-term strategic council decisions. Therefore, the SSC suggests that it may be prudent to undertake a comprehensive review of how socioeconomic information is incorporated into a range of evolving council decision-informing products. And this is to facilitate efficient reporting, future indicator development. And the goal of such a review would be to explore the existing partitioning of information among these documents and products to ensure that redundancy is minimized, coordination is maximized, and the social and economic information presented in each project aligns with the purpose and that data gaps are addressed to the extent practicable. The SSC mentioned that there is a good model for such a review that may be useful, and it was a recent national workshop that was called the Socioeconomic Aspects in Stock Assessment Workshop. And if it was applied in the North Pacific and was adapted to our region, it could draw participants from NIMS and council staff, the social science planning team, and the Bering Sea FEP, and the Local Knowledge, Traditional Knowledge Subsistence Task Force, among others. The SSC so the NIMS headquarters, the Office of Sustainable Fisheries, provided a draft technical memorandum on alternative annual catch limits for data-limited stocks to the Regional Council for feedback. And so a subgroup of the SSC drafted comments to provide to you as the Council to consider. And the full SSC reviewed the subgroup's comments at this meeting. And the SSC as a whole supported the draft comments. These are included on the SSC agenda under a title, SSC Response to Data Limited Tech Memo. And the SSC as a whole supported these comments from the subgroup regarding how the technical guidance might affect management of data poor stocks in Alaska, with the following two additions. And those were to encourage this guidance document to include specific examples that illustrate how data limit approaches have been implemented in each of the regions, and then to provide examples, and then to provide a specific example for a Tier 6 stock from Alaska. I recognize after putting this presentation together that members of the council may or may not have already reviewed or looked at this technical memorandum, and I didn't include a summary here. I can speak to that briefly, hit the high points of what the SSC subgroup summarized if the council wishes, and otherwise I will keep going.
I think we're good to keep moving, Dr. Dressel.
Okay. You've already received a presentation, I believe, on the NOAA Climate Fisheries Initiative. And here the SSC just notes the goals of this initiative, which you've already heard about, and note that the North Pacific Council already has a number of applications in the Bering Sea, and the Climate Fisheries Initiative lays the support for the development of similar approaches in the Gulf and Aleutian Islands. The SSC was pleased to see this integrated investment in climate readiness and looks forward to following this progress of this initiative. The SSC has a few comments on it, and that was the SSC suggests clarifying how these efforts map onto the existing council decision-informing analytical products. The SSC notes that key gaps were identified, and in many cases, additional funding will be needed to address these key gaps. The SSC agrees with the crab planting, but it would be helpful to note where research or key gaps are specific to groundfish or crab or both. And the regional action plans highlight new initiatives and projects that require additional funding, but that could be implemented quickly to build on this portfolio of climate-related research. And the SSC is excited to hear about this research and the collaborative efforts to accomplish the goals.
Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dressel, I can certainly understand the SSC's excitement. When we got the presentation, I was pretty wowed by it as well. I'm wondering if the SSC, and the SSC got right away to one of the things I was trying to figure out, which is, okay, where is this going to dovetail with what we're doing? Did the SSC discuss whether this also might end up reprioritizing how we've prioritized things? In other words, imposing more of a national set of priorities for development of tools and products instead of the priorities that we have? Was there concern about that?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, the SSC, I don't believe that the SSC touched on that, touched on the distinction nationwide versus here.
Okay. Did the SSC get a sense of how long it would take to do that mapping? Is that something we could view in December, or when would we see that back? That the description of how this national initiative fits with our work.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I actually am not sure when this would come back. That may be a question for council staff or inviting NIMF staff back. We did actually have this same recommendation you'll see for the RAPs as well. So we had the similar interest, but we did not touch on the timing.
Thank you.
So the SSC also received the Climate Regional Action Plans, and across all three of these RAPs, there was a strong emphasis on key gaps that derive from a lack of monitoring. And the SSC strongly supports, has, you've heard before, the prioritization of fisheries independent and dependent surveys, and that these data are consistently collected and enhanced. It seems like a theme for this meeting. All three RAPs highlighted the need for predator-prey information to understand mechanistic linkages, and the SSC supports these efforts to stabilize funding for the Diet Lab and the research efforts for exploring the impact of climate change on bioenergetics, foraging, and energetic quality. The FCC is supportive of efforts towards a collaborative research environment with Alaska Native communities that was highlighted in each of the RAPs, and the development and supports the development of a LKTKS task force for the Arctic region. The SSC does stress the need for agencies, the council, to coordinate and make efficient use of resources in the communities for co-generation of knowledge, cooperation, and research. So there were a number of times in our meetings where members were concerned about limited resources in the communities and hoping that we could collaborate to make the best use of those. So similar to the Climate Fisheries Initiative, and like Mr. Twite just mentioned, the SSC suggests the RAPs consider including and clarifying how these existing and proposed new projects and efforts map onto the existing council decision-forming analytical products.
Mr. Twite has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dressel, so the council, in association with the Bering Sea FEP, has the LKTKS task force working on developing that module, and that's lagging. When the SSC discussed the potential of one for the Arctic region, I know this is kind of more of a resources question than a science question, but the SSC must have been cognizant that we're already having trouble getting one off the ground, and that two might be just beyond what the region's resources can handle. How much discussion did you have about resources to accomplish all this?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we did not talk about the resources at all. We also did not talk about prioritization. So we supported this. We supported the concept, but we did not get into the issues that you're talking about.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I'm just kind of looking for some help with this. I think about some of these things that staff's asking. But anyway, appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Did the SSC have any ability to kind of, we're using that term, like map this with what we already have in our climate change task force work plan? I realize these are national efforts now, but we already have our efforts underway, and I feel like they're kind of catching up a bit. But a lot of the things in your previous couple slides, I recall being in our own work plan to deal with climate resiliency. So did that come up at the SSC at all?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I don't recall. We were supportive of these national plans, but we did not talk about the overlap between those and what we currently have in the region. No.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Back to you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. The next section, while my last presentation to you last week talked about Bering Sea crab harvest specifications, the title shouldn't be specifications since that was already covered. What I'm going to touch on today are remaining issues that had to do with Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands crab stocks that were not included in that specifications presentation. And so these are general comments. So the first one is we had a number of comments with regard to the trawl survey. The SSC greatly appreciated the completion of the trawl surveys and commended the survey team for a really quick turnaround of the survey data this year for the fall 2021 crab assessments. As you received the presentation last week, we also received it and saw that the combined mature male biomass of all Bering Sea and Aleutian Island crab stocks combined are at their lowest point in the time series. And these declines are evident across species, sex, and size classes with only some exceptions. So the SSC is extremely concerned regarding the status of Bering Sea crab stocks as a whole, and again emphasizes the importance of fishery independent surveys. The SSC wanted to acknowledge the work that's being done by the Bering Sea Fishery Research Foundation in collaboration with ADF&G and NIMS on tagging Bristol Bay red king crab, and was really excited to see that work and strongly encourages the expansion of these efforts to snow crab to hopefully allow us to differentiate between movement and mortality. The SSC does acknowledge that there's a difference in size between red king crab and snow crab, and so we recognize that's going to be an issue, but we encourage the research as it's possible. As we also mentioned last week, the SSC encourages consideration of deeper sampling in the EBS trawl survey. And I'd like to put that in context. You know, we wanted to acknowledge previous recommendations that we had. We had a subgroup or a workshop look at the prioritization of the regional bottom trawl surveys. And so we recognize that in asking for deeper sampling, all of a sudden we are getting into the shared resources for all of these surveys. And so one of the things that the SSC noted is that pot sampling may be beneficial for looking at untrawled habitat, but we were hesitant to start a new survey time series because there's more value in continuing data sets. But we did suggest that possibly experimental sampling with pots may be a possibility, and that information might be able to be incorporated with a vast estimator. And then finally, the SSC notes that a holistic look may be necessary to explain the decline in snow crab, including food conditions, thermal-induced metabolic stress, predation, and I remember questions that you had on that last week. The other topic that I didn't touch on last week was we saw model runs for Norton Sound red king crab for the upcoming assessment that will be in January and February. And the SSC supported bringing forward a number of models, described what the changes to those models were, and then had a few recommendations. And the recommendations were to continue to estimate a total catch OFL for 2022, despite the cessation of the Observer Program, the State of Alaska Observer Program. And because that program will no longer be continuing, we asked the author to look into methods of ways to be able to deal with estimating what discard mortality might be in the absence of that Observer Program. In other words, taking data from previous years and using that as the information. We also recommend continuing the transition to the GMAX model, as we have for a number of the stocks, and then to include bridging models to show the effects of stepwise changes in the models. And that is all I have for the additional crab, C1 crab items. The next topic that the SSC brought up was C5, Observer Draft 2022 Annual Deployment Plan. And what we received was a presentation on the proposed deployment of observer and electric monitoring resources to vessels in their partial coverage in the EM programs. And it included input from the Fishery Monitoring Science Committee. The analysts indicated to us that the preliminary budget for 2022 appears sufficient to support baseline observer coverage. The document also projected 2022 fishing effort and examined 4 partial coverage allocation strategies in response to the Council's June 2021 motion. In this document, similarity analyses were used to compare how strategies were likely to generate data that are representative of unobserved fishing. So that's the background on it. The SSC comments were that the SSC commended the analysts for the clarity and the increasing sophistication of the ADP analyses and recognized, again, the extensive efforts by the Observer Program to maintain critical data streams under very challenging conditions presented by the COVID pandemic in 2021. The SSC supported all of the NIMS recommendations for this implementation in the 2022 ADP. Specifically, the SSC supported using the adjusted minimum plus optimization strategy for the following 2 years. This strategy performed well relative to the council's recommended, and it also maximized the probability of achieving the baseline 15% coverage. And this happened to be the strategy that was also recommended by the Fisheries Monitoring Science Committee. The SSC supports the NIMS recommendation to holistically develop an integrated evaluation of the partial coverage category and a new contract for observer coverage in the partial coverage category for implementation in 2024. The SSC discussed the impacts of electronic monitoring expansion on the collection of biological samples and will describe those recommendations next, actually, under C6 groundfish, under a topic called the EM workshop. So moving into C6 groundfish, the general comments up front were that the Bering Sea groundfish plan team requested guidance from the SSC on data weighting. And the SSC recommended that the plan teams and assessment authors may want to consider a workshop to build on their previous efforts and to try to develop standard practices for data weighting and stock assessment. So we didn't give detailed recommendations at this point, but did think that getting everybody together to look at all the different methods that are being used and to come up with standard practices would be valuable. And I will note that this request actually came up under the Aleutian Island Pacific Cod report, but since it applied to multiple stocks, we included it up at the front in our minutes. So for C6 groundfish, since you will not be looking in detail at groundfish at this meeting, but you will in December, I'm going to make my presentation brief on many topics that you will see in more detail in December. So there were some workshops and topics that came up in October only, and so those I'll provide some detail on. But the other slides I will move through quite quickly. So the Alaska Fishery Science Center held a virtual workshop in July to discuss EM programs and data collection. And the workshop report offered several recommendations. And those were the deployment of at-sea observers. Deployment is in a way that is representative of fishing effort. Another recommendation was to develop a process for coordinated feedback to the council and advisory bodies regarding stock assessment data and needs. Another one was that developing metrics on EM program performance and potential impact on the assessments. and then continued work on methods to estimate weight of at-sea discards in the EM strata. The SSC concurs with the Joint Plan Team for continued work on those 4 recommendations to improve the sampling programs and also the data pipelines used in our assessments. The Plan Team advised that a process be developed to deliver and solicit feedback back and forth from stock assessment authors and to help develop, and for them to be able to help develop performance metrics. So the SSC does recommend a workshop of stock assessment authors to work with the Fisheries Resource and Science Committee to integrate assessment author advice on the ADP, the annual report, performance metric development, and an analysis that has been developed. It's called the Cost Efficiencies Integrated Analysis. And in this, so I will say that when delivering and soliciting feedback, if I move up to the bullet that's up top, we did note to make sure to include the council advisory bodies and committees as well as pertinent agencies in when we're speaking about the assessment authors providing feedback. So finally, the SSC recommends improved data coordination among the data suppliers and the assessment authors, which was part of the goal of this workshop. Finally, the work group noted that information about whale depredation, seabird interactions, and marine mammal presence is not currently detectable in EM videos, and so the SSC encourages further exploration of methods to address these data gaps in existing fishery information, which are of management interest. I now have a few slides on essential fish habitat. The SSC, due to the scheduling of SSC agenda items, the SSC review of essential fish habitat species distribution models was postponed from this October meeting to our February meeting. And this means that our review of the species distribution models and the fishing effects models, which depend on the species distribution models, will occur at the same time. And but we did receive a report from the Joint Plan Team because authors had been given the opportunity to provide feedback on the essential fish habitat species distribution models. And so the Plan Team gave us a report of their discussion. So we received an overview of their discussion on the EFH descriptions and the plan for fishing effects models, as well as the stock author reviews of the species distribution model. The SSC greatly appreciates the progress that's been made in the new species distribution models and was pleased to hear about the assessment author involvement. The Joint Plan Team did note concern that the current timeline, especially with the SSC bringing up both or reviewing both the species distribution models and the fishing effects models in February, may preclude a sufficient iterative review process with the stock assessment authors or review bodies. And I'll talk about that just a bit more in the next slides. The SSC does share this concern about the scientific review timeline. And so in order to address this, the SSC recommended that the EFH team provide an updated review schedule on what has been reviewed to date. So what has been reviewed to date by the authors and by key bodies, and the timeline for key review and decision points. The timeline should consider the stock assessment author input on both the species distribution models and the fishing effects modeling. So the authors, I do not believe, have yet provided feedback on that second part. The stock assessment author input on the fishing effects model, there we go, are likely not going to be available prior to the SSC review in February. So the SSC review in February, we will be able to get results of species distribution models, results of fishing effects models, author responses to the species distribution models, and but likely not author feedback on the fishing effects models. So the SSC, since the EFH results are built on one another, the fishing effects depends on the species distribution models. The SSC recognizes that if additional analysis and review is required after the SSC reviews in February, adjustments to the schedule may need to be considered. And in preparation for the meeting in February, it's going to be a relatively large review. And so the SSC requests that EFH authors provide materials as early as possible to maximize review time. And the SSC is planning to do our assignments early so that the leads can start looking at this topic when materials are provided. The SSC also got into some details in requesting a number of items to facilitate the review in January, and those are in our minutes. There was a joint plan team report on the work done on, this is for the vast bottom trawl survey work. So there was a report on the work done by the Alaska Fisheries Science Center and Groundfish Assessment Program, the GAP program, on vast model indices of survey data. The GAP group proposed a priority list of vast development activities, and the SSC supports the Joint Plan Team recommended species prioritization, pending review also by the crab plan team. The SSC endorsed the Joint Plan Team recommendations to add Greenland turbot and rock sole to the priorities. And the SSC noted a number of areas of future development and requests species-specific work be aligned with the assessment cycles. All right, we also received in the Joint Plan Team report a report on simulations of age compositions. So the SSC received an update on simulations that evaluate how changes in otolith field sampling during surveys impacts effective sample sizes and assessment uncertainty. And the work was done by the individuals that are noted here. There were 3 Gulf of Alaska species were used as case studies for this work, and the SSC supports the Joint Plan Team recommendation for further work and notes that this work will be useful for guiding survey sampling and age rating protocols, and recommends including Bering Sea species in future work. The SSC agrees with the Joint Plan Team recommendation that this analysis should be periodic. It does not need to be an annual assessment product, but does note that changes in assessment methods that happen annually, biannually, may influence the results. And so the SSC had a number of suggestions for future work, and those included to differentiate the onboard sampling costs from the aging costs, to evaluate potential impacts for changes in assessment and data weighting methodology, to better define what is an optimal level of sampling, and to consider whether results could be broadly applied across tiers. And finally, the SSC, there were a couple more suggestions for future work, and those were recommendations that the ABC uncertainty posture analysis considers situations where the ABC or the TAC are not fully utilized. And the last one was that the SSC and the Joint Plan Team noted that work may have utility for fishery-dependent data, but the future work would need to incorporate changes in deployment methods because those influence sampling methods as well as onboard sampling constraints. And the SSC notes that data acquisition costs are likely different than those on a standardized survey. The SSC also received a Joint Plan Team report on consideration for Tier 4 and 5 stocks on the assessment methods for these. There was an Alaska Fisheries Science Center work group, and the report from this work group outlined several important findings. First was that there are differing random effects methods that are used among assessments. They also found that there was an inconsistent treatment of zeros among assessments. There were differing methods for combining multiple indices. Modeling approaches for complexes differ considerably, and combining log normal estimates is a challenge. So the SSC and the JPT, the Joint Plan Team, endorsed the work group's plan to address these findings, and the SSC highlighted in particular the inconsistent treatment of zero catches among assessments and recommends the evaluation of this issue to be a priority. The SSC also received a report on, from the Joint Plan Team on risk table reviews. So the SSC held a risk table workshop in February. The SSC, with the help of numerous agency authors, developed a workshop report that we presented to the Council in June. Then this report went then to both the groundfish plan teams and the crab plan team for recommendations, for suggestions, and then it came back to us in our meeting. We will, so that we can present these to you and then make the changes to have a final workshop report. So that's kind of the big picture on this. Based on this, the SSC recommends the following changes in the recommendations in the SSC workshop report that you saw in June. The first was to adopt council language that previous reductions to maximum ABC should not be the basis for reducing maximum ABC unless relevant risk factors for a stock continue to be present. So in other words, using information from the year in which the assessment is done, is key. The second one is that the SSC agreed with the Joint Plan Team recommendation that risk tables should not be mandatory for tiers 4 to 6. However, stock assessments, if they do not include a risk table, must include a compelling rationale for why a risk table would not be informative. And the reason for that this came up in the Joint Plan Team is that often there isn't much information to inform stocks that are in tiers 1 through 6. And so authors had expressed hesitation at the workload of producing these each year. And so this recommendation is in response to that. The SSC recommends the following changes to the report, and that is, this is continued. The SSC also agreed with the Joint Plan Team recommendation to leave the decision concerning which species or multiple species to focus on for stock complexes concerning risk tables up to the author. And the second thing is that SSC and the Joint Plan Team agreed on reducing the number of scoring levels from 4 to 3, but to postpone this until next year's assessment, as many authors had already begun working on risk tables for this upcoming season. The SSC then had discussion and continues to support a number of things that were in the workshop report, and those included the council in your motion in June asked about whether increasing trends, positive trends, should be incorporated into the risk table as a concern. And the SSC continues to support including the term unusual, and including both increasing and decreasing stock trends in the population dynamics category. And while this is a little bit counterintuitive, while the increasing stock trends, they certainly provide positive indications for the stock, but rapid changes in stock abundance or typical atypical recruitment patterns are also highly variable. And so the reason for including them in the risk table is not because it's a positive indication for the population, but if the change is fast enough, it may increase the uncertainty of knowing the magnitude of that change. The SSC also agreed that positive trends in the assessment, ecosystem, or fishery performance categories should not be included because the default is that conditions are positive or neutral, and the default option is for no reduction from the maximum ABC. So that was not specifically asked by the council in the June motion, but it came up in our discussion. The SSC did recommend maintaining the status quo where authors are encouraged but not required to provide a recommendation on a reduction from max ABC if it's warranted. And then the plan teams in the SSC would then evaluate and modify those reductions based on the information available for the stock. That was in response to a question or part of the council's motion in June that asked what the roles of who would be the ones to recommend a reduction from the maximum ABC. Following direction from the council, the crab plan team postponed working on risk tables until recommendation for groundfish stocks were further along. In the crab plan team feedback to the SSC, they did reiterate, though, that the general usefulness of having rationales for concerns, buffer concerns, essentially, that are not captured in stock assessment, having them organized in one place. They felt that the risk table format would be valuable for that. Similarly, they mentioned the difficulty of making recommendations for implementing risk tables without actually going through the exercise of producing draft risk tables. And so they suggested it would be helpful for them to produce risk tables for one or two stocks as an exercise. The SSC agreed with this and suggested that drafting risk tables for a historical stock assessment of Bristol Bay red king crab and snow crab for the upcoming January or May meetings could provide useful illustrations of how risk tables could be used in relation to the current use of buffers without using these risk tables for setting harvest specifications at this time. And finally, the SSC does recommend revisiting and reviewing risk table guidance regularly as requested in the council's motion.
Dr. Dressel, Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like we were wrapping up the risk table portion. So, Dr. Dressel, without having a risk table example in front of me, can you remind me, you've requested or recommended the category levels reduced from 4 to 3, normal, increased, extreme, and then on slide 29 you had including different terms in these other categories, population dynamics, etc. Can you remind me how those interact? I'm not quite getting what the result will be of recommendations on slide 29 with what we typically see in a risk table.
Absolutely. Sorry, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Absolutely. And I wish I had included this in a slide. When I was developing this slide, I was looking at table 1 in our June minutes in an appendix. It lines out the risk table, and for columns, it has 4 different categories, and those categories were assessment-related considerations, population dynamic considerations, environmental or ecosystem considerations, and then fishery performance considerations. And so those are the categories that we were looking at for the risk table. And for each one of those categories, currently the risk table has 4 levels. A normal level, a substantially increased concern, a major concern, and an extreme concern. And the reason that the topic of 3 or 4 levels, it's it's the level of concern that came up as an issue because authors were having some difficulty distinguishing between substantially increased and major. And so we recommended lumping those two so that there are 3 levels of concern: a normal, of course I don't think that I have it on here, normal, major, and extreme.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. And so would that be a normal concern? I should have, apologies for not having an example risk table in front of me, but is that how I understand the normal, increased, extreme categories? They're still identified as concerns, and the SSC and the plan team score those, but don't add them up at the end to a certain number.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, yeah, no problem. And yes, while this is called a risk table, and so the level 1 normal that you asked about, an example is under environmental ecosystem considerations, a level 1 normal would mean that there are no apparent environmental or ecosystem concerns. So essentially, if it's a 1, there is not a decrease from the maximum ABC if, say, all of these are in category 1. It's when these become substantially, of course, now I'm mixing up the wording. What did we move to? When it gets to more elevated concerns, you may have something like this is again for ecosystem, some indicators or multiple indicators show adverse signals relevant to the stock, but it is consistent across all indicators or is not. So that's kind of an in-between. And then an example of the extreme is extreme anomalies in multiple ecosystem indicators. They're highly likely to impact the stock, potential for cascading effects on other ecosystem components. So if it's at level 1, that generally indicates that there's no reduction from maximum ABC warranted. If it's at 2 or 3, then it may.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I neglected to listen to the first part of your presentation, Dr. Dressel, on is this considered the final recommendations from the SSC, or would we get a separate report at some time on the risk table review?
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the plan for this was, now that we received feedback from the plan team and we had our own discussion, and then assuming that we get feedback from you as the council, we were then going to update that workshop report that we provided in June so that authors could use it for the November and December meetings. So this would be, at this time, it would be the council's input for that final report that authors will make use of in December.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. One question I have, and I don't know if the SSC got into this level of detail, but is the transition from 4 to 3 different categories likely to result in sort of a de facto increased assessment of risk for the various stocks that are sort of, if you will, in between these various categories? In other words, how will stock assessment authors and the SSC kind of practically understand the impacts of that? And is there something that could help us understand that?
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, that's a great question. While we did not get into that in depth in this meeting, I think that our discussion in June applies, and that is, in this workshop report, there were one of the NIMS authors put together a really excellent example of a way to quantitatively take these scores and come up with reductions from max ABC. And as part of this report, the SSC did not recommend adopting that at this time. So at this time, the scoring is subjective, and the way that it's put together is also, it's qualitative, not quantitative. And so if these scores change, so we're going to change these levels. We were hesitant to change these levels because you want consistency over time, but yet we also wanted to have iterative improvement. And so we had to kind of find a balance between those. So we did feel like it was early enough we could make this change to 3 levels. As far as how that will affect something, one of the keys right now is there's been a concern over double dipping in the different categories. And since we are doing this qualitatively and not quantitatively, we explained, I believe in the workshop report or in our minutes, that along with this table, the key thing in addition to the numbers on this table is having the author's description of why they put the numbers that they did. Because there may be some factors that would affect the assessment, which is one category, and affect the environment. So in other words, if temperature is an environmental effect, and say that's got elevated concern, and it affects the assessment, and therefore there's elevated concern, some authors may rank both of those as, say, increase to the level 2. But they're the same concern. Other authors may put it in one category or in the other category. And what the SSC has said is, since we are not doing a quantitative calculation across these numbers, that the justification section or the explanation that the author gives will give us guidance to know whether a score of 2 in 2 different categories is for the same issue or a different issue. And that will affect the reduction from ABC, if it's necessary, what that would be. And the reason I'm bringing that up, it's not exactly what you asked, but I think that it still applies in that we're changing these category levels, and the description that the authors give will be really important for understanding the transition from the old numbering system to the new numbering system. But with that justification, I'm not expecting that reductions for maximum ABC would be treated differently. But you are right that there's going to need to be attention to what the numbers mean as we make that transition.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I appreciate that response.
Dr. Dressel, please continue.
So the SSC received preliminary harvest specifications for 2022 and 2023 and reports on halibut DMRs. So the SSC recommends approval of the proposed preliminary groundfish harvest specifications for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands and for the Gulf of Alaska for 2022 and 2023. The SSC also supports the Bering Sea Aleutian Island and the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team's recommendations to approve the halibut DMR working group recommendations for proposed halibut DMRs for 2022 and 2023. The SSC notes that the GOA Groundfish Plan Team agreed that the GOA non-pelagic trawl CP sector now has a sufficient sample size to calculate the Gulf of Alaska trawl CP discard mortality rate instead of borrowing or using the one from the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. And that was approved by the plan teams, and that was supported by the SSC. So I'm next going to show a series of slides from groundfish, but we'll introduce and skip a number of them for expediency, since you're going to see these in December. I've included these slides, though, in the presentation so that You can ask questions and dig any deeper on these issues if you wish, but I will leave that to your discretion and questions. So the SSC approved models for sablefish and provided a number of SSC recommendations for that stock. And that's all I'll say for these sablefish slides. Similarly, we received a report on EBS pollock, and we recommended models and other suggestions, recommendations. The SSC received a report on EBS Pacific cod, and the SSC appreciated the extensive contributions of CIE reviews for a whole number of groundfish and crab species that we heard about at this meeting, and those include EBS Pacific cod. And so the SSC made recommendations on individual models for cod, an ensemble model for cod, and then had a couple other recommendations as well. I will note that recommendations that we made for EBS cod include addressing concerns in the species distribution relative to survey footprints, which you've heard about at this meeting, and then also how to apply harvest control rules for ensemble models. The other thing is that the SSC highlighted, this last bullet talks about the SSC highlighted tagging studies that you may well hear about more in December. And those document movements of Pacific cod between the Eastern Bering Sea, the Gulf of Alaska, and Russian waters, and the Northern Bering Sea. So there's extensive movement in that will have implications for future research and stock assessment. SSC provided recommendations for Aleutian Island Pacific cod. We then also were, the SSC was presented with the results of a couple of studies, and that'll be in these next couple of slides. The first one, I don't know that you will receive these in December, so I'm going to note them today. The first was a simulation study that examined the impact of sampling designs, density, and estimators for the EBS shelf bottom trough survey. The SSC recommends, the SSC supports the conclusion to continue using the systematic survey design at present based on the results of the simulation study. The SSC recommends continued evaluation of the standard error estimator that produces a less biased estimate for possible future implementation. The SSC recommends additional analysis for other species, comparing this to vast estimates and extending this to stock assessments, all the way through stock assessments to evaluate the impacts of the survey design and density effects. And finally, the SSC supports the plan team recommendation to add GAP staff to the study team. The second study that we heard about was a report regarding the performance of model-based indices, which we often refer to as VAST, when large survey areas are missing and when there's a reduced density of survey stations or a reduced frequency of surveys, such as moving from annual to biennial. The SSC supports the conclusion that the effects of reduced sampling density and frequency need to be considered in developing future survey strategies. The SSC recommends extending this analysis all the way through the stock assessment examples to understand the impact. The SSC suggests that authors consider if the number of knots, which is one of the things that you have to set when you're doing a VAST model, is sufficient, because the number of knots is used to estimate indices. The number of knots used to estimate indices for some species currently in assessments are much greater. For example, for Pacific cod, 750 knots were used, which is greater than what was used in this simulation study. And finally, the SSC supports the groundfish plan team recommendation that a reduced density of stations within a year is preferred over reduced frequency of surveys. So we'd rather have less stations in a year than moving a survey from annual to biennial or biennial to triennial. The SSC received a report on Greenland turbot and provided recommendations. A CIE review was conducted for this species this year as well. This is one of two species that I will raise to your attention now because I don't know if these same concerns will come up in December. So the SSC received an update on black-spotted rough-eye genetic stock structure and spatial management concerns. And the SSC appreciates these updates and the continued discussion on concerns related to spatial management of BSAI, black-spotted rough-eye, rockfish, the complex. The SSC extends its appreciation to the authors of this recent genetic study. I'll note, I didn't have this on this slide, but I will note that the new genetic study did not detect any stock structure, which aligns with the previous genetic study, even though there were newer and more powerful genetic techniques used. The authors of the study noted that for populations on the scale of black-spotted rough-eye, even small migration rates, such as 1% per generation, would tend to result in an absence of genetic structure like they found. But this doesn't imply that demographic connectivity, which requires, say, 10% migration per generation, did not exist. So as a result, the authors felt strongly that their results did not justify adopting less conservative spatial management measures based on the genetics. Given that, the SSC remains concerned with the disproportionate spatial harvest and vulnerability of black-spotted rough-eye to localized depletion. So, as in the past, the SSC recommends the Council consider moving to Step 2 of the spatial management policy for this complex. The SSC recommended that a step forward may be a white paper focusing on new information, how to address conservation and management concern, economic and management implications, tools to achieve management in conservation. The SSC recommends exploring the level of depletion that would cause conservation concern given the lack of genetic structure. So that will be a research project coming up. The SSC, recognizes that there already has been a workshop in the past, and so this was a suggestion for moving forward, although it was obviously up to the Council's discretion.
Mr.
I have.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Dressel, so if if you're not seeing if you're not seeing local adaptations in the genetic stock structure, then it seems to me the level of concern about localized depletion is really moves more into being a yield concern rather than an actual conservation concern. And I'm wondering what factors the SSC we're seeing there that have them still remaining quite concerned about vulnerability to localized depletion if there aren't genetics issues.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I guess I would say to that is that just because, at least according to the discussion that we had in the presentation that we received, just because there isn't genetic differentiation between these areas, it doesn't mean that there is wide mixing. And without wide mixing, there's concern about localized depletion when the harvest exceeds the MSSC, for multiple years in a row. And so as far as being, a yield concern, we didn't specifically get into what level of yield would cause a conservation concern. And that was actually one of the recommendations, the last recommendation on our slide, it was actually trying to get to that. What we have right now is simply the guidance and the allocation, according to population size. So the one thing that I realized, the SSC did support recommending the cost or benefits of tagging in larval studies also to try to figure out, tagging especially, to see how much movement there is. So in other words, if there's not genetic differentiation, is there still extremely low movement between these areas, or could it be larger? And if it's larger, then obviously the conservation concern wouldn't come as much into play. So I think that those two things go together, but I don't know that I specifically answered your question sufficiently.
Thanks. That was useful.
The last thing, and I had a very big, thank you. I had a very big pause between the last slide and this slide. I didn't realize that I had one more. So the tagging was one, like I just mentioned. But the other thing is that if the council, the SSC did note that 2022 is a full assessment. So if there's a change in the setting of specifications that are recommended, it was just noting the timing of the assessment schedule for the council's information. The SSC also received the Gulf of Alaska groundfish plan team report. And in this one, we received a report on Goa pollock. And the one thing I will note is we wanted to give a shout out to thanks to Dr. Martin Dorn, who has led the stock assessment for a long time. The authorship for this report is transitioning from him to Dr. Cole Monahan, and we just wanted to express our thanks to Dr. Dorn and our welcome to Dr. Monahan. The SSC gave some recommendations for Gulf of Alaska pollock modeling. We also gave some recommendations for Pacific cod modeling. And we hit on another spatial management topic, which I will go into. So we received a report on Gulf of Alaska demersal shelf rockfish and other rockfish, that complex, and spatial management for it. The SSC supports the GOA plan team's recommendation to separate demersal shelf rockfish from other rockfish. That should actually be capitalized because it's a category for a complex GOA-wide. And this has been a recommendation, I think, since 2017, so we're just bringing it forward again. The SSC recommends that the council consider moving to step 2 of the spatial management policy. And again, the SSC suggests that as part of step 2, that a white paper might be written to update the 2017 discussion paper to identify economic and management implications and tools to achieve management and conservation goals. In the GOA plan team report, we received a report for Gulf of Alaska Pacific Ocean perch. There was a CIE review for that stock, which we greatly appreciated, and we provided some recommendations on models for September for that stock as well. For flathead sole, the SSC supported the recommendation to proceed with a partial update for 2021. There are no conservation concerns at this time. for Gulf of Alaska, northern and southern rock soil, there was a CIE review for this assessment, and the SSC provided model recommendations. So now I'm actually down to the last, oh, go ahead. I'm actually down to the last two topics.
Apologies, we've got a lag. Please continue, Dr. Gressel.
Thank you. This item is, we received an abbreviated version of a report on D2 ACLIME and the GO ACLIME reports. And we had a number of comments on this. The SSC recognizes the urgency of developing climate resilient approaches and managing Alaska's fisheries, given the recent climate-related declines with several important stocks that we've talked about. The SSC highlights the excellent suite of products and tools that have already been produced for ACLIME and GO ACLIME. The SSC considers efforts like these to provide a backbone of a system that will help build more resilient fisheries. The SSC does highlight the need to find the right balance, which is what what the council family is struggling with right now, the right balance between efforts to improve and adapt existing single species models, which may fail to adequately account for rapidly changing conditions, with developing new approaches that are more robust to changes in growth, natural mortality, spatial distribution, or other consequences of climate change. And so the investigators of the CLIME projects were seeking feedback from the SSC and the council on potential management measures that could be evaluated by their analysts in proposed simulations and management strategy evaluations. And the goal of those would be to identify management approaches that are climate resilient and provide the council with better tools to prepare for future changes and surprises which are inevitable. So the suggestions that the SSC had are kind of crammed into these two bullets, and I'll try to make them a little bit clearer with my description. The SSC suggested their management actions and scenarios for them to consider in the future. And they're not specific to one region, but these examples mostly focus on the Bering Sea, as the ACLIME 2.0 project is more mature at this stage than the GO ACLIME project is. So as far as modified or dynamic OY ranges or caps, what we meant by this is the SSC suggests that a re-estimation of the optimum yield range in the Bering Sea with information from single and multi-species models under current climate conditions may be helpful. It may also be helpful to estimate a reduced cap to account for enhanced climate risks, or possibly a cap that's linked to current or recent estimates of overall system productivity. We also suggest that it may be valuable to look at potential gear limitations and spatial management options. I can go into those a little bit more if you wish. We also suggested looking at transboundary issues, such as future regulatory changes or international agreements to deal with transboundary stocks, such as walleye pollock, Pacific cod, and snow crab. We suggest looking at dynamic control rules and reallocations of catch and bycatch under the OY cap, which are based on consideration of which species may be more resilient to climate change. That's an example. And finally, the SSC suggests, and this is the second bullet, that these projects provide an opportunity to more broadly evaluate alternatives to the current management approaches. And while we recognize that these specific approaches may be controversial and represent a fundamental shift in how fisheries in Alaska will be managed, they could offer additional contrast for exploring alternative pathways of adaptation within a research framework. And these could include issues such as full retention requirements, balanced harvesting approaches, access right considerations, and others. So this wasn't an exclusive list by the SSC, but they were ideas that we provided for consideration at this time.
Dr. Dressel, Ms. Baker has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. I do have questions about each of those bullets. I am wondering if you could provide a little bit more detail in the first bullet about suggestions for gear limitations and spatial management options.
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, certainly. The ones that the SSC mentioned were exploration of the current and what's a complex, actually, system of gear restrictions. So considering in this simulation analysis different gear restrictions in the northern Bering Sea, which could include, say, lifting restrictions on bottom trawling or placing additional limits on certain fishing gears. Impact analyses from these modifications would need to consider both like the impacts of commercial fishing as well as the impacts on subsistence resources. And it was also, we also commented on that changes in size selectivity of the fishing gear, what those changes may changes that may result from changes in either regulations or changing interaction between fisheries and projected, I'm trying to read from my notes. There is a projection that there are projected decreases in the maximum size of many fish species with increased temperature. And with that in and of itself may affect regulations and regulations on fishing gear and then size selectivity, obviously, with different fishing gears if they're implemented. So those are the ideas that we mentioned when we were talking about gear considerations. The spatial considerations were, we were referring to there is that the distribution of many species will shift. And so this was a consideration that the modelers might look at additional closed areas or dynamic management areas where the footprints of those management areas adapt to changing distribution of species. So that would be kind of a difference between fixed lines and dynamic lines. Could also look at savings areas that might be tied to trigger points. And when I say trigger point, I mean a point associated, say, with the center of distribution of a stock. So again, it's trying to provide flexibility and movement of a savings area or a management area based on moving fish species. And those are the ideas that we had mentioned.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. A quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. In the second bullet, I'm not familiar with the term balanced harvesting. Can you just help me with that?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, actually, I'm not familiar with that term either. It came up in the SSC minutes, but I don't have an answer for you at the moment. I can get back to you, though, if it would be helpful.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel. My question, maybe observation/question, is concerning the third bullet. And the SSC is making a suggestion for the authors to consider in simulations or MSCs. And I've participated in an MSC process via the International Pacific Halibut Commission, and it was a very broad stakeholder group that was involved, multi-year effort that's still ongoing, actually. But this seems to focus on a recommendation for the authors. And so I guess I'm curious about who is involved in helping craft some of these potential approaches and what was envisioned or discussed by the SSC when you made this recommendation.
Through the chair, Mr. Merrill, yes, the MSCs that I'm familiar with also are very, they take stakeholder input and things like that. In this situation, The authors of this actually would be much better than I to explain who all is involved in and how they've set up their structure. Whether the authors, I know that they asked for responses from the SSC and from the council, but I don't know what the bigger context is. And part of the problem with this is due to our schedule, we actually cut out, we asked the presenters, since we were limited on time and we knew that they wanted feedback, to present to us what they wanted from us, but not to cover all the accomplishments of things that they had done in the background information. And so without that, I actually can't quite tell you this, and the SSC wasn't necessarily presented with it because of our time constraints.
Thank you. I think that's helpful, and perhaps some additional follow-up will be useful. Appreciate your comment.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A similar question to my previous one, Dr. Dressel, is that when I read these bullets, it looks so similar to what's being proposed for the Climate Change Task Force to do. And so I just wanted to understand, is it the SSC's understanding that the ACLIME, this work is really dovetailing with the Climate Change Task Force work plan, that those are working in sync? I just asked because I'm hoping we're not doing the same process in kind of two different forums with the same purpose.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, I thought of that when I was presenting this. I thought about your question, and I really wish that that Ann Hollowood had been giving you the report today, because I know that she would know sort of the interactions between the two and how they fit together, and I'm afraid that I don't. I would be willing to get back with you on that. Sorry that I can't tell you publicly right now.
That is fine. Dr. Dressel, I know we will receive this presentation later. I was just trying to prepare for that so I can ask the presenters of that at that time. Thank you.
Dr. Dressel.
Thank you. All right, the last topic, incredibly brief. We received a preview of the ESR, and part of the reason for the preview was because we were coming up with model runs for groundfish, but we were also doing final specs for crab. And so we received this preview of the ESR, which you'll receive in December. The only recommendation that we made on this was, at this time, was that the SSC emphasizes the need for mechanistic studies to understand the impacts of climate change. And we specifically mentioned in the benthos because of all the attention that we've had and given to snow crab and the crab species, and that is an area of research which is still open. This slide just gives you a highlight of several of the red flag issues that we received. And one of the positive notes that we received, which is that the primary productivity in the Northwest Gulf was the highest in 24 years. You will receive this report in the future, but I thought I would put this up since I know you're hearing about a lot of these topics now, and I don't believe that you're receiving a preview of the ESR. That is all I have, though. That's the end of my report, and I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dressel. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesereau. Not hearing you, Mr. Mesereau.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, terrific. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Dressel, for your presentation. My question for you is pretty straightforward and has nothing to do with your presentation. I was wondering, you did not have time to review the work plan for the Cat Share Plan review, or the work plan for that, and I was wondering if you rescheduled that or if it's just out there.
Through the chair, Mr. Mesereau, The short answer is that it's out there. We talked just a little bit with council staff, and I know that we got, when we were trying to figure out how to work our schedule, we were trying to figure out how long things would take. And so we got a tiny bit of feedback from the SSC to council staff, and we were going to talk about this in the future, but we hadn't come to anything at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Mr. Dwight?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Dr. Dressel. Why is finding right whales in Barnabas Trough and southwest of Kodiak a red flag? Isn't that good news?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, honestly, that sounds like great news to me as well. I do not know the answer to that one. I can either find out for you, or I'm certain we'll hear more in December.
I think December's fine. I just was confused by that as well. So thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Dwight. Any further questions? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dressel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that'll take care of our business for today. We'll come back tomorrow at 8. Before we break, though, I wanted to share some sad news. We've received word of the passing of Clem Tillian earlier today. Passed away at Halibut Cove, 96 years old. Clem's a former chairman of this council, Alaskan legislator, commercial fisherman, and a fierce advocate. Clem's a giant among men and a mentor to so many of us. Clem was certainly a force to be reckoned with, and will be missed. So I think we can start tomorrow morning off with a moment of silence for Clem, but just wanted to acknowledge on behalf of the council Clem's passing. He was a wonderful man and so important to this process and to so many of us. So sad news. A wonderful man and a wonderful life. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and break for the day. Back at 8 o'clock tomorrow, and we will start up with the AP report.